Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can get in at 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. That turned out to be a really good game. What was a crappy game for most of it, it turned out to be really good. And they had a home run off. Has that happened before?
Swing off.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's first one.
That was the first one. That's a good idea instead of playing extra innings, right?
Oh, yeah. No, it was good. It was fun. Kyle Schwarber just absolutely annihilated the baseball.
Yes.
I mean, annihilated the baseball. He had 3 swings. All 3 were long home runs.
Yeah. And then,
and then
why didn't Judge, or how did that work?
I think Judge was out of the game, right?
I
don't know. Because I had to get in and watch a replay of it because I had a dinner and then we were picking up my daughter. And so I saw a replay of, I did see Skeens versus Judge, which was a victory for Skeens in the first inning, which everyone was real excited about. Paul Skeens throwing. How about your boy?
Scuba was in trouble.
Scuba, what is happening to Scuba got in trouble.
Right.
Hunter Brown is in trouble now after the last 2 games. The best pitchers in the American League, I think it's time to look into. Has someone given them food poisoning? I think we got to start looking into this.
You think it's food poisoning?
A slow-moving food poisoning.
You think
it's
slow-moving food poisoning that has affected, and that's why they're giving up runs now.
I think we got to take a look at that.
I think it's an all-star lineup that just, and then
it could be the fact that, well, Hunter hasn't been getting beat by all-star lineups the last 2 games. This game is an all-star lineup, sure.
Yeah.
Paul Skeens, I'm reading an article there Paul Skeens this year is 4-8 with a 2.01 ERA. 2.01 ERA. He's got the the lowest ERA to start a career in the history of the sport, blah, 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 all this stuff. And they said, here he is, 4-8 with a 2.01, and then he gets a 6-0 lead in the first inning, which he technically can get a win, I guess, in the All-Star game. And they even can't hold a 6-0 lead.
No.
When he gets out, they can't even hold a 6-0 lead.
I know. It is interesting to watch this now. That was a fun game. Turned out to be a fun game, and then a swing off. The swing off happened. And Kyle Schwarber, so you get 3 swings, and all 3 of them were home runs.
Watch how far this one.
I know.
Bang!
Down on a knee. He went down to his knee to pull that one out. That was big. That was big. So National League wins. It's been dominated by the American League, and the National League won it. I wonder why. Yeah, why is Aranda and I guess a Rosarena? I guess.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean. But if it's Rosarena, you got to put an Astros pitcher out there.
Right. But Hunter wasn't in uniform.
I mean, yeah. Don't you have to throw an Astros pitcher? You can throw whatever you want.
What about Cal Raleigh, the home run champion?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's maybe you had to be.
I saw reporting that not only were guys gone and out of the stadium, they're already on planes.
Oh, really?
That makes
back
sense.
home. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Who's staying for the end of the game?
I didn't stay. It was 6-0. I was like, I'm done. That's
and
all.
It's no
that
extra innings. You can't get back in games anyway. Like, why?
No, but
who cares?
Guys were already on planes.
Back.
That makes sense.
That's a team guy right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I ain't staying around.
Hey, I'm trying to have my vacation.
Yeah. You get 2 at bats. I'm out. I'm out of the game. I'm out of here.
You went to Hotlanta for your vacation. I tell you what. For those who didn't see it, you should really go find it. You'll be able to find it online pretty easily. They did a they called it a recreation of Hank Aaron's 715th home run. It was unbelievable. On the field, they projected a video on the field between the baselines.
Yeah.
And they had Milo's voice at points. They had Vince Scully's voice at points.
Yep.
When they recreated, they had Al Downing threw the pitcher threw the first pitch, and it was a ball, and they talked about the pressure mounts, and I mean, it's an actual broadcast. And then it's completely dark in the stadium except for the light that they've got
Well, and people were
projection.
doing their
Well, yeah,
phones.
their phones recording. Yeah.
No, they were doing everybody turned their lights on.
Yeah.
It was like a
Well, yeah, they had their lights on. I'm
right.
sure they were recording too, but yeah, I guess they were
Right.
told to turn their lights
Yeah,
on
right.
too. And then and for the home run, they shot a flare firework from home plate like it was a home run,
Right.
you know, like with the launch angle and everything to the spot where it went.
Yeah,
it was an unbelievable.
incredible.
I thought it was an
You
incredible.
know, the Cougs have that floor where they can they can do
right.
They can do and their basketball court in the Fertitta Center where they can project and do anything. What I never saw it on a baseball field.
No, I never. That's the first time I've ever.
It was
seen
incredible.
That. Yeah.
And then Kershaw mic'd up was great. Did you hear that?
I didn't get to hear that, and everyone said it was hilarious.
Great. Yeah. He's like, okay, here comes curveball. All right, I'm gonna throw the curve here. All right. Oh, that's short. That's short. Oh. And he was
mic'd while he was pitching.
And then while he's pitching, he's talking to the guys upstairs. Okay, guys, I'm gonna throw a fastball. Here comes Cheese. Here comes Cheese. And he throws it, and a line drive that Kyle Tucker went down and ran down and caught at his knees. He goes, holy crap! What was that exit below? 191? What was that? He was like, they were like, it was caught. That's all that matters. He goes, yeah. Kershaw was pretty. I mean, I'm not a big fan, but he's
that's a Texas
he was personable.
Guy.
Yeah, he's a Texas guy. He's a Dallas guy though.
I saw his high school. Did you see that high school thing where he struck out everybody? Yeah. Did you see the video where he had 27 strikeouts and then hit a home run in the game too?
And Stafford was catching.
In that game?
Matthew Stafford was his catcher.
Yeah, but in that game, I guess it could be that game. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Could Matthew Stafford, was he a pitcher too?
Well, I would imagine he.
I would imagine he had some stuff he could. You would think whip up there.
You would think. Anyway, that was pretty. It was nice innovations for, and by far the best All-Star game. Maybe hockey. Hockey turned into something special this year with the making it to countries. Like we talked about that yesterday a little bit, but man, that was really, really good. Of the three major, it's not even close. Basketball sucks. NFL sucks. They can't do anything about that. It's just
NFL doesn't even have a game anymore.
Well, no, they do.
They're flag football.
Yeah, flag football.
Yeah, they went back to flag.
Yeah. Yep. And then
who cares?
Yeah, no, it's awful. But it is, we got to get I follow I don't know how many guys.
By the way, which one of these is Stafford and which one is Kershaw?
Kershaw's on the left and Stafford's on the right. Yeah, positive.
You're correct.
Yeah.
But they do kind of look alike a little bit.
A little bit.
Just hair's different.
And I have got nothing but, I got a lot of fight videos on my timeline. A lot of stuff. Yeah. FAFO.
Yeah.
I get a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, you do.
But I have a lot of fantasy football stuff on there. And it is ramping up. I'm gonna get one of the guys to come on and do we used to do fantasy.
Yeah.
We used to do
I need to get Adam Rank
the
on.
worst radio in the world though is who do I start? This guy or this guy?
Well, that's terrible, but preseason draft stuff I think is fine.
Absolutely.
Because it's also football discussions, but sit start stuff is awful.
That's awful because you're the only guy that has those two. You're the only guy.
Now, if you're talking generally, these are guys I would sit. And here's a list of 5 guys I would sit this week who are usually starters. Okay, that's but that's not what we're talking about.
No. What we're talking about is getting some advice for your draft because your draft is coming up. And by the way, our draft is coming up. And a week from today, we are going to pick one name. How are they going to win it, Del? Have we decided what we're going to do?
Joe's working on that. But yeah, starting next week, I believe it's the 24th. Is the 23rd or 24th? I believe it's the 24th. So that'd be a week from tomorrow.
I'm sorry. A week.
It'll be every Thursday from the 24th of July.
Thursday. Tomorrow, we're at Texas Card House.
That's correct.
Today, Kate McLean is coming in.
At 9. Yeah, Chef Kate's coming in.
And bringing us food, which
hot dogs.
Yeah, from Tony's.
Yeah,
Tony's
is
having.
They have to do with the
Astros,
Astros, right?
They're having watch parties of the Astros with all kinds of ballpark fare. So we're gonna talk to Kate about that at about 9:00 when I'll be really, really hungry and eating. You're gonna have a lot of hot dog on your microphone, Del. You'll have a lot of
No.
hot dog, hot bun, and dog, and probably some
Is
mustard.
she going to bring you French fries? Or
If there's any yellow on these black mic covers now, Del, okay, then you'll know where that came from.
Can you just hold off until a break?
No, we can't hold off till a break.
I can, but our
How
breaks
long
aren't
have
very.
you known
How
him?
long are the breaks?
How
Then
long
put some
have you
extra
known
stuff
him?
in there. Then let's combine a break.
Okay.
So we have time to eat. Let's combine a break. We have
That's
2
not-
breaks in one.
That's not why we
Our
ever
breaks
combine
went from
breaks.
like 5 to 6 minutes to like 3 minutes now. We don't even have. That's why you have to eat fast. And sometimes things
they
are gonna go
don't-
flying
Well,
around.
or you could wait till after the
Yeah,
show.
that too.
She's bringing in food at 9. You want me to wait till 10 when the sales staff has had everything?
Oh, that's true.
Or you could just
No,
hoard
you
it
grab
in
'em
here.
late.
Yeah, just hoard it in here and don't eat it.
Yeah.
Show
Oh,
some
cold
self-contr-
hot dogs. Can't
Show
wait.
some
Yeah.
self-control.
so-
Well,
Disrespectful to the chef.
it is.
And
kinda
she's not going to
disrespectful.
bring fries, and
Oh my
John's
God.
going to
No.
probably say something
No,
terrible.
I'm not going to say anything to her about not bringing.
Why? You
fries.
do that with other people?
I know.
He
but not
likes
Kate.
Kate,
Kate's a
though.
superstar.
Yeah.
All right. The rest of them are not. Okay. So we are going to give away a spot in our fantasy football draft. We're going to the Golden Nugget, August
We'll be there August 28th for the draft.
28th.
So that's a Thursday as well. So I think we're there Thursday and Friday,
Thursday,
leading into the
Friday.
weekend. Yeah.
August 28th, 29th, August 28th, 29th. We're going to do our fantasy draft and just hang out at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. And it is going to be a big time. And 4 of you are going to be selected to be in our fantasy league. And you get to bring a buddy or a wife or whatever you want to do, whoever you want to bring. If you got to bring your wife, then we'll know something
No,
about you.
you don't have to.
Well, no,
you
no,
want
no.
to bring your
Hey,
wife.
your wife might be better at fantasy
Yeah, you
football
never
than
know.
You never know.
If you want to bring your wife, she's more than welcome.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Who's our guy that always comes and brings his wife? Mike? No.
Oh, no, he
Big
just
guy.
brought her last time. Angel, yeah.
Yeah, but
Right.
what's his name?
Michael.
It's Michael, yeah.
Yeah.
He's only brought. Oh, yeah, that's the only
He
time.
just brought her up
Yeah.
last time. Yeah.
Good
and she
people.
wanted it. Yeah. And she listens to the show every
Mhm.
morning. So maybe he'll win. So we'll see what happens.
You know, Kate listens to the show every morning.
I know Kate does. I know she does. I don't think
friend,
she's
she's
listening
a-
now. It's a little early for her.
She's a chef and sports fan, and she thinks it's funny. She even likes Del.
She
I don't know why it's couched
No one
as
does
even.
what?
What do you
Are
mean
you sure
even?
about that?
Yeah, she even said that I don't know. She didn't use the word tolerates, but I did get the sense.
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
that was-
That's the sense you got. Did
That-
she say I even like Doe, or did she just say I like Doe?
She said, I can't. Who can remember?
Yeah, I
anymore?
bet. I bet. Who can remember?
No, it was probably, Dell too.
That was kind of the sentiment. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah,
When I think back,
Well, we can
on it,
ask her.
yeah.
She's gonna come in, so we can ask her what the sentiment was.
what's
Yeah,
she
no,
gonna
no,
say
no.
here? She's gonna
Yeah,
be,
she's-
Okay.
She
she's
is
gonna
a
be
polite person.
Ah, okay.
She is a
Of course, she's
polite
going to be nice. She's
Okay.
a nice
Got
person.
it. Got it. Got
But
it. got
in
it.
reality,
Yeah, got it.
okay, she's like the.
We all have things we say behind the scenes.
I'm like the vegetable. She moves around the plate. She goes,
and
yeah.
Sometimes the mics are on when we say it.
That's well, we've tried to fix that issue. We hopefully it's fixed.
Yeah.
Because sometimes even if the button's off, the
Yeah.
mics are on.
Then
What?
Twitch can
Yeah,
hear. Twitch is. They probably did some stuff.
We've already
mess
had
with.
like they're so close to being that chat's so close to being eliminated. One thing, and that's going to be management already said is really what. It's not enough people. Like it's not going to matter. You get rid of a chat. So I told those guys, better be real careful.
Yeah. Right.
No one really needs this chat on here. It's kind of for you.
Yeah.
So
no.
you might want to just keep it. Maybe not try to ruin other.
My
people's-
son-in-law and daughter were like, "This chat is really,
Yeah.
really
The
ugly."
YouTube chat is much better.
especially to Dell for whatever reason.
Sean Martinez, Cody
bunch of-
Carpentier. We've got regular chatters on there
Mhm.
who are
Bunch of
good people.
according to you, bunch of Dave Teppers in that chat.
A bunch of- I don't know. Are you the owner of the owner
No,
of
not the
Carolina
Panthers. No,
Okay.
not the Panthers guy.
713 ESPN
Well, that guy.
97.5 and 92.
That
Bud.
guy, what about him? What did he? Didn't he throw a drink on someone, or did somebody throw a
Yeah.
drink on him?
No, he
Yeah, he threw a drink on. There's nothing like a team owner throwing a drink on a fan.
Yeah,
Or was it an
I
opposing
could see
fan or
Bob
his own?
and Janice throwing drinks on people.
No, Bob. Come on. Bob McNair would never. Cal would never.
No.
Hannah would never. Hannah would probably say something to hurt your feelings.
What?
Yeah, she can probably say something.
Oh yeah,
She
like,
can probably get catty on you if you want to get nasty with her. I bet you she could hurt your feelings.
Something
oh,
very
I'll
cutting.
bet.
something very like cutting, and you're like, "Oof, that hurt, Hannah."
Hey,
Yeah, hey,
yeah.
What'd you say?
ouch.
Hey,
Hannah.
muffin top. Excuse me? I just said, I just thought you guys
You suck
shouldn't
today.
give.
Your team sucked
I
today.
thought that contract was a little out of line for CJ.
I think
What
your
did you
muffin
say?
top's out of line for that shirt.
I know.
All right, 714 ESPN 97.5.
Cool shirt.
Muffin top.
What?
I haven't heard muffin tops.
What do
in
you
a
mean,
while.
cool shirt?
713-780-3776.
Next time, get some pants that fit. What did Hannah say? She keeps making little shots that I. What does that mean? What does she mean by that?
All right, we're gonna break. We want you to get in 713-780-3776. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations
on top of
and
what
everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're watching right now on ESPN Paul Feinbaum and Heather Dinich talk about the Longhorns and Arch. Arch met the media yesterday, and he was pretty cool. He's self-deprecating. He's got his head together. He's definitely is not full of himself. He said that. He said, I got a lot of people who'll check me. Okay. They'll check me. He got Peyton and Eli. And I mean, that must be a tough. I know this. The Harmon brothers, Dick Harmon, Butch Harmon, Billy, they just went after each other. But it started with their dad because he had just the sharpest wit you ever heard. But I would imagine the Mannings are right there, that they will get on. They will be able to crush you if you get a little bit out of line. And Arch seems to be a kid that's got his head on straight, and he's going to be good. I just this super hype though that around him. I don't know that he could possibly live up to it. He's going to Ohio State. You like the Horns in this one?
Yeah. Ohio State's lost a ton of players. I have seen Texas win at Ohio State before, and it was a national championship season, as you will remember. The Jamal Charles season. That was the last time they played in. No. I think they played.
Well, Vince went there and won.
Yeah, when did they look? Vince, Arch, same thing.
Yeah.
Arch is the greatest player ahead of Vince who's ever played college football. I heard Paul Feinbaum said that. But yeah, I would argue Vince Young, if we're talking about great college players, all-time greats, Vince Young should be mentioned.
Yeah.
Probably. Although his regular seasons weren't as good as the Rose Bowls, 2 in a row.
He's the greatest Rose Bowl player ever.
Rose Bowl quarterback I've ever seen, back to back, went over 400 yards. But no, I really think Texas has a good chance of winning this and winning a national championship. They are, as a matter of fact, the odds to win the SEC. If you're the favorite to win the SEC, you're probably the favorite to win the national championship. If it's not Ohio State, there's only so many teams that get mentioned.
Oregon
and not Michigan anymore. Yeah, Oregon always. And Dan Lanning is a monster.
Yeah.
Dan Lanning's really good, and they got a lot of money over there.
Oregon, Michigan, Ohio State,
but Michigan. I'm not putting Michigan in there anymore. Sharon Moore instead of Harbaugh.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that. Harbaugh's different than Sharon Moore to me. I mean, Harbaugh's a different guy. So I think you hit it with Dan Lanning, who is a baby. Kirby Smart is the one you got to watch out for, because he took that SEC mentality and brought it to the money at Oregon. But no, I think Texas has a great chance to win that game. It wouldn't surprise me if Texas is a small favorite at Ohio State. Ohio State, you're going to get all these players playing their first game together because all these players playing their first game together because it's
all the guys left.
Yeah, I mean a lot of guys left, so. It'll be it's going to be an interesting game. I do think. I bet you could find an early line on that. Maybe a draft at MyBookie,
DraftKings,
probably. Yeah. Do you still do MyBookie spots?
I'm not.
Oh well, you can do it on DraftKings then,
or MyBookie, whatever. No, I still like MyBookie. I'm still on MyBookie. Yeah. But Texas. So Texas met the media yesterday, right?
Yep.
And see if you can. Here is Steve Sarkisian.
What I like is that they show Steve Sarkisian finally with my Longhorn wife. She's like, it's about time they show us the proper respect in the SEC.
That's right.
Finally, the SEC is starting to really, respect Texas as an SEC member.
Here is Steve Sarkisian being introduced at Media Day yesterday.
In sociology in 1997, he was the 2020 Royals Award winner for assistant coach, as offensive coordinator at Alabama. He's married to the former L'Oreal Smith. Steve has 2 daughters, Ashley and Taylor, a son Grady, and he and L'Oreal. Welcome to Son Amias in April of 2025. The head coach at the University of Texas, Steve Sarkisian.
every Texas coach or player should be introduced to this music.
All righty. Welcome. It's always
And he didn't make
he
any
didn't even
comment.
reference it.
How do you not? Mac Brown would have
Oh my
immediately
God.
started going after. Well, I guess here we are in the University of Texas, and the entire time A&M's been under our shadow. But now you guys have to make us. So you this is a get back, I guess. Our little brother's been the little brother forever, and now all of a sudden there's get back. I guess you're going to be playing Eyes of Texas whenever you see Mike Elko. If you even know what he looks like, no one knows what even knows what Mike Elko looks like. Sometimes I feel like Mac would have said things kind of like Trump. If you even know what he looks like, nobody knows what he looks like. The most losses. So yeah, they played the Aggie War Hymn over Steve Sarkisian walking to, after all that announcement, that bungling announcement they had where they were, and also the son of Jebediah and married to Annalise and 2 children. They welcomed a child 4 years ago and all that. And he's like, can I just go do my thing so I can get it back on the jet and fly out of here? And then, and here's the Aggie War Hymn.
What? He didn't blink. So I introduced Tom Herman once at a Touchdown Club deal. And I said, here's the head coach of Texas University. And he was like, okay, it's the University of Texas. Okay.
Yeah.
I said, well, that's not what they say over in College Station. They call it TU.
No, Tom is salty and he knows how to play the game. Like Sarkisian, I bet you Longhorn fans were a little disappointed he didn't take that chance to like fire back and say something funny. He just like, okay, guys.
I guess we
so
still, you don't even know who we are still, even though we won your conference. Okay.
Well,
no, you didn't.
Maybe they feel better about him just plowing through because sometimes when
you didn't see the game against Georgia last year.
No, but maybe because sometimes when Sark plows through, or at least ad libs, you get this.
Get ready to right on, baby. Let's go.
That's a darker.
Yeah, now see, he should have been introduced.
USC.
He should have been introduced. He's got 2 daughters. He's a former drunk.
Hey, that's Sark After Dark. That's what that was.
Wait, well, he said
drinking. Fight on. That was USC Sark.
Drinking.
USC Sark was a different Sark.
Yeah.
I don't like the phrase former drunk.
I don't mind.
Seems
I
aggressive.
hate it because you're a quitter.
Yeah.
Right.
Recovering.
You're AA's worst nightmare.
You're a recovering addict, or is that the
Can
phrase?
you imagine if John came into an AA meeting? I'm just here for the donuts.
Yeah.
Bunch of losers and quitters. Like, sir, could you please leave?
Yeah. You know,
is Kate here with the hot dogs yet? Sir.
Yeah, they don't. They definitely
Sir,
don't want me in there.
we need
There's
more
no question.
positive vibes.
It was a little ironic, Steve Sarkisian talking about, he had one quote at his press conference saying, you know, we just care about kids that want culture. That's all we talk about. And then, you know, at the end, we'll talk about the NIL money and stuff. But we don't, there's none of that talk, okay? And I was like, yeah, as they all drive up in their Lamborghinis. Did you see that one video? It came out last year of all of the Lamborghinis lined up and outside of the Texas, facility.
You think that's something?
And that was all the players.
I've got an article here.
Well, here's one. Here's the teams that spend the most money in college football.
Probably the same
Number
thing.
1,
Texas.
Texas
is supposed to have a $40 million payroll.
Survey via Pete Nakos. He is, Texas is 1. Texas Tech is 2. Ohio State, Oregon, A&M, Miami. I'm surprised Miami spends that much dough.
Well, their money's Ponzi scheme. At any point, whoever's
that
their
is
money
true. Somebody's
could be
going to
prison.
jail. Somebody's going to prison.
Remember when your big money guy ended up defaulting on all the NIL
he had
because
stripper poles in the suite.
No, he's talking about the more recent guy,
Blockbuster
not
video
Nevin.
stock or whatever.
Yeah, but they've got other guys. We call them the Columbus Mafia because they all went to Columbus and high school, and that's where Mario went. And he's got their backing. The owner of the Inter Miami is one of Mario's friends, so that's where some of the money's coming from too. They're just throwing bad money after bad with him anyway.
Yeah,
so.
It's not smart. So I've got a friend who was an NFL assistant GM who is already being contacted by major teams about. And I talked to Well, I don't know if I can say it out loud, but well, no, I think I can. The guy who runs the East West Shrine game, Eric Galco, I was talking to him at the O-line Masterminds camp, and he said, he had been contacted by schools about becoming a GM. Now, it's not the best job. I've had, Ballard's told me he said, if I get fired from the Colts, I'm going to college, because that's where the advantage is, because a lot of people don't have any idea what they're doing. The money is just crazy, but at some point it's going to settle in, and there's going to be caps and there's going to be regulations. And when that happens, you got to know how to spend your money on your roster. All those schools you talked about just have either oil money or Nike money. Phil Knight's, we've always known Oregon has the most money. Texas Tech just got an influx of billionaire money is what, and Texas Tech has some people that make some money too now. They got some oil and energy people too. Texas and Texas A&M always been big spenders. They've always had money, even though they always did it legally and never with any illegal inducements.
Never.
Miami is one where you can, like, Ohio State always has the money. Michigan's got money. Michigan has, Michigan is a really good school.
Michigan's on the list.
Michigan should be on the list as well.
They are. They're 8th.
Stanford has money, but they won't spend it in sports. Rice has a ton of money. They won't ever spend it on sports. What if Rice said, you know what? Let's use this $14 billion in endowments we have stocked up. Let's just buy a football team this year.
Yeah.
I want to just go get a team this year, just see what it's like to have a team.
They don't want that.
I know, but wouldn't it be great?
When they won a national championship in baseball, there were professors going, why would we want to do that?
Why this? Oh, this is the worst.
This is terrible.
Now we're going to have baseball dummies coming here.
Yeah.
And like, hey, it's kind of cool to win a national championship in baseball. Ugh. We won another college football game. Ugh, the worst. Can we just lose some more, please, so we can eliminate college athletics? Well, but don't y'all have like billions in endowments? Yes, we're not spending it, dummy.
No, why would we spend
just
that?
Want to keep it here.
We're just going to hoard it.
Let a former player pay for the basketball court. We don't want to ever put anything into any of this. Bobby Tudor, a baseball player, had to pay for a basketball court. They had stress fractures in there. They had like 5 players with stress fractures over a 4-year period, and a baseball player had to buy a court because Rice's endowment said, we just can't find. I don't know where we put it in we had this money, we put it in a safe, and I can't remember the combination. I guess you guys will just have to pay for a court by yourself. But don't we have billions? Can't we get a new stadium? We have to piss in troughs.
No, we don't want.
It's literal troughs.
We don't even want
stadium.
Bobby Tudor to give us the money. We don't want a new stadium. Why?
Rice is the worst.
Why
Rice,
would we want to do
worst.
that?
I feel so bad for everyone in the athletic department that you have to deal with this nonsense.
Trust me, I was there. It's awful.
And I know that Tori Andrews and other basketball people, I love TA, and he said, no, they're actually trying now.
No, they ain't.
Listen, I want to shame them into actually trying once for one of the coaches. Just
what?
Once.
Buy a team. You want to shame them into buying a team.
Can't somebody from Texas Tech go to grad school at Rice and like, I want to change the culture at Rice and take my billion and make us a football team now? Give me one of those oil barons at Rice just once.
I don't think they talk like that out of Rice.
Not at Rice.
I don't know. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. We got to talk about Craig the Surf now. He don't talk like that.
No, Craig doesn't talk like that. Craig is shout out to his son Cannon, who is going to try to make it as a baseball player. He played some college baseball, and I got to see Cannon. I've seen him over the years. I've known Craig for years and years. Got invited to his kids' high school graduation and a college graduation all at the same time. Went out to Craig's house. Nice house, great property out there. We talked for a while, and it's cool getting to know somebody on a personal level. I really like Craig. I like Rick Drenner. Rick's looking great, man. That dude's not missing chest day. I can promise you that. Slimmed down, looking awesome. And I know these guys it's been years and years that I've dealt with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. And it's the only place I go for cars. Got my wife's car there. Got my son's Buick. As a matter of fact, speaking of Buicks, I'm driving a Buick Enclave. They got a really sweet deal going on right now with 0.9% APR financing plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and lessees. That is exceptional savings on Envisions, which my son drives, the Encore GX, which is a little smaller, the Invista, and then the Enclave, which is a 7-seater I'm driving. It handles magnificently, very smooth ride, beautiful interior, sporty exterior. Find your Buick today at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. There's great people there. You're going to be treated like family. There's never pressure or hassle to buy, and yet you have great deals every single time out. Buick, exceptional by design.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Tell they just were showing Josh Allen, Haley Steinfeld wedding pictures. Don't you hate that for him? She looked pretty good. She looked pretty
Well,
good
the
at her
pop
wedding.
star / Hollywood actress look good in her dress.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't think about it. Like if it popped up on my screen, I'm not filled with joy or anything, but I don't wish ill on Josh Allen unless he's on the football field.
That's the only ill will.
Yeah, I don't want him to be successful on the football field. I'm not happy about it. I'm like, I see the nuptials, and I'm like, I'm not running to like it on Instagram, but it's whatever.
Yeah.
The man got married. Now throw pics. That's all I'm looking for.
So last year, 2024, projected points versus the actual points that each team scored in the league. The Texans ended up down the list. Their projected points per game was 25.7. Their actual was 22. And the reason that they did not perform better is OC Slowick and bad O-line.
Is that what it says?
Yeah.
It couldn't have anything to do with injuries to wide receivers or CJ not playing as well.
Yeah. Well, but no.
If we just blame it on
but they've only got a little space. So
okay.
So number 1 team in the league last year, the best team in the league, projected versus actual.
Tampa
was second.
Okay. Seattle
was not. No.
I mean, Seattle was Sam Darnold
23 and actually they were minus 1.4.
Seattle, who was way better than people thought. Detroit.
It was Washington.
Oh yeah, of course.
No. 22.2 to 28.8. Rookie QB breakout. Tampa Bay was second. OC Cohen, an elite offensive line. They do. Detroit, OC Ben, an elite offensive line. Buffalo, OC Brady, an elite offensive line. There's a common thread here. If you have a really good offensive line, you are probably going to score points. And that's a problem. But I'm not concerned because Nick's not concerned. Not concerned. Philadelphia, OC Moore, an elite offensive line. Rookie quarterback. Denver was actually better, 28.9 to 24. A 3.1 difference. They had a good rookie quarterback. And the Texans were way down the list. You know who else was down the list? Kansas City was right below, actually. The Texans, they were both minus 3.7 of their projected. And the reason that they didn't fare better, don't care about regular season. But you look at all of those offensive coordinators. Tampa Bay, Cohen, gone. Ben from Detroit, gone.
Yeah.
Moore, gone. They are. Oh no, that OC Moore is not gone. They have. They're. How is Tampa now? Is Tampa going to be as good this year without Cohen?
We'll see. I mean, I definitely don't think Detroit's going to be as good without Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson's the favorite to be the NFL Coach of the Year. Some interesting numbers on there. I was going through that. Like D'Amico is a huge underdog, and he was one of the favorites last year.
What number? How far down the list is he as far as favorites to win Coach of the Year?
25, 26.
Really?
Oh yeah, way down the list.
36 to 1.
Look, the longest shots are Andy Reid and Nick Sirianni. Because they're expected, they're good already. But the Texans last year, I know it's 2 straight good years, but I think people consider them kind of a disappointment a little bit. If they were to come up with 13 wins, yeah, I mean, look, working backwards.
In an easy division, it's going to be hard.
It's Andy Reid and Nick Sirianni working backwards. Then John Harbaugh, Ravens always win. Todd Bowles is plus 5,100. Yeah, I mean, in Tampa. I mean, they won the division last year. That's probably why. You're not sneaking up on anybody. Sean McDermott, 50 plus 5,100, 51 to 1. But I think
it's always the bad teams.
Yeah, but that's no, it's not always.
Well, the bad teams.
Who's surprised?
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's more about exceeding expectations than it is about having a good team.
Carolina Panthers were 15-1. Now you win 15 games, you got a good chance of winning. That was Ron Rivera. Jason Garrett was 13-3 with the Cowboys and won it in 16. And the Cowboys were, Matt Nagy, Bears surprised at 12-4. John Harbaugh Ravens, but you have to win 14. He was 14-2.
Yeah.
If you're going to have one of those teams, you got Kevin Stefanski, surprised. Kevin Stefanski's a 2-time winner over the last 5 years. He's won twice, and he's on the hot seat. Tells you he's probably a pretty good coach in a bad situation. Mike Vrabel won it with the Titans in 21. They finished 12-5. Brian Daboll 9-7-1. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Giants, give it to him. Stefanski won again with the Browns when I thought D'Amico should have won that year. As a matter of fact, D'Amico should have won. A bigger deal wasn't made. Now, I know they won their division. No, they didn't win the division. They came to Houston and got beat in the playoffs. But, D'Amico Ryans took a team that was an abject disaster with a rookie quarterback, won the division. No, I know the votes are already in. I thought he should have beat Kevin Stefanski. And then Kevin O'Connell last year, 14 wins. I think Sean McDermott's never won it. He's sitting at 51-1. I'd throw a little something on Sean McDermott because what if he has that big year and they finally go 14-3 And in a a weaker division, they go 14-3, and then
They got to go.
they say
15
he's
and
never
2.
won it before.
Yeah.
Let's give it to him.
Yeah. Well, that's
You've got-
big odds.
Here's D'Amico. So D'Amico actually is more like 22nd, it looks like, at 36-1. Mike McDonald, Seattle, 36-1. Sean McVay is 36-1. Mike Tomlin, who I give no chance, is 34-1. Brian Daboll, who I don't give much of a chance to, is 29-1. But you look at the list, Kyle Shanahan, could Shanny get it with a bounce back
Yep.
at 26-1?
Absolutely, you could.
At 26-1. Dan Campbell, to me, at 2,000. The only I give him no chance of winning. They already had a really good year last year. How is he going to win it unless you give him bonuses for losing both his coordinators? The favorites are Ben Johnson at 5.5-1, Mike Vrabel, because New England 7-1, Liam Cohen 10-1, Aaron Glenn 14-1, Dave Canales from Carolina 14-1, Pete Carroll Raiders 15-1.
It's all teams that were crappy last year.
Yeah, and then Mike McDonald.
Yeah. That's the way this thing works. Who is going to exceed expectations?
I'm sorry, Mike McDaniel's 36-1. Yeah, Mike McDonald is from Seattle 16-1, and then Jonathan Gannon, Arizona 17-1. Kellen Moore 18-1 with the Saints. You don't even have a quarterback.
No.
How is he in the mix? And then I like this one, Jim Harbaugh 20-1. If you can win, I think him and
if he wins the division over Kansas City,
yeah. And Sean Payton is 20-1 too. To me, play both of them.
Yep.
If either one of them win that division, and it's a good division, so it could take 13 wins, you got a real good chance of winning that award.
Yep.
And the NFL loves Sean Payton. The voters like Sean Payton. Surely Sean Payton's won this award before.
And Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
quirky.
Sean Payton won it. Oh, in the post-Katrina season. Well, when they finished 10-6, yeah.
Yeah.
So Sean won it. Actually, that was a Katrina season.
And they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they beat the
Colts.
They beat the Colts. Yeah, that's right.
Yep. Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776. Go find those. Where are those odds?
What site?
A site. Okay.
Probably DraftKings.
Probably DraftKings or MyBookie.
Probably there.
Probably
yeah.
there.
Probably there.
But how about DraftKings? Oh, Golden Nugget Lake Charles has a DraftKings sports book that we're going to be at on August 28th. We're going to do our fantasy draft there. We want you to do your fantasy draft there as well. The weekend before the NFL season starts, right? You got college football week 1. There's a week 0 and a week 1. I think that's week 1 is the weekend before the NFL starts. You go. There's packages available. You got 12 guys. Bring the wives. They can be out by the pool while you're doing it. Your fantasy draft takes about 3 hours. You do 2 nights there with the package that you have, okay, or even just one night there. You can do one night there. You go there in the morning, Saturday morning. You guys have fun all day, whatever. Do your fantasy draft, gamble, whatever. You stay in the hotel and go home the next day. I mean, how good is that? The best way to do it. And they'll put the draft up on one of the big screens on in the DraftKings Sportsbook. They've got plans. They've got different packages available for you to do your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes. If you're the commissioner of your league, get your guys together and let's all go to the Golden Nugget. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Get your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And I thought this, Dell, when I saw him play. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier has not been cleared of any wrongdoing and remains under federal investigation on a potential gambling probe.
Yeah, that's in response to Shams earlier this summer saying that he was cleared. Now, the NBA has not found any wrongdoing when it comes to Terry Rozier, but the case isn't closed. It's just everyone.
If you watch Terry Rozier play,
yes,
you cannot clear him of those.
There are some questionable things.
What game was it?
The sprint down the
Cleveland
court
game?
to get the dunk is a weird. That's
Well, that was Malik.
No, that was
that was Malik. Yeah,
yeah.
there's two of
Terry
them.
Rozier was just. I was watching.
I think it was against Cleveland.
It was against Cleveland. He was as bad. Honestly, Lance could have played better in that game.
Well, with 2 months of
No.
practice,
Right? No. Lance actually would have been better than Terry Rozier.
So
100%.
I think in that game they were without Hero. So if we're leading into Terry was trying to sabotage, they were actually playing
put
pretty
it in
well.
reverse, Terry.
They're actually playing pretty well, surprisingly, without their top scorer. So maybe Terry was like, I can't leave this a chance. If we want to say he was trying to, if he bet against his own team, yeah, he was bad. He had a neck injury ending last season, and people were saying, well, maybe he never recovered from that. But if he was someone who was going the Jonte Porter route, there is evidence, at least circumstantial, because he was awful last year.
He was awful. That would be my number one target. After I saw that game, he'd be my number one target on a game.
Well, he's on the list. They just haven't found anything as of yet.
Well,
No
I
connecting.
got the proof watching the highlights.
Well, I don't know if Terry Rozier has had any financial issues. There was like some random woman on Instagram who said she was in a relationship with him, maybe with Twitter, who said, yeah, Terry's about that gambling life. So I'm not sure, but they have not proven anything yet. So he's still innocent. He's not under the Jonte Porter, Malik Beasley categories, but he could get there. Still open for investigation.
Yeah, he could get there. I think he absolutely. I think there's plenty of proof. I think I would just arrest him now.
You are someone who likes to jump to that guy. That guy did it.
Yeah. If it's right there in front of your face, what do we have? We don't need replay.
Well,
stop. Okay, I've got it right there.
Well, Ben Simmons is bad, and no one's accusing him of the gambling. He's just bad.
Are you sure? He's not under investigation.
No one as of yet has accused him of anything.
No, but you don't know. He might be under investigation.
He's one of those that plays so bad that you're just like, yeah, he's mentally broken, and has been for several years.
Or he's gambling on the other team.
No, he's just mentally broken.
I don't want to assume anything.
How could he make enough money?
Yes, you
do. Have you seen his contract? You can't pay him enough money to embarrass himself for the rest of his life. How much? He's an embarrassment for the rest of his life.
I embarrass myself every day here for a lot less.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. If you had a lot more, you might not do that.
Okay. No, I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are more than welcome to do that. We had the All-Star game last night, came down to a swing-off for the first time ever, and Kyle Schwarber was the hero. I don't know. You shouldn't. I don't know. If I was, I would have put up some better. But that's true. Everybody was gone already, though. Yeah. Aaron Judge wasn't around anymore.
A lot of starters had already vacated, not just the building, the city.
Yeah, right. They were already on their private jets
back to wherever they wanted to go.
That's the problem with having you guys having all
that money. They can't hang around.
Yeah, they used to have to hang around and wait for a flight.
Not anymore. I gotta get to Tulum before Friday's game. An Astro could say, you know what? I'm flying out Tuesday night. Hunter Brown should have left right after he got introduced. I'm gonna fly out to wherever I want to hang out. Be back in town on Friday, or go fly to Seattle for the game. Whenever he has to get back in. Get 3 days in, or at least 2.5 or something like that of vacation time.
Should just go straight to Coeur d'Alene and play golf for a couple days, and then and then meet the team. Meet
Coeur
the guys.
d'Alene, isn't that where the firefighters just got shot?
Yeah. It's
I talked to my son, who's a firefighter about it. They had to have it was an ambush, a setup just to kill firefighters.
Yeah, it was bad.
And this guy had to. So I talked to Drake. He's like, well, we had a meeting about it, and we talked about what you do, but it's not like everyone's just running around with guns on the firefight. Like, there's only so much we can actually do. I said, yeah, I'm hoping that doesn't happen. But a buddy of mine who
hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, that you going to stop a fire and someone starts shooting at you. But my buddy who was on way back when I was in college, my buddy Joe Cooper was working on Tulane, or he was working for the New Orleans. One of the things he had to do in medical school is he had to work on an ambulance. And he said he was about to do a shift, and they were like, dude, we were out at Desire Projects. They started shooting at us. What? Wait, excuse me? I didn't sign up for what's that? He goes, I don't know. We were helping out a gang member, I guess, and they didn't want us helping the gang member, and they started shooting at us. So we had to get out of there. We threw them in the thing real fast, and not on the gurney. They just tossed the body in get him in.
Yeah.
You had to slink off behind and they're like, this wasn't what we signed up for.
My nephew is a fireman in Chicago, and he says the worst thing is you have really obese people that can't move.
Oh yeah.
And you're up in their apartment, and you got to carry them downstairs.
No, they said it takes 6 to 7 sometimes for some of the like it's not, you have to have a lot of firefighters on the scene because you don't know what you're going to run into.
Right.
Because you may have to have that.
Yep. He said that's the worst part of the job is carrying these people down the stairs. That's not I ain't doing all that. I'm sorry.
You're not going to be a firefighter.
You didn't have
No.
You're not really called to be.
You're
not called to help people.
What did you know what? I was on the phone with the doctor, and he'd say, what did the doctor say? He said, you're going to die. Okay. Sorry. But we're not going to be able to get you downstairs.
No, you can't. That's not a profession for you. Like if firefighters need an MC, John will do that. He's more than willing to be an MC
make fun of him.
Yeah.
He'll MC an event making fun of him
for charity.
Well,
sure,
look at all these firefighters here.
Yeah.
Guess somebody's going to burn to a crisp while you're all sitting here eating this rubber chicken.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
I beat that guy out of money at Texas Card House. I recognize you.
John would go dark and be like, yeah, I see the stats. Like one out of every 4 of you is a potential arsonist.
Yeah.
You got to be careful, though. Firefighters are not really to be trifled with.
No.
They're wired a little differently.
They're badasses.
There's a fire. I need to run into that fire.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's how you know people are like, yeah, they're just wired a little different.
Different. All right. 713-780-3776.
They don't scare easy.
My air conditioner is wired different today because of Air Team. At the house yesterday, installing a new air conditioner. Air Team. Listen, there's nobody else I would call. I love what they did for me last time. Love what they did for me this time as well. It's Air Team is just the place to go to get your air con. I'm telling you. I love what Air Team did for me. You will love what Air Team is going to do for you. Let them Air Team come to your home. Do some preemptive work, okay? There is you may have some problems with your air conditioner right now. It's running 24/7. It's ridiculous, okay, how hard that thing is working in this heat, and you haven't done anything with it. When was the last time you checked your air conditioner? When is the last time that you checked what's going on with it? Have you done any work on your air conditioner at all? If you haven't, you need Air Team at your home. Hurry. They'll come for a low price. They'll check out the system, make sure the Freon, make sure all the wiring, make sure the fan, make sure the compressor, make sure that's cleaned out, all of it. 713-936-5346. Tell them that you heard it right here on ESPN 97.5, and they will come and if you need a new air conditioner, well, I just love what they did for me, and I know they'll do it for you too. 713-936-5346 or airteamltd.com. You told him that. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number. I found some. I'm just looking through. I love looking through preseason stuff and fantasy and all that. Easiest fantasy wide receiver strength of schedule. The Titans have the best, easiest, the easiest.
So they also have a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, right.
I mean, unless Cam Ward becomes now, I guess after Jaden Daniels, you kind of have to say, well, maybe, but I don't know. We'll see if Cam Ward's ready for that. Jacksonville has a little bit of defense. Houston's got a good defense.
What kind of season do you think Cam's having, though? Rookie year.
He makes a
Calvin
lot of
Ridley's
he takes
his
a
best.
lot of unfortunate sacks, and he'll make some throws that he has no business making. He's talented.
I don't have much faith in Titans. Not in year one.
I mean, it can't be a Jaden Daniels kind of thing.
I don't think there is enough around him for that to happen.
No.
Although we didn't think much of the Commanders until Jaden Daniels did what he did. Speaking to them, Terry McLaurin probably going to be a holdout.
Yeah.
He's not thrilled with the progress of their contract negotiations. But, you mentioned Calvin Ridley, and that's about it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, any other players you can say that would help the quarterback out on that roster right now, that off the top of your head? Yeah, I don't think it's great. I don't know. Did they do enough in the offseason to help a rookie quarterback? Because we know the Texans already had Nico. They drafted Tank Dell as another weapon, and they brought in Dalton Schultz as well to help their quarterback. I don't know if the Titans did that, which might lead to a tough start.
Tyler Lockett,
Well, they
Van
did.
Jefferson.
The problem for the Titans is they're one of those places where washed receivers go to, die pretty much.
Yep.
So Tyler Lockett's a good vet. How much does he have left, though?
Tony Pollard and Ty J. Spears are the running backs.
I mean, for the Titans, can he be worse than Will Levis? Probably not. But what does that get you in year one?
Vrabel's a good coach, though.
Well, Vrabel's in New England. You're talking about Brian Callahan now.
Well,
Yeah.
New England is a favorite
Brian
over
Callahan.
New England
Yeah.
is a favorite over Miami to beat. New England is like the second favorite in that division.
Because of
Vrabel and
Vrabel.
what? Because of Drake May?
They did
I mean,
spend
they
a lot
have
of money.
added some
Stephon
Milton
Diggs.
Williams, Stephon Diggs. They gave him a
Yeah.
pretty sassy contract. I was a little surprised about that.
Second,
I mean, right after you get off the boat with the Tussie, whatever you call it, and the first thing you think is, let's give him a 3-year.
Well, they gave that to him first, to be fair.
Yeah, I know, but was it just
Yeah.
finalized because it was recently? I mean, it was already out there, but then it just got.
well, you
didn't it
couldn't. No,
recently
they
get-
couldn't sign it until a certain date. Remember, they had the money, but then they couldn't
until the league cleared him.
Until the league new
Oh, okay.
season, new. Yeah.
I don't feel great about that contract, to be perfectly honest with you.
The second easiest wide receiver strength of schedule is 49ers, then the Jags, the Raiders, and then the Texans. Fifth easiest wide receiver strength of schedule. So, okay. And I just saw there's a list here of wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2. And so Jamar Chase and T. Higgins is the best combination, wide receiver 1 and 2. The Texans are Nico Collins and
They're going to say Christian Kirk, aren't they?
they are not.
Oh, I would say Jaden Higgins.
You think he's going to have more catches than Christian Kirk?
Yeah, I said the other day I thought so. Christian Kirk's hurt all the time. Show me a year Christian Kirk's not hurt. And
Yeah.
even when he's not, one thing that we saw is that I think CJ in the past looks at outside receivers more than slot receivers. Well, I don't actually. Well, I know. I don't know how they're going to use Jaden Higgins. Could end up.
Jaden
Okay,
Higgins
how often-
is Nico Collins 2.0.
If they don't go 11 personnel, is Higgins even going to be on the field? 11 personnel is 3 wide receivers. If they go 2 tight ends, probably Kirk is on the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably Kirk is on the field and not Jaden Higgins. You probably have to be an 11
But there's a lot
personnel,
of
which I
snaps.
think will be their
They'll
base.
go. There's a lot of snaps.
Yeah, I think that will be their base. I think they'll have more snaps out of 11 than anything. Obviously, most NFL teams do. And once again, 11 means one running back, one tight end. And so that leaves 3 wide receivers. There's 5 skill positions other than quarterback. So if you hear 2, the first one is running back, second one's tight end.
Right.
So if you're 21, that means 2 running backs, 1 tight end. Obviously, it leaves 2 wide receivers. Just a heads up for when you hear the phrase 11 personnel. 12 personnel is a 2 tight end set. The Texans will run some 12 personnel. I don't know what percentage. We don't know this. So I asked James Gladstone, who's the GM of the Jaguars, I ran into him in Dallas this week at the O-line Masterminds. And he goes, have you had a chance to talk to Nick Caley? I said, no, I have not. I said, what do you think of Caley? He goes, man, high energy. He said, he's a good guy, good coach, very high energy, takes a lot of stuff from Sean McVay. I'm like, well, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that he takes a lot of stuff from Sean McVay. He goes, also a New England guy. He made a point of saying that. He's a New England guy too. And I said, I noticed that we're kind of slowly Popovich was a New England guy too. Like I'm noticing a big New England guy thing starting to load up here. Andrews, not
Jake Andrews.
Jake Andrews. Is it Andrews?
Center, yeah.
Yeah. Guess where he came from?
Yeah. Yeah.
New England.
Yeah. So
we're getting kind of New England-y a little bit.
We used to be Denver South. Now we are.
Well, we were New England under Bill O'Brien too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we were.
But we're trying to bring some of the New England back.
Don't like it. Don't like that part
Nick
of the
Caserio
equation.
is going to go with what he knows.
I'd lean more into San Francisco, although they tried that with Sloak and it didn't work. So now it's just Caley.
So wide receiver 1 and 2, some interesting thing. Oh, well, target 1 and target 2. They got George Kittle being the number 1 target for San Francisco this year with Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is making a lot of noise, wants out. He wants $20 million a year. He is probably going to be gone. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't trade him now. If they wouldn't trade him now. He's
kind of important for them though, but how much are you worth? You know what I mean? Like you got your value after you have a quarterback that gets paid a ton, a defensive end. Like at some point you got to say, can we replace this guy with someone cheaper? The answer is yes, you can.
Yep.
You may have short-term, it may hurt you short-term, but this is the problem you get into with the high dollar top 5 positions, which is left tackle, pass rusher, cornerback, wide receiver, quarterback, is that everyone else, if you're not a wide receiver 1, I mean, you better be real careful about how much of a pain in the ass. It's one thing for Trey Hendrickson to be a pain about his contract. If you're Jennings, easy now.
Yeah.
Easy. I mean, unless you want to get out of there because they're not going to, you can be replaced and for cheaper. So you got to be careful about complaining about your contract too much.
That's interesting. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, probably the best. Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. They got Travis Hunter as the number 2 target in Jacksonville. Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter.
I mean, if they're playing both ways.
If he's playing both ways all the time, though, I don't know. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith.
So they are going to be like they are playing him. They're going to play him 2 ways, and they're really locking in on his. They're locking in on his wide receiver stuff right now. But they do plan on playing him 2 ways, from what I was told, and they also know he's got a lot of work to do. Like they'll tell you openly in Jacksonville, technique is not good at wide receiver or corner, which I saw on tape. But they'll say the same thing. He's got a lot of technique stuff to work on. Here's the dirty little secret. He's so talented and so athletic that even if the technique's not great, he's still going to be productive. It's not going to matter.
Yeah.
Like he's really good. He's really good. I think he could be an all-pro cornerback.
What did you see? They got Ladd McConkey 1 and Trey Harris 2. What did you see of Trey Harris?
Love Trey Harris. Trey Harris is officially holding out because of the second round thing. Trey Harris, I was surprised. Like, I think on tape, Trey Harris is a borderline first rounder. He's big. He's really physical after the catch. They use him on a lot of vertical stuff, but he ran on a 4.5s. He's not a fast guy, but when you're running that Ole Miss vertical stuff, you look faster because you get a lot of one-on-ones. And he's one of those guys like Nico Collins. You throw it to him, he's physical at the catch point. But they threw him a lot of hitches, and once he got the ball in his hands, he turned into an aggressive runner, like really physical. So he's one of those guys that can get the tough catches. I like Trey Harris. I like him a lot. I like him in that offense because I think he'll get, 65 catches this year as a rookie. He'll get the little hitches and go get, on 3rd and 5, they'll throw a 3-yard pass to him and let him try to drag guys forward for a couple I was surprised he went in what? Did he end up going to 2nd or 3rd?
Second, huh?
Yeah, I had a 2nd-round grade on him. I thought he would go based on some of the teams I talked to. I thought he'd go in a 3rd, but I like him, man. He's big, physical, came from La Tech and then made his way over to Ole Miss. And sometime when you see those guys, you watch them and you go, okay, you can see that they're really more La Tech guys, like they're productive, but you don't know if they really have the traits to be big time NFL players. He's one that I think has what it takes because he's tough as crap. Nico Collins should be the perfect example to everyone. Nico, he just didn't have a lot of snaps. I mean, he only played 1 year at Michigan and he had the COVID year. But Nico, if you're big and physical and tough, man, you can play in the NFL. We saw that with DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins couldn't run, but DeAndre Hopkins could separate with his hands, with his body,
contended catches,
and his hand. Yeah, I mean, his hand strength was so good.
Mhm.
It's some of the greatest that I've ever seen in my life. Where he's going to go down as some of the strongest hands we've ever seen. Who was a better all-time wide receiver? Take the emotion out of it. It's a harder question. Andre Johnson or DeAndre Hopkins?
Andre Johnson.
You still going Andre?
Yes.
A lot of drops.
Yep. Andre Johnson. Andre was,
Statistically,
longer.
Dre is not going to be in the same position to have all the catches.
No. And DeAndre had better quarterback play. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But
for part of it, he had Deshaun, and there was a time Deshaun was pretty good. It's hard to remember.
Really?
That. Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yep.
I don't remember.
For like
I don't believe
3 years with the Texans.
No one knows that. You don't know. You don't know that. No one knows that. Brad, let's get it. Oh, should we do it or we got to take a break? Let's take a break. We'll get Brad on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Right now, though, we got John Daspit.
Yeah. John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer who makes sure that your family is taken care of. What happens if you're in an accident on the roadways? Maybe you are working at a job that is, got some danger to it. As long as everyone does their job, everything's fine. But what happens when someone's negligent or something breaks down and you lose an arm, you lose a leg, you lose your life? Who is it who you're going to trust and that your family can trust to get the type of settlement that they will need now that the breadwinner is gone, now that you are out of the picture, either as a worker or in general? We need someone like John Daspit because John Daspit and his law firm, they're going to fight for not only every medical bill that you're going to have, which is going to be substantial, obviously, if you have loss of limb, for example. That's going to be substantial, and it's going to be something that there's going to be care necessary potentially for the rest of your life. John Daspit's going to make sure that is accounted for. He's also going to make sure that the pain and suffering is something that's accounted for as well. If there's loss of life, you need to have that accounted for when it comes to the settlement. And John Daspit is going to do just that for your family. He's a name you need to know. You need to have it in your phone in case something ever happens. Even if it never happens now, you need to have it set up and ready to go. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or just go to the website for more information right now and to really familiarize yourself with John Daspit. It's daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brad wanted to get in here. We mentioned that before we took a break, so let's get him in right away. Brad, how are you doing?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
So I heard y'all talk about Terry Rozier earlier, and I've always had this take. With the prevalence of sports gambling now, obviously the players want to get involved. They should allow them to gamble, but only on one bet. It's for your team to cover. No props, nothing. Just your team to cover. That's the only bet you're allowed to place. And NBA regular season might get a whole lot more competitive. There's a couple $100,000 on each side of the court playing, betting on the game. What y'all think?
Well, here's the problem. You're associating with gamblers, or you're gambling. You get yourself in trouble. You bet too much. Now all of a sudden you owe. Now all of a sudden you start,
and you make a very public $50,000 bet on yourself, and then behind the scenes you make a $200,000 the other way.
Or
you're covered.
Yeah. Or
there's a lot of stuff.
Or you get yourself in trouble, and you gotta find your way out of it. And how you find your way out of it is throwing games.
Just because you're betting, it doesn't. Well, but that could be an issue at any point. But
that's a big reason guys do throw.
But
games.
You know what is interesting? though? Boxing and UFC, like those guys can bet on their fights.
Yeah, and golf
you
can
know
bet
that?
on yourself too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting. I mean, it speaks to the point of what he was just talking about is, you can bet on yourself in boxing and UFC. You said in golf, you can do it as well. I mean, golf, there's no real benefit.
I don't think that there's any, I've heard of guys doing it. I'm not sure that there's any rule against it. Maybe they do it secretly or whatever. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't be able to bet on yourself if you're golfing. I mean,
yeah,
you're now betting on other guys is what could be a problem. I'm betting on the guy I'm playing with on Sunday afternoon in the final pairing. That's a problem. That would be a problem for me.
Yeah, I mean, there's always some issues, but that's why they don't want to even open it up even one little bit. You know what I mean? They don't want to open up gambling one small little bit for betting on yourself, betting against yourself. Because how do you really track it? I mean, how are you going to really track it? You think everything is through legal gambling that is tracked? And like, no, it's not.
No, but Vegas, if you bet through Vegas, then but there's a lot of places that you can bet that nobody would find out, obviously. Or you could have somebody else betting it for you. If somebody you trust is betting on you, or how do you know your brother bets on you? Hey, that's my brother. He can do whatever he wants. He can bet on me, and maybe it's your money.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there's a bunch of that goes on. And as long as you're betting on yourself, if you're betting on the other guy, then that's a problem. We got a little bit of a problem here.
Yeah.
713-780-3776, the number. Would you bet this parlay? Here's a parlay a guy put in. Ravens to make the playoffs, Chiefs to make the playoffs, Eagles, Niners, Bengals, Texans, Buccaneers, Bills, Chargers, Rams, Lions.
So that's every team.
Vikings.
He's trying to get every team.
Every team. $160 wager wins $51,000.
No.
Would you pick every playoff? You every year somebody comes out of nowhere and makes the playoffs.
You know what? I'm thinking about it, but the Lions still have Dan Campbell. Goff's still a good player. Amon-Ra St. Brown. They got Aiden Hutchinson back. They may not fall off. I'm of the mind. I just have a feeling that J.J. McCarthy. Now, we got to remember, he's still a rookie. He didn't play last year. He didn't get so, but I just feel like O'Connell is a really good play caller, and maybe Minnesota will have enough. I think Green Bay makes it. So that would ruin that whole thing.
Yeah.
But I do like, so they have the Chiefs. See, I could see a scenario. I think I could see a scenario where the Broncos and Chargers make it, but
the Chargers are.
He's got
the
Chargers in there.
Yep.
So he has Bengals though, right?
He has the Bengals
instead of the Steelers.
Yep. He's got the Ravens and the Bengals.
I mean, it's a lot of favorites. Basically, he's just taking all the favorites.
He's got basically the playoffs from last year, no?
Yeah, it's all the favorites. Every one of those teams is the favorites. So I don't know. It never happens like that.
It doesn't.
Somebody's
There's
coming
always
up.
surprise teams that get in there. Always surprise
And
teams.
Denver wouldn't be a huge surprise team. They're actually kind
No.
of one of the favorites to get in. But the surprise team could. Well, so the Chargers are not really. I mean, the
49ers didn't make it last year. They were bad.
Does he have 49ers
He's
in there?
got the 49ers in there. He's also got the Rams in there.
Could Arizona make it?
I don't know.
No, I don't like
the
that.
49ers healthy. You got to like the 49ers in that division.
Yeah, I guess.
Um,
Although I will say typically you do see the 49ers after a bad year, they come back strong the next year.
yeah. I mean, he does. That's what he does. Did you see the picture of McVay 8 years ago when he started and today? And then Kyle Shanahan 8 years ago and what he looks like today?
Shanahan's aged.
Shanahan has aged.
He's had some real ups.
Now,
and downs.
McVay has not because he's got a super hot Russian wife, right? Is she Russian?
I like to
NFL head
spit
coach.
in his mouth while he sleeps.
Yeah, you said
I
that.
didn't say that.
You did say that.
There's no proof.
No, there's absolute proof right there.
That's AI. It's a deep fake.
I like to
NFL head
spit
coach.
in his mouth while he sleeps.
That's a deep fake.
And
you
that's
can
not
tell
a deep fake.
because the audio
That's
doesn't
a
sound
real
clean.
audio. That's real audio of Lance Zierlein
The audio-
hating him because of his beautiful
At the time, model girlfriend.
model girlfriend.
It just seems like he had too
It's
many
too
good
good.
things are happening to
He's
him.
got
all at
great
once.
hair.
Yeah, he's just had a great run, and he's like a less maniacal John Gruden, but he's still a little bit maniacal. But he's got so much John Gruden to him.
Yeah.
The way he talks, his energy level, his age when he started, how he came up. Like Sean McVay and John Gruden are extraordinarily similar.
Would Sean McVay bark?
No.
Like Gruden
See, and there's
would?
the difference.
Yeah.
Is he's a little unhinged. Like John. So is he even married? He's not married, is he?
Who?
Yeah, they married.
John. No.
Sean
No.
McVay?
No.
Oh, John
John
Gruden?
Gruden.
Oh, I don't know that.
No one would know. He's just kind of married to the game, isn't he?
No one
He's
knows.
married to football.
He's
Sean McVay, we know, like they took the same path and then they diverged at
He has
one
a
went
wife.
all in football and the other one said, I'm all in football, but I'm going to make time for a Russian model.
He's married to the game and his wife, Cindy.
Wouldn't even know. So tell me what Peyton Manning's wife looks like, Del.
No idea.
Never seen her, have you?
Nope.
I've
I don't
never seen Peyton Manning's wife.
Well, he keeps his family private, That's,
In a dungeon?
no,
You don't
In a
NFL
well?
players don't ever you never see an NFL player's wife? Why would you keep your wife private?
Because of idiots, because people. Yeah.
Why would you keep her private unless you
Does
don't want the internet saying stuff about it? or
Yes.
something on a,
Does
in a
she have an Instagram? I don't know that. I don't know anything
picture?
about.
There's no chance.
Does
She
she?
has a Finsta.
You think she goes on Instagram on their fake
It's just
account?
like, Peyton, I don't need you having an Instagram with your name on it, but if you want to look at maybe recipes or something, there's always Pinterest.
Do you think he just
Or
runs?
you can do a Finsta and just
Why does he sound
follow
like
people.
John Rocker now?
Because that's how Peyton kind of talks. He's kind of rockery.
Hmm.
Tennessee, Atlanta.
I don't know
something.
that he has that in him where he just orders his wife around and tells
Yeah.
her what
I'm
he
just
can
saying,
and can't do.
I've never seen her. Most other wives are at Gantt. You see them, they got bedazzled stuff.
Well,
going
you
and
see
having-
Taylor Swift and you see
No, you see wives.
Brittany Mahomes.
No, you see wives. You see
Who? What
most
wives?
wives aren't hidden. John,
Well-
he's been in the public spotlight since
Yeah, but
Since-
Jared Goff's wife, you know her. She's a model.
you've seen Kurt Warner's wife.
They
You've
want
seen
you to.
quarterback's wife. You see them all.
That's
Well,
true.
yes, Matthew Stafford's wife. You
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
her.
you see all
I
quarterbacks'
know
wives.
Kyle Juszczyk's wife.
Who?
I know Kyle
Yeah.
Juszczyk's wife. Yeah.
One of the only
Yeah, but she
wives I've
bedazzles everything. Doesn't she?
Kinda,
one of the
yes.
only wives I've never seen, and I don't know that I've seen Eli Manning's wife.
Same.
actually.
I don't know that he's married.
Hey,
I
the
guess he
Mannings
is.
keep their wives in the background. Okay?
Clearly.
You think they learned that from Archie?
Well, I don't know. I saw
No.
Archie came to Houston. He brought his wife with him. That was very nice that they came together. But you never saw Archie's wife when back in the day.
Is
I mean,
Peyton
the
Manning
Mannings
married?
are like, hey, it's a man's world.
I mean,
Okay.
I mean, you don't need to
Well, like,
hide. There's
when-
no reason to hide that.
When
No,
Eli,
I mean,
What's the
he shouldn't be
internet gonna do
He
to
shouldn't
her?
be ashamed of her.
Well, no, what's the internet gonna do to him? Like, it's just, I don't know. It seems strange to me that
well, there are a lot of pictures of Eli with his wife out
And
and
there's
about.
pictures with Peyton too.
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Yeah. I mean, but the
just
Mannings
family.
know, they're like, we know where a woman belongs. Okay?
now
I
see,
don't see what you're
now
doing
you
there.
did do it. You did actually do it. You said, "Hey, Peyton, they just don't want to put them out there because of the internet." And they're like, "Get in the kitchen, woman." I see what you're doing. You're so easy to goad into telling a woman to make you a sandwich. And by the way,
John's like,
by
I
the way,
make the sandwich.
Kate McLean, a
Oh,
top
she's making
one
us
of the
sandwiches.
best,
Oh,
one of the best
hot
chefs in the
dogs.
city.
Hot dogs. There
It's-
is a hot dog a sandwich.
No, it's not. John's like, less Sophie's, more sausage and gravy. He's doing. Hey,
Less
woman.
selfies.
Hey,
Why
woman.
don't you take a picture of what you?
Of
Why
what
don't you
you're
take
cooking.
a picture of what you're making?
Yeah.
And the ironic thing is, I'm the sandwich maker
Well,
in my
yeah.
house.
You're the
Oh,
Wendy's
yeah.
the breadwinner.
That is the
Oh,
ironic
That
thing.
is. She doesn't cook.
A lot of talk when Wendy can't hear you from LA.
That's right. That's right, woman.
You see, she doesn't stream. She has
No.
an Android.
No, she's sleeping.
Well, you
It's
can
it's
stream on the
6:30.
Android now.
She's
Yeah, it's
probably
early.
getting
Even
up.
at 6:30,
Probably getting up now. Yeah, probably.
she's in the news business.
The summer circuit continues tomorrow. Okay, you want to win a Power On electric bicycle from you want to win an e-bike from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value, 2 of them. You win 2. We're giving away a pair, $4,000 value. You got to get to McCormick and Schmick's tomorrow to register at our promo table. All right, they're going to be there from noon until 6 at McCormick and Schmick, Town and Country location, on the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. 713-780-3776, the number to get in here with
Holy
us on
crap.
ESPN 97.5.
How many
92.5.
kids do you think Eli Manning has?
40.
7 kids.
He's got 7?
Yeah.
Eli, ease up.
Him and Phillip Rivers
It feels like a
connected in all ways.
Yeah. They got, between them, they got like 20 kids.
Oh.
We got break. Keith, you're on the other side. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Keith is up next. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. College football 6 weeks out. I'm looking at Vanderbilt's schedule. They had a great year last year. They beat Alabama, won the bowl game. The quarterback's back. With the playoff expansion, I'm looking at the schedule. Vanderbilt could be 5-0 heading into a colossal rematch against Bama with an unproven quarterback. I'm kind of seeing, say they lose to Texas. Obviously, Texas is a favorite. Is Vanderbilt, is 10-2 crazy? Like, with that quarterback and that team, I think they maybe drop one to LSU and Texas, but they should beat Bama, Missouri, South Carolina. They avoid Georgia and Ole Miss. Tennessee loses their quarterback. They've got some cupcakes early, plus a Utah State. I think Vanderbilt could be 10-2 heading into the college football playoff.
Is a 10-2 Vanderbilt team in the playoff?
Why would we say Vanderbilt's going to be 10-2? You really want to go down this road?
Well, let's see. So yeah, Vanderbilt, Charleston Southern, at Virginia Tech, at South Carolina. I don't love Vanderbilt at South Carolina, Keith. Georgia State, okay. Utah State, okay. Alabama. You think they're 5-0? You think they beat South Carolina and South Carolina?
What is he talking about? That's why I'm like, why are you?
I think they could be 4-1 if they beat Alabama again at Alabama. Nah.
You're not beating Alabama in a
LSU,
revenge game, and you're not beating South Carolina.
I don't think you're beating Missouri.
What are we talking about?
At
here?
Texas, Auburn,
no,
Kentucky, at Tennessee. Come on, Keith.
Well, they can probably beat Kentucky and Auburn at home, but at Tennessee,
at Alabama, revenge game, Texas,
and they're
LSU,
not a lot. They're not a lock to beat.
Like, what is Keith talking about?
They're not a lock to beat Va Tech on the road at night. And
I know that's not an easy game.
No, and Missouri.
Yeah, if they're 10-2, put them in a play. As a matter of fact, give them the national championship if they're 10-2. Don't even have a playoff.
Keith, slow your roll on Vanderbilt football right now. I know Diego Pavia is good now. He's really good. And he's a lot of fun. They had some upsets. They won a bowl game. You know what? They could go back to a bowl game this year at 7-5. I can see it. But 10-2, come on. They got LSU, Tennessee, South Carolina, Texas, Alabama, at Alabama. Come on, Keith. Pick it up. Pick up your game, Keith.
Come on, Keith.
Come on, Keith.
Do not try to kill this segment off with Vanderbilt talk and how, guys, I could see them going to the playoffs. Like, what?
Yeah, Keith, you should have called in at about like 9:07 when Lance is eyeing a hot dog like it's the last thing he'll ever eat.
Now, kill that. Now, we can take care of that segment. Yeah.
All right.
Actually, call back in, Keith. We're going to give you a segment.
At 9:05.
We'll turn the microphone. Do you know what I did? I remember at 1560 one day, you were gone. And I think KJ was, I can't remember who it was. And there was somebody who could talk on the phone forever and ever and ever. And I remember I literally got up and left and went and used the bathroom and came back and they were still talking, just to make a point about this person will talk the longest.
I remember that.
Anybody I've ever seen. Yeah.
Was it an interview?
No. And actually, I think I told them I was leaving and I needed them to keep on talking. It was something I was doing on purpose. Maybe it was KJ who was talking, because I remember telling him, hey, I got to go do something. So here's what it was. I was doing the afternoon show because Johnny Harris was on vacation and Sean was on vacation and Johnny Harris couldn't make it in because something happened. He had traffic or something. So I was up here. So I had to do the show. So I'm doing their show by myself. And, I'm calling in like, hey, you guys want to call in? And I said, hey, I got to use the bathroom. Why didn't somebody call in and just talk for about 5 minutes? And I think it was KJ called in and I said, okay, you ready? I'm going to give it to you.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you know when I'm back. And they just started talking. That was kind of how 1560 was, though.
Well, we
would do things like that.
Well, Keith, I'm sure, could do it.
No, Keith could do it. Keith's pretty good at sports.
Yeah.
Keith could 100% do it.
So is that Keith? Keith
Yes,
fell back.
Keith is
I put
arguing.
Keith
Just
back
put him
on.
on.
He can
Let him-
defend himself. He can defend himself.
No,
Yeah.
he can't. You know why? Because he tried to tell me that at South Carolina is a coin flip game for Vanderbilt.
No, it's not.
Oh, come on.
So he can't defend himself, actually.
Are we just doing this all because of Diego Pavia?
I guess so.
Well, I don't know if you heard. South Carolina's got a pretty good quarterback.
Well, that's Keith's argument. No,
Yeah.
they can. That's not a coin flip. It could be an upset if you want to say that, but
South Carolina's not a
that's
coin
not
flip.
a coin flip game.
No, Derek, that's a good program. That's a very good program right now. And they've got a really good quarterback. LSU found that out last year. Holy crap, he was good. That team's pretty good. That ain't an easy place to play at all. No, Vanderbilt ain't going there and winning. But if they do, Keith's going to call. Keith's calling in.
He'll call in either way, but I wouldn't have chosen Vanderbilt as my team, my dark horse to make the playoff, considering what they have to go through.
How about South Carolina? That's a dark horse.
Not even a dark horse at this point, considering how close they were last year. All of Vanderbilt's tough games are on the road.
Yeah, at Alabama,
at Tennessee, at South Carolina. Oh, they do have LSU at home and Missouri, but they've got the top of the SEC on the road.
Yeah,
that's not a good formula to go 10-2.
Well, they don't have Georgia, they don't have Florida, but they still they ain't going 10-2, Keith. They ain't going 10-2, brother. All right, 8:43, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's take one more call, and then when we come back, I want to hear C.J. Gardner-Johnson talking about leaving, why he left Philadelphia. We'll do that. But first, let's get Pena in here. Hey, Pena.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just wanted to call about, I don't know if y'all talked about Teddy Bridgewater getting suspended by Miami Northwestern.
Yeah.
I think that's so BS, man. He's trying to make a difference for his players, trying to help them out. Yeah, I understand some of them get paid, but I think it's BS. He's just making a difference, and you're going to punish him. If I was one of his players, I would sit. I would try to get all the other players to sit because that's just BS, man. Thank y'all. Have a great week.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, Pena. The problem with it is that other coaches don't have Teddy Bridgewater money. So that's a big advantage for Teddy Bridgewater to get players to go there because he's paying for all their stuff. If you fundraise, if you raise funds and you do it that way, that's one thing. But a coach paying his players is another. I don't know. I'm torn on it. I agree. And probably a lot of poor kids there. He's paying for meals. He's paying for camps. He's paying for Ubers for them. It's a conundrum because other coaches in the league are going, I don't have Teddy Bridgewater money. I don't have that NFL check. I never got that NFL check. How can I compete with that? So, yeah, it's a problem. At first, I looked at it, I said, are you kidding me?
Well, no.
The guy's helping kids?
Common sense is, we all like suspended.
Yeah.
Feels like a little much, but I understand the sentiment behind it is, okay, well, it is a tremendous advantage he has over others. And in the way that players move schools, it can turn into a recruiting advantage too.
Well, you're right. And he's got Teddy Bridgewater name on top of the money.
Yeah.
He's a legend.
Which is already a benefit.
Which that he can use. He can't use his money.
He's a legend down there for what he did, and obviously playing in the NFL.
I don't feel bad for him doing what he did.
No.
What he did was awesome.
So KJ has confirmed it was him.
Yeah, it was him that called in, and I said, I need someone to talk for about 5 minutes. I need to use the bathroom. And it was KJ. And I don't even know what he said. I just went and used the bathroom. I went and used the bathroom, and I think I got something to eat or drink. I just knew KJ could hold it down. I think Keith could do that.
I think Keith.
I think if we needed 5 good minutes, Keith is the guy.
Now
that we could put
talk
on.
About backup quarterbacks getting signed.
Could we leave Israel on the air for 5 minutes and not start
I don't know.
something? I just think that'd be too dangerous.
I think without the backstop of yelling at you, I don't know if he can go for 5 minutes.
And I never hear it because I'm never even here.
Yeah, but without you being a point of contention for him, I'm not sure he can do just 5 minutes without you being the focus.
That's a good point. It'd have to be 5 minutes of.
Well, he could just still talk about all the crappy stuff Lance says.
Airing of grievances.
There's
with
a lot
Reed
of
Shepherd.
There's a lot.
There's a lot of things.
There's a lot of good stuff. I'm sure he could do 5 minutes.
I hear rustling out there.
On Lance.
I hear like rustling out there, which might suggest there's food in the
building.
building.
Time to talk about Champion Energy. Yeah. Kate McLean is coming by from Tony's, and this has been the most exciting day we've had in a while here. It's a post All-Star show. And Champion Energy, I paid my bill today, as a matter of fact, this morning. And I got to tell you, I can't be happier. Can't be happier with what went on, how great Champion Energy has been for me here in the city of Houston. I think I've been with them for over 17, 18 years. It's just been fantastic. If you're looking for the best way to get your electricity to your home, it's Champion Energy. I'm telling you, champion.energy/1560. They get a hold of you to tell you, hey, your contract is up. We got a better rate. Nobody else does that. They just keep you on that rate as long as they can and charge you more. Champion Energy says, no, we're going to get you that better rate right now. It's what they do. It's what they've been doing. Champion, you want to save some money every month? Champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We'll have this segment, and then Kate is going to join us here on the show. Kate McLean, super chef, unbelievable person, and she's a superstar in the cooking world here, in the chef world here. She was over at Lacheyne's with you, right? That
For
one
Canada Day.
Huh?
Yeah, she was there celebrating Canada Day.
Yeah,
so it's a big deal at Riel. Riel it's a Canadian. It's Louis Riel or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was there, and she's friends with Ryan. And Ryan told me, Ryan's like, she's one of the best cooks in the city.
Yeah.
He goes, there's a lot of guys who can't even cook anymore.
Yeah.
They don't cook. He goes, she's good.
Yeah.
She's really good.
No, she's great. Tony's is and it's just incredible what she's done over at Tony's over these years now. And when she's going to be joining us in a little bit, they've got, if you want to watch the Astros game in a stadium, restaurant stadium setting with all kinds of great ballpark food, then we'll talk to her about that. CJ Gardner-Johnson was on with Ryan Clark on his podcast, and asked about
I don't
why.
like when he's got a mic in front of him.
No, although he had a lot of great things to say about Jalen Petrie and Kalen Bullock. He said he was like, it's, he thinks Petrie could be a linebacker. He thinks Petrie could be.
That's kind of how they play him.
That might, yeah, and if you're short a linebacker with Christian Harris never there,
I thought when he came out of college they might try to pump him up and kind of play him some there.
And now with as many safeties as they got, of course Jimmy Ward won't be there soon,
right?
Because he's never there,
right?
So you're going to have Bullock and you're going to have CJ and you're going to have Petrie, but Petrie can step down, right? So here is CJ Gardner-Johnson talking about why he is no longer in Philadelphia.
Why are you now with Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say be a dog and then it's time to go out there. Hey, we need you. Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me. And I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked. They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum at practice. Nothing. It's just offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live.
Me, I guess.
You telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football? Or you want me to be a leader and outspoken, but then you want me to sit back and just, I'm cool with taking the back seat, but I'm not cool with little things like, okay, I'm misled. I'm confused. I don't understand what you want me to do.
It's just too much. You can just that answer alone. It's just a lot for veterans to deal with. Coaches like, come on.
So
we don't have to make it.
Why
does it have to be so extra in practice?
So this video was put out and somebody had put over it. D'Amico will put up with stuff, but not if you're not putting the team first.
That's true.
And you know what? If in fact, they're competing and they're at practice, of course, no coach wants to see his own guys fighting or whatever. But is CJ Gardner-Johnson going to be disruptive, or is he going to be his competitiveness going to help the team be bigger dogs?
You can't program a dog.
Well, no, you can't program a dog. Really, it's hard to program a dog because they're dogs. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not CJ Gardner-Johnson can make it more than a year in a place, because it seems like every place gets tired of him. Every place gets really tired of him.
You can't program a dog.
No, you can't program a dog. We know that. Thank you, CJ.
I guess. And then we had a scuffle in practice. I guess
I got blamed.
I guess.
I guess I got blamed.
You're 100% the culprit.
All right, we're going to break. When we come back, Chef Kate is going to join us here, and we'll tell you what's going on, how you can enjoy your Astros this summer. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Kate McLean, superstar chef here in the city of Houston at Tony's. And Tony's is doing something different. So you got 20 ball games, but you might even expand it, right?
Can you tell people
Yeah.
on radio how she's dressed?
She's dressed as a referee. She's a ref.
I won't do the whistle, Del.
Well, you can do it.
Can I do the whistle?
Well, you can do the whistle.
Blow the whistle.
So,
Flag on the play.
are you? Wait a minute. This is baseball. And we don't win
out of the
that
way.
anymore.
What do they
she's
say?
okay
What do they
with
say? I know.
So are your waiters and waitresses wearing referee shirts?
No,
Or
we
they took-
we don't have
You don't have
them there yet.
Okay. So you go in the morning and listen to the show on your way in.
I love it.
You do. I love that.
It gives me like 3 LOLs
Why are
before
you
I
there
get in the
so
door.
early?
It's just there are people that are there
never
earlier
watched
than
The
me.
Bear,
So
John?
I've got a good gig showing
do.
up at 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but The Bear doesn't start. They don't open until
Yeah,
night.
y'all
though.
have lunch service.
You have
don't
lunch.
you?
Yeah, we have lunch service.
You have lunch.
Tuesday
Yeah.
through Friday.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
yeah. So that'll be good. How many day games do you have on this deal?
we have I think 3.
3 day games?
Yeah.
So that'll be good.
So we've got Wednesday the 30th against the Nationals at 1. We've got Wednesday the 6th, August 6th, 3:40 against the Marlins.
July 23rd,
And then
2:40
August
against
28th.
the Diamondbacks.
Yes. And then
Yes.
August 28th versus 110 versus the Rockies. But the Yankees game, the Red Sox,
Oh my, that'd be great.
that's going to be rad.
Yeah, yep.
We play the Red Sox 3 times.
That'll be great. So you got all of these on the schedule. There are 20 different games, and who knows? You're going to have ballpark fare with great prices, okay? Nathan's all beef mini hot dogs, which we've already had a couple. We've had the funnel cake, which you brought in, the peanuts, which you brought in, chili cheese fries, which you didn't bring in, which is disappointing to everybody.
No woman rolls around with chili in their car.
It'll stay
Okay.
with you. Okay.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
got it.
Chili doesn't leave easily.
Potato
Impressive
chips.
you even had. Did you have onions that you brought in? chopped
Yeah, she did.
onions?
Oh yeah, but they're sealed.
You're sealed, yeah.
Really
Real
sealed.
sealed.
Yeah, right. Funnel cakes, caramel corn, beers at just $6, right? $6 beers.
That's not
Yes.
ballpark prices.
Is that they're way better than ballpark prices.
No kidding.
Yeah, you got way better prices than ballpark does. And you just want to. Well, Tony's, you're creating an atmosphere that is just fun. That you're just going to be. I've been there before with the music. The thing that me and Lashane, you go to Riel, right? You like Riel, and Lashane does a
Love
great job,
Lashane.
but he doesn't have a TV.
And
So
Michelle.
I get in his kitchen all the time about not having a TV. Tony's has TVs. Okay, so why can't Lashane have TV? Tony's is the
this your
class
personal
of this.
grievances right
Yes,
here?
it
Yeah,
is.
but
Yeah.
Riel is like this beautiful curated space. And
Yeah.
I know like it's okay to have a TV in one of those, but I think it's okay not
No,
to.
You're
it
not going
bothers
to talk
me.
John.
It pisses me off. Okay, so that
They make John makes them go to the. Well, Ryan just does this. He goes. He was telling the table. He's like, every time this scumbag comes in, I got to send somebody down to the convenience store to go get a 12-pack of
Coors Light.
Coors Lights. He goes, because I don't feel like hearing this scumbag make it. I got to be careful I don't cuss. Because but he's like, I got to, so I don't have to hear it. So he's not harassing my staff the whole night because I didn't have his Coors Lights.
And he does. He gets me Coors Lights.
I'm like, is that
Which is-
TABC approved?
Which is
That's
awesome.
funny.
Which is awesome. So what sparked this?
So our sous chef was like, I think we should do something with the Astros to get people in here this summer. You see a lot of restaurateurs this summer on Instagram or whatever, we're all getting very creative to get people into the restaurant. And so Joey, our sous chef, brought that up. And then, it was just this collaboration between our team. And that's where a lot of our ideas are stemmed from, is someone will mention this or they'll want to do this. And then we just kind of collect and plan it and do it. And I'm grateful. It's fun to work with people like that.
That's neat. That is neat. And okay, so great prices, mini hot dogs, salted peanuts, chili cheese fries, potato chips. Is it on the website, the dates that you're going to have?
It's all on the website. And then one other thing I wanted to mention is, has anyone checked themselves into adult daycare? this summer.
Okay.
We're having a daycare.
Wait,
daycare.
what?
Adult daycare.
Yeah.
You've heard of this?
Adult daycare is.
Have your wives signed you up for this? Yeah.
No.
Or have you signed them up for this?
But
Wait. You've heard of this?
Yes, adult daycare.
What is this?
So adult daycare is simple. All right. Just show up at Tony's. Okay. And then as you're ordering wine, you say the password. You say, I'm here for adult daycare. And then we know that any bottle of wine you order, the first bottle, any bottle on our list at any time of day is half off.
What?
Half off. What's your most expensive bottle?
$35,000.
Wait a minute.
Don't tell anyone. Don't profit.
But you have good. You got
17,500. I totally got you.
Well, I got 17,500 off too. Don't forget.
Yeah,
I know it's. You got to write that. You got to scratch that check.
I feel like I got over.
But you also.
But we have beautiful wines for 120 and under. Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Right.
Like,
so you get a great bottle of wine for $60 there, $50.
Yeah.
Right. So that's okay. Adult daycare. That's the password.
That's the password.
For those of you that are going to Tony's. Tony's on Richmond. What's the cross street there?
Timmins.
Timmins, and I mean, it was just It's a minute from my house. It was so awesome to go.
But you don't
to be
drive
able to go
people
there.
home like daycare. Like John is currently driving a bicycle.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I know.
You're scooting, right? Are you bicycling or you're scooting? Okay.
I
All right, cool. I love that.
But we also scoot in.
Do you wear the tight stuff?
No, when he
Okay.
bicycles. But wait a minute.
The outfit?
I don't want to get off the scooter thing quite so fast.
Yeah.
When I called or when we sent the picture, when you and I took the picture at Riel,
yeah,
and sent it to John, I ended up calling him, and because LaShane wanted to talk to him, and John, I would say was drinking pretty good.
Oh yeah, I was pretty.
I'd say you were drinking pretty aggressively.
I was,
and he was on a scooter.
Yeah, we scoot around.
Oh no, yeah, electric scooter.
Ventura Boulevard in Bar Hop.
That's so fun.
It's fun. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun, but there's also going to be an injury.
Danger.
100%.
There's danger.
Yeah.
No one will let you do it. You walk on the street and you're
going to get hurt.
You put yourself in a boot.
You're going to get hurt.
Just hitting a curb, so you can't do it. You can't do it. Oh, we've already had an accident too on the scooter.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, not me. Someone else.
I thought it was the other we.
Someone else. Anyway, it is a great idea. What fun! So you're gonna have stadium seating.
Loungy seating.
What is that? What is loungy seating?
So we bought a sectional couch and then like unsectional it.
Oh,
and then put little just bar tables in there.
And you're gonna have flat screen television.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. Okay. So,
air conditioning.
Yes.
So first.
Oh, you guys have air at Tony's?
We have air.
They have air conditioning at Tony's.
And we keep it really cold.
Yeah, good.
So first come, first serve, or do you have to buy tickets?
No.
No, it's just come.
Just show up.
Just show up. Go to Tony'sHouston.com. What is it?
Tony'sHouston.com.
Tony'sHouston.com and see and you can see the schedule for all the games that they're going to have. Tony'sHouston.com, Tony'sHouston.com, and go eat. And adult daycare as well. Half price on any of your first bottle of wine. Half price on your first bottle of wine at Tony's by saying adult daycare. That is great. That is awesome.
Thanks
but
for
we
having
always
me.
love seeing you. Always love seeing you.
Now wait a minute.
Thank you.
What are your thoughts on Dell?
Yeah. That's
Oh my
right.
gosh. I just learned Dell's last name yesterday because I was listening to your show. Del Olaleye, right?
Olaleye, yeah.
We call him
Olaleye?
ukulele.
That's
So you don't-
that's a
you don't call
beautiful
me
last
that.
name.
Yeah,
Thank
we do.
you.
Beautiful last name.
So what are the
Right.
origins? Are you Hawaiian?
No,
In a way.
my dad's Nigerian, so that's
Nigerian.
where it comes
That's
from.
gorgeous.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you
sorry,
didn't- but
guys.
See, I asked, do you like Dell? And she said, he's got a great last name.
He's got
That's all you need
He
to know.
said
Del.
he's you know what? He's got a great personality. Nah,
I
not
love
really.
Dell's takes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Uh-huh.
Win a
And
win
your
for
show.
Dell. Thank you again. A win for me.
You knew he had a show?
You knew,
She listens.
how did you know?
Yeah.
No one knew that.
It's a mystery.
It's impossible.
I don't know.
to
People call my show, so I know somebody's listening.
It's me.
Thank
so
you.
there it is. There's
Well,
your
she's
listener.
not the one who's calling, so other people are
You
listening to.
found
Me
your
and them.
listener.
Yes, it's Kate and them. Yes.
You found your list.
Call you later.
And
Appreciate
what is your favorite subject that we talk about on the show? Texans, Astros, Rockets.
Non-sports.
I like to listen to your I listen when I work out on your Spotify, kind of your
Podcast.
your podcast,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Which is this,
Yeah,
right?
right.
Yeah. And so I like getting snippets of all of the sports. Not to be like I have no favorite, but that way I have these. It's interesting, and you guys are hilarious. And then I have this information. So if I need to talk to, men or like guests, I've got these little Easter eggs of sports that I can drop in there.
Don't you have friends who listen and hear your name on here and then tell you, right?
Yeah, a lot of guy friends.
A lot of guy friends.
Yeah, and family. They're like, yeah.
Kate was on.
I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. Kate was on.
So when John eventually gets around to Wyndham Clark and what's up with him, is Kate going to be able to use that information to impress people? Do you see what's up with your guy, Wyndham Clark?
Right. When I talk golf and you use golf information that I give you.
That never comes up.
Yeah, like John Wyndham Clark. I didn't know who that was.
Wyndham Clark? No. Listen.
But remember when we were talking about golfers and that would be a segment, like talking about how more golfers are wearing their beards. They're growing beards.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing about golfers is their hat head that they get. The
tan head.
But that's a problem because then they go out in public and when they're not. Every tournament has like dinners beforehand, and then they all show up with white head and then tan faces down here.
That's
right, and it's awful.
No one sees that.
And when they take out like Stuart Sink, he's bald and he's just got this giant white dome. And
because he's super
tan. Yeah.
It's almost worse than having a bunch of chili in your car all day.
Yeah. People know. I mean, you can't take your hat off ever. And Tiger should never take his hat off anymore.
Yeah.
Tiger's got an advantage. If he ever wanted to just come home, he'd be fine. But Tiger doesn't want to come home.
No.
Let him be.
Yeah.
Leave him be.
Let Tiger be. He's going to be all right.
I think Tiger's going to be fine. I think Tiger will be just fine. The ballpark at Tony's. Nathan's all beef mini hot dog, salted peanuts, chili cheese fries, potato chips,
slider dogs. These are good.
They're really good.
They're tiny.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Makes you feel like you're hardly like
Yeah, but then you have the funnel cake.
Many. Well, that's true.
And you have the funnel
with
cake.
chocolate,
and then you realize you were eating.
Yeah, no, the funnel cake hit a little different.
How many glizzies will you be having today?
With chocolate. The funnel cake with chocolate. People.
I mean, we got a break coming up.
Yep.
Are you on one or two glizzies right now?
Mini glizzies, but that's like
mini glizzies.
2/3 of a hot dog.
So you've put.
It doesn't even count really.
One mini glizzy so far.
I got two.
Oh, two mini glizzies.
I'm halfway through a glizzy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I did hit the funnel cake already. So
not a surprise.
No. Pretty much a Houston. Are you doing this for Houston Restaurant Week? You start with the two glizzies, mini glizzies. Then you go to funnel cake, and then we go to something else. Can we say
that is not a bad idea?
Hot dog,
it's just hot dog.
It's
a funny way to say hot dog, but yes,
Kate
it's hot
gave a look
dog.
like she was like, I can't believe you just said that.
Nuh-uh. Glizzies is cool.
It's all right?
I mean, Glizzies is above board.
It would be that's right. It would be an interesting Houston Restaurant Week. Like, we didn't expect this from Tony's on the menu. We weren't looking for mini hot dogs, but this is good. This is really good. And
that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's a great way to watch.
And then you've got your cocktail menu if people want to get their
absolutely
old fashions or whatever.
Our happy hour is from 2 to 6 during the week, and we
day game
Tito's martini for $12.
Yeah.
Kettle One martini we do top shelf
for $12. That's a good price too, people.
Mm-hmm.
Or
that's a really good price. Trust me, my wife drinks martinis. That's a really, really good price.
Yeah.
You don't find those prices in California ever. Or in Houston, as a matter of fact, hardly ever. So that's okay. So every day, happy hour 2 to 6 at Tony's. Tony's on Richmond, and if you haven't been, I can't believe there's people in the city of Houston that haven't been to Tony's. But if you've never been, it is just awesome, and Kate makes it even better every day. We love you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
The best. She's a superstar. Kate McLean, right here, Chef Kate. Here in studio. Time to talk a little Coors Light. We were just talking about that, as a matter of fact, right? Coors Light. Hey, LaShane, pick it up. Have it on the menu, okay? Let's go. Get your Coors Light, and make sure that the restaurants that you go to, they have TVs and they have Coors Lights, because that's awfully important for your life and everybody's life. I was so happy my buddy he doesn't have nothing in his fridge, nothing. But he bought a 12-pack, and he had that for me when I came over. He had Coors Lights. That's the kind of impression. That just means it warmed my heart. It warmed my heart that he thought so much of me that he would have Coors Lights, the only thing that's in his fridge. And I got to tell you, It's a heartwarming story, and it keeps on getting better. All you need to do is have Coors Lights on hand whenever you get a 12-pack, get a 6-pack, 12-pack case, whatever. But make sure that you got Coors Lights on hand when your buddies come over, because that just shows how much you love them. Coors Light is cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light. Coors Light, climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Thanks again to Chef Kate. She's awesome. She is unbelievable. What a great chef in person, and just love her. She's awesome. Tony'sHouston.com. I don't remember an off. I guess there have been, but I don't remember an off season with as much contract problems. The second rounders, Terry McLaurin, Trey Hendrickson. Who else? Oh, Jawan Jennings is now creating a big contract problem. But it's a sheer, I don't know. I guess this happens every year, holdouts.
Yeah. But what we're going to see, everyone will just say collusion. But what it is you're going to have management. The rate of increase is happening so rapidly that they're trying to slow it because it makes it harder to sustain. And so you are going to see ownership fight back against, because these contracts now are very penal. If you didn't even see Oh, we had Columbia just walk by, and they waved to you, and you didn't say anything to Melissa.
Oh, I didn't see her.
The disrespect.
I didn't see her.
Disrespect.
I don't know. This all of a sudden
No,
popped up on my
no.
screen.
You
Ana
insulted
de
him a
Armas.
little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
A little out of order.
No, Ana de Armas just all of a sudden popped up
Melissa
on my
with
screen.
the plate of glizzies.
Oh, this is how 10 and 2 Vandy is looking at me.
That's
I
cute.
don't like Ana de Armas.
But anyway, no, I just think that at some point, you're going to have. They're not going to just give in. The money's getting so high, and it really hurts if you miss on contracts. It hurts. Ask Cleveland Browns how bad it hurts with Deshaun Watson. Like this is a deadly contract that's just killing that organization. And you have all the fans who, for whatever reason, cheer for any and all wins that a player gets. And I say a lot of them are fine, but the ones like 230 million guaranteed, it's like they have no awareness that you better be real careful, because if your guy sucks, you're stuck. You can't trade him. And that's what Cleveland has found out. You can't cut him. You can't trade him. There is no relief.
But don't we know what Terry McLaurin is? Don't we know what Trey Hendrickson is?
Yes, I think so. The question becomes, when do you want to pay them? Do you want to now? Trey Hendrickson, history tells you pay Trey Hendrickson now because the market is being set by these other edge defenders. So you pay him now.
Yeah.
The fact that Cincinnati's, and I get that he's under contract, but do you really not want to keep him? Like, is that because he's getting a little older now? How old do you think Trey Hendrickson is? I think he's probably like 31, probably in that neighborhood. He's 30 years old. He'll turn 31 in December. He's coming up on going to be one of the last contracts of his career, probably wants a 4-year deal. So, and he's a really good pass rusher. I would think the Bengals say, hey, we want to give ourselves the best chance of winning. I mean, look, this is just the Bengals. The Bengals 100%. And I would think McLaren, you don't want to just give everybody every deal they want and you just write your check and we'll just pay it. That's not how business works. It's not how it should work. It needs to be a healthy give and take on both sides. However, in certain teams will have leverage and certain players are going to have leverage. Trey Hendrickson thought he had leverage. It's not even leverage. Trey Hendrickson thought, okay, they should be coming with a contract offer. Nope. And the Bengals are doing this, and they got a first-round issue with Shamar Stewart, who's a defensive end. Trey Hendrickson, who was really one of their only really plus defenders last year defensively. And you got a great offense with no defense, and you're taking the pass rush away? That's insane to me. They should be getting a deal done with Hendrickson for sure. Now, they gave T. Now, to me, I would have paid Hendrickson, and I would have let T. Higgins walk.
Yeah.
I would not have brought Hendrick. You just have to have a solid number 2 when you have an elite number 1. You don't even have to have T. Higgins. That, to me, that's overkill. You're already going to pay Joe Burrow. You're already going to pay Jamar Chase. To me, you pay the pass rusher and you go get a cheaper a cheaper wide receiver in a second or third round. That's what you do. The T. Higgins move, that was dumb. The Bengals, this is dumb. Shamar Stewart, I guess they're trying to get some language in the contract that, some new language that they haven't had for other Bengals first rounders the last couple of years. But it's my understanding some of it has to do with off the field stuff and injuries, being able to not guarantee the contract. I would think that would be standard in the NFL. If you do off the field things or injuries that are non-football related, I know they've been in contracts before, but maybe it's been for second contracts players. But I thought we've always had things in contracts where there's certain things that you're not permitted to do that could cause injury. I think that's for the high dollar contracts.
Yeah,
probably. I mean, you can't keep a guy like, oh, you can't water ski. I mean, they got to be able to have a little bit of a life.
So, but they also got Shamar Stewart, right?
That's what I'm saying. Both pass rushers.
So, I mean,
they can't look. They got to blink. I asked an agent yesterday. I said, "Who do you think blinks first, the Bengals or Shamar Stewart?" He said, "I think the Bengals probably blink first." You can't hold the line on both your defensive ends.
Well, what is he? But he's slotted. So, what's the issue? The all guaranteed.
The issue has to do with I was just talking about. The issue has to do with language in the contract that they haven't had for other first rounders. And I guess it's something having to do with, for the guaranteed money, you can't, your off-field behavior. There's some stuff like that in there where they can basically eliminate the contract. And what they're trying to do, from what I read, is create some new language. if the players want to create new guarantees in the second round, then ownership wants to protect themselves by creating some new language for first round guys that if you don't do what you're supposed to do, the money's not guaranteed. And when I say do what you're supposed to do, I mean
Get in trouble.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought that's always a thing, though. I thought that was part of the personal conduct.
Is there still morality clauses in? Or?
I mean, maybe the thing is maybe not in rookie contracts, but I would think so.
Mm-hmm. That's it. There's Shamar, rumors out there. He's back at College Station. He might play for the Aggies this year and then go back into the draft.
I saw that. He's not eligible to play for the Aggies, right? Now he can go back into the draft. He cannot play for the Aggies. His eligibility is over. I heard that yesterday too.
Yeah.
He cannot play for the Aggies. However, I mean, he could go back in the draft next year. He could. He loses a year of earning potentially, which is pretty tough. But, maybe he wants out of Cincinnati. Maybe the best thing for him is getting out of that organization. Will he be if he doesn't play next year, will he still be a first rounder? I think so. He can't play in any other league. He can't play. He's got to basically just sit out football. So it's going to be pretty interesting. I think that, the problem is Taylor Shuck. Eric Burkhart is fighting for the 40th pick to get fully guaranteed because Eric EB said, I got leverage now. Derek Carr retired. They drafted my guy in the second round. This is the leverage. I'm going to get fully guaranteed. And that's a smart play from Burkhart.
You saw some of his highlights. They don't have any leverage. I mean, he needs to get in there. He needs to get in there and work and be good.
Eric Burkhart's trying to get a contract where if he sucks, he still gets paid the whole way.
Yeah, right.
And Eric Burkhart gets paid.
Of course, that's his job.
It's his job. I mean, you don't have to like it,
but there's a really good chance. What odds are better? That Tyler Shuck is really good or Tyler Shuck is really bad?
You're saying really good and really bad. Probably really bad. Not many drafted quarterbacks become really good.
No, right.
A very low percentage. So really bad is a higher percentage. And I get why they wouldn't want to guarantee. I think ultimately the Saints end up guaranteeing it. And once that happens, the real problem is going to be 33 through 39 are all the agents are going to say we have to be guaranteed.
Yep.
We cannot sign a deal where we're not fully guaranteed because that's literally suicide for us. Because every agent will pick us apart when it comes time for us to try to sign clients next year or clients we have on our roster. When they see that, they're going to dirty recruit us and say, hey, your guy didn't even get a guaranteed contract. We got guaranteed contract for our second rounder. Your guy didn't even get that. What are you doing with those losers? And you'll lose clients over there.
Absolutely.
So for agents, this is a big saving face moment or getting a big win. The agent for Jaden Higgins got a huge win. Huge win. And the Texans were more than happy to do that with them. But they got a huge win, the agent for Jaden Higgins. And now I don't think everything's going to be fully guaranteed, but a higher percentage may be fully guaranteed for the second rounders. That's ultimately, I think, what's going to happen. But we need one deal to get done. Once Shuck gets done with the Saints, once it's agreed upon, everything's going to fall in line.
You think?
I think. I mean, you could have a fight with 41 and 42, but Ariante Ursery's agent has to know, look, the Texans aren't giving us a guaranteed deal. If they were going to, we would have already gotten it. Jaden Higgins got it, but our guy's not getting it in the same round. That just shows you how they look at 34 and 48 or 49, wherever he was picked. They don't see your guys as fully guaranteed second rounder. And based on talent, I would say, yeah. Based on what I know about both players, that makes some sense.
Well, do they look at him as the tackle, their left tackle of the future?
I think they hope he is.
If they do, then they want to have a good start with him. I don't see it, but we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, Trey Hendrickson's got to get done because they're not going to let him out. They're not going to trade him. They would have done it before the draft. And Trey Hendrickson's not going to miss a paycheck. So he's going to play. Might as well just get him done. You're losing face too much. Bengals, you're killing yourself.
Will he be a sit-in?
Base.
Will he be a sit-in?
Well, but if you don't play, he can all he wants.
Okay, you'll go.
I'm talking about game checks.
Game checks.
He's not going to miss a game.
Yeah. Yep. I don't see him practicing this spring though.
Nope.
This
he ain't going to practice. He ain't going to do anything.
Uh-uh.
But
So-
remember, you don't get paid really until that first paycheck. I mean, you get some preseason stuff, but the big money is that paycheck. And
Yeah.
you only get paid during games.
Yep.
Or during the football season. So if I'm him, frankly, I probably would do the same thing if I were Trey Hendrickson. This is your last potential contract. You're coming off a really good season. You got a team that's desperate on defense. Like, this doesn't make, to me, you have all the leverage. The Bengals are super cheap if they don't get a deal done with Trey Hendrickson.
Well, that Bengals are super cheap, period.
Yeah.
713-780-3776. Got one segment left. Then we got news of the weird. So let's go. Get in if you want to get in. If there's anything that you want to talk about. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So this is our final segment before we hit news of the weird. One thing we missed, Shaq.
Do you have anything you'd like to say about Angel Reese right now? I think she's playing great basketball.
I love Angel Reese. I think she's the best player I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq says if Robert Griffin III says one more thing about Angel Reese, he's going to punch him in his bleeping face. And the bleeping was
So what is
really
the
bad
Shaq?
word.
Okay, so there's something with Shaq. What is
Well,
Shaq?
she went to LSU. They're friends.
Oh, it's just the LSU thing.
Yeah.
Is there a business thing also?
I don't know about that. Maybe.
Shaq is tight with Angel Reese.
Yes.
Angel takes, I know. You can say whatever about Angel, thinks she's better than she is and all that stuff. She's taken a tremendous amount of heat from people. She's beaten up constantly on social media. A lot of stuff is racist, and there's some really, really ugly, bad stuff. This all stems from Robert Griffin III. This is like something it feels like that we would do on our show, saying, I'm not going to read, where we read a terrible email, a terrible email or tweet, and then we say something like, why would you say, I'm not going to say that. We're not going to say that on the air when we've already said it. What RG3 did you see what he did, John?
Yeah, well, he reposted.
He goes, okay, I've had my issues with Angel Reese, but this has gone too far.
Right.
And then he says, even though Angel Reese talked about my family and she made comments that resulted in death threats for my family and all this and that. And yes, I know Angel Reese does hate Caitlin Clark. Like, he went on, he started off like he was going to defend Angel Reese, and then he just laid Angel Reese out again. And then at the end, he goes, this is just too much. We cannot do this to black women or any women. And it's a picture of somebody had done a Y2K. No,
So she's on one of the people on the cover of NBA 2K
Yeah.
6 or 26, and instead of an image of Angel Reese, it's an image of I guess you want to say ape, monkey, whatever, in her jersey. And he goes, this has gone too far. He also talked about how people from her camp reached out, and her mother said, no one's reached out to you. Stop lying.
Yeah, it was it was the worst defense of Angel Reese I've ever seen.
It wasn't a defense.
And it was really, and he put a meme out there that had very few, I don't even know where he got it from. Somebody must have tagged him. And he put it out there, and he amplified it to a bunch of other people. And a lot of people will be more than happy to use this against Angel Reese now. And everyone recognized that.
Yeah, stop doing this.
Yeah, stop doing this. Look at this, guys. Can y'all believe this? You better not retweet this and show Angel and tag Angel Reese with this. So Shaq basically told him he's tired of the sucker ship. And next time, if he does it one more time, he's going to punch him in his bleeping face.
Yeah, I don't want Shaq to punch me in the face. I don't know. There's a lot of guys I wouldn't mind punching me in the face.
It's just so funny. Social media has created a brand new, like, the drama surrounding certain sports figures and this. What? I mean, it was not like junior high and high school before social media. If there was, we didn't know about it. Now, this has just created just a bunch of, I mean, it's legitimately like a really bad high school movie. Like it's like Clueless or Mean Girls or one of these high school movies with different drama, or actually being in high school where you laugh at how stupid these, like, can you believe how dumb we were in high school and that drama about this? This is actual real life now on social media. This is actual real life with real grown men and grown women doing this on a regular basis. Ryan Clark's got some kind of high school fight with somebody every week. He's got a new enemy, a new arch enemy. Now they tend to come after him plenty of times, but it's just the lamest stuff I've ever seen. But Shaq basically said, no, that's my girl. And if you pull this RG3, I'm going to punch you. And I actually believe Shaq.
Oh, he will punch him in the face.
No, I believe Shaq.
Yep.
And I know a fight that Shaq lost one time. It's famous in LSU circles. My brother told me about it. My brother played football at Nichols. He knew people at LSU. There was a defensive back that was not to be trifled with. And he and Shaq got into it at the dorm, a football player, basketball player. And this is Shaq at LSU. He's a big boy. He's always been a big boy. And apparently he got the brakes beaten off of him by this DB at LSU that you didn't want any hassle with at all. You wanted no smoke with this guy. If my brother's listening, he can send me the name of the player. I don't remember the name of the player. I don't remember him being some big time player, but apparently this is one fight that Shaq did not win. So maybe this guy also likes Angel Reese a lot too. Because if that's the case, then he'll go over and beat up RG3 too. That's all I know.
That's all right. That's all right.
So what were your thoughts on Angel Reese again?
I love her. I think she's great. I think that she is a wonderful, and she's great for the game. Everything.
You like her lashes?
I love her lashes. What?
Okay.
No, it's not the love. What's not the love?
Just checking.
The top 10 NFL defenses since 2000. The number one defense, the 2000 Ravens. I mean, they won a Super Bowl with Trent Dilfer at quarterback. That's how good.
It's as good as I've seen.
That's you've ever gonna. 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
On that same
They
level.
won, yeah. Brad Johnson at
Derek
quarterback.
Brooks, yeah.
Yeah. 2009 Patriots.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't remember. Did they end up winning the Super Bowl?
Well, they're probably just doing a lot of Super Bowl teams.
Well, no, this is the top
2009,
10 defenses,
So that
period.
was not. So they did not win.
The 2006 Ravens didn't win the Super Bowl.
No, 9. Was that the loss? Was that the
Was
that
that
the loss?
first Eli?
Was that the 17-0 team?
Well, there's a reason they were probably the best defenses because they had the best offense. Because the offense was on the field all the time.
2009, they were 10-6.
Oh, that's a Cassell. Was that a Cassell year?
Matt Castle.
Matt Castle.
You're
Yeah.
right. You're
Matt
right.
Castle year.
Come in here, sit down. What are you doing, Melissa? You can
What are you
come sit
doing?
down. Let the people see you.
Oh, you're eating? You got the funnel cake?
Our friend, our
Melissa
Colombiana.
Blanca with us here
Yes,
in
that's
studio.
right, from
Good morning.
How's your new show?
It's doing good.
It's good?
Only girls in the morning.
Is it like
Only Girls in the Morning.
is it
Only
like-
Murders in the Building is a TV show, and Only Girls in the Morning is a radio
Is it
show.
like Latina The View?
Yeah, it could be something like that.
Yeah?
Yes, yes,
Where
yes.
is it really political where you're attacking the
Attacking
president?
each other's country. No, actually, it's more relaxed. No,
more
that
relaxed.
much political things.
Okay.
Yeah,
But does it get
more like
does
storytelling.
it get like, because there's no channel anymore, it's all girls. Like, how different has that been for you to, like, if I've done a show without John, and it's a lot different. Nobody's really like him. He's very different. So it's
Yeah.
very, very
But I
different.
don't yell like Cheto. Like that stuff. No, I don't do that.
No, you don't.
Was-
You don't. But
No,
but you yell. You say
I
things.
do.
that
I
you
say
shouldn't
things I shouldn't say.
You say things you shouldn't say.
we have like a lot of girls talk, and we also try to include the guys so they feel welcome to the show. You know, and it's more conversational, not that much of like political kind of
So let
thing
me
that
ask you a
Cheryl
question.
likes to do.
This is a serious question.
What is it?
So you know John speaks Spanish.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you not just take him one segment and bring him in to get his view of what's going on?
Oh, you
He
can go
speak-
whenever you want to go. Yeah, of course.
Oh, no,
You're more than welcome.
I heard him this morning, and I actually wanted to go stop in and say hello and stuff, but no.
Why you didn't say hello to us?
Get him to. You should go do a segment.
Because I don't want to interrupt their show. They might have something very
You
important
can
going
go
on.
do a segment.
Okay.
Go do a segment at 6:30 or whatever. The
Yes.
man's point of view.
Well, okay. So do you take calls
We do.
and men call?
Yes, a
What
lot.
do they want to talk about? What you're wearing?
No, we don't have the cameras as you guys
You don't
do.
have
no.
cameras?
So you guys are
Wait
more
a
like,
minute.
the
Okay,
looks.
That's
We
the
don't.
dumbest thing you guys are doing. Why don't you put cameras in your studio?
Because I'm waiting for you to go over there and put the cameras over there for us.
No, that's
yeah.
No, I'm kidding. No,
You know how much your numbers?
eventually,
You know what your numbers would be?
eventually that's gonna happen. We're
Yeah.
gonna include the cameras, but for now it's just like our voices, our accents. Is one Honduran, one Venezuelan, and myself Colombian.
Colombian, yeah.
So I think that also attracts different people from different countries.
Yeah, because we're
And yeah.
we're very, very multicultural. Like
Yeah.
I went
Oh.
to US, Mexico, and it was 95% Mexico. In the
It's more
States.
than
Incredible.
140 languages that we speak here in Houston.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
140.
And
We're so
most
diverse.
of them are Latin.
Well, Latinos, everyone speaks Spanish. Different
Right,
accents
right.
among Latinos,
But you're saying
except
language.
Brazil.
Different-
Yeah,
You're
but
not saying
languages.
the
Yeah,
accent.
languages.
Yeah,
Yeah. So with that, I mean that we're very diverse. Like people from all over the place.
Speak Spanish
Right.
and find out what you're at. Where's your
No,
accent?
Kate,
Háblame en español.
Sí, okay. Pero tienen diferentes dichos diferentes, right?
Diferentes palabras,
Sí.
diferentes maneras de expresarnos.
Sí, sí.
Cada país tiene su propio.
¿Y ustedes usan suyos?
Sí, claro.
Sí.
Sí.
Y las otras dicen, "Oh, no sé qué
¿Y eso
quiere
qué
decir eso?"
significa? Sí,
Sí.
claro, porque es una manera también. Are you getting what we're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Es una manera también de hacer que
Oh, it's getting
personas
fast. It's getting
Sí.
fast.
de cada país, like that,
Sí,
Yeah,
dicen,
yeah, that's better.
se
Hay dichos.
identifiquen
Countries, país.
con cada una de
Sí,
nosotras.
sí, sí. Sí, sí, sí. Y chistes son diferentes también, ¿no?
Yes, yes, yes. I guess because I've been living here for the past 21 years. I'm the most
That's-
neutral with the different countries and accents.
Yeah.
But let's say, I mean, Daddy, she was raised here as well, but she has the very Honduran accent and their
Right.
words and.
But they
Yeah.
have like different TV shows in their countries that they refer to or whatever, like in different raised differently and do things differently than you each do different things, right? Grew up
Yeah,
that way.
even the food that we eat,
Yeah.
it's so different.
Do you bring it in and try this and do you know what?
You know, we just stole from you guys some hot
The
dogs.
hot dogs?
Yeah,
Mhm.
because it's the National Hot Dogs Day, so that's a common thing. But
It is.
It is.
we everyone like Venezuelan cooks the hot dogs different than Mexicans
Oh, they
and
do?
Colombians. Yeah, the topics.
Oh,
The-
they are?
yeah, topics.
Topics.
Yeah.
The topics.
Like,
Oh.
what is a Colombian hot dog?
We use the papas fritas, the chips.
Yeah.
Mm.
We kind of chop them and we put them on the top and we put like pineapple jelly.
That's the people who get
Or-
high in
yeah.
this
Oh,
country
take the
use. They
pineapple
put-
off.
I gotta go pineapple.
Hey, why does that one girl not like us?
Which
you have
one?
3 girls, and then the one girl with the dark hair, straight, she won't even talk to us or
Sure.
wave or anything.
No, she
doesn't
likes
like us
everyone
for some reason. I
too.
think John must have said something.
I didn't say anything to her.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
I didn't
She
even
doesn't like
meet
us
her.
for some reason.
Bye. She got to go. That's
Oh, yeah, she's got a
How
show.
did our numbers do while she was here?
They
You
went up.
see?
They went up.
Of course they went up.
Mhm.
Because
They went
Melissa
up.
came in.
They went up.
She's
They're
very-
a little slow today.
She's very
though.
dressed.
They're a little slow today. Yeah, she
She's
looks
dressed
good.
very
She's
nice
dressed up.
today. Very
A little
nice
more
today.
so than us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I dressed nice today, but you.
You dress for golf.
I
Is
dressed
that
for
nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not a t-shirt. It's not a Steely Dan t-shirt. Yeah. Okay.
You're not gonna get. I'm gonna stay level par. Level par.
So the 2023 Cleveland Browns. See, that's the year Stefanski won Coach of the Year.
Yeah. What about it?
And so they were 5th best defense in the since 2000.
Hold on a second. We're putting
In
them
the last
ahead of-
quarter century.
Well, okay. I guess we're by the end of the year in the playoffs. I would have said you better put the last year's Eagles team in the top 3 defense.
Their Eagles didn't make the top 10.
with 2 white defensive backs. The disrespect.
That's why. They immediately
2 white DBs.
No, they automatically took them off.
and you win and
2
they
white
were,
corners.
and they were both Reed Blankenship's a safety.
Oh yeah.
A little known rule:
So-
when you install 2 white DBs in your secondary, you get to play with 12 players.
That's not a rule.
That's why they're so good defensively.
That you
They
get
didn't tell
12.
anyone because that would seem unfair, but they got to play with 12 players.
That would help.
The 2005 Bears.
So if you have 2
they
white
went to the
DBs,
Super
you
Bowl.
get an extra defender.
Yeah,
that
you
would
can-
be interesting
you
to
can-
see how many teams would lean
You can
into that.
choose wherever the math says 2 white DBs, 12th defender. It evens out.
Didn't like Dabo go to like 8 white
Well,
defenders?
Dabo took it to a level where he was putting
His
Venables' kids. No, his kids were like scrub receivers. Venables was putting his son and his 2 sons at starting linebacker and safety.
Yeah.
And then in the game that they did, the LSU whooped them because
Yeah.
well, at some
You're
point,
not going to win like that.
Yeah,
Because they in college they don't have that rule with 12 players.
that's right.
Yeah.
No matter how many white
No.
kids you put that are sons of the defensive coordinator, you don't get an extra player.
No, right.
A
Round
lot of people in chat thought it was they're responding to where you said, do they ask what are you wearing?
Yeah.
And a lot of people in chat responded to that. They just said, wow, JG. They think you just will only say that on this show.
I'll say
They
that.
don't really know.
When we have guests, he'll say it.
Yeah,
when we
it
have
doesn't
friends,
matter.
he'll say
right.
it. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
No. Anyway, it's that's fun. It's fun to talk with Melissa when she runs in like that. That's great. All right, we got a break. You need to see Mexican bull riding. Have you seen Mexican bull riding?
Well, I've seen the prison bull, the bull stuff on prisons where you all sit at a poker table or whatever.
Yeah.
In the chairs. I've seen that. Bull chicken or whatever. I have not seen Mexican bull riding.
That's really
That's dangerous.
That's
but what
real
is Mexican
dangerous.
bull riding?
Bull riding.
I'm sure you got a video.
I'm looking right now. I guess it's bull riding. It's just you're standing out there and the bull comes after you. Oh God. Yeah, it's just we'll stand here and let the bull come and
Yeah,
attack
it's kind
us.
of what I was talking about.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not really bull riding.
That's not really bull
so
riding.
much as it's chicken.
Well, I don't know that that's well. It's Mexican. I'm not sure that that's what he's referring to. It's a unique style, no hands. Oh, you got it's no handed. Okay, all right.
Well, that sounds like that's going to go poorly.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going to last that long. Okay, seems like it's never mind. We got a break. 713-780-3776. Actually, you can't call in because we got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about HRP. I'm a big fan. We're all big fans here. Everybody here knows the HRP. Everybody know, at some point your employees might need help from HRP. They call directly to HRP. You don't have to have, a big staff, a big HR department or payroll department. We have one person, and that's Laura. But we all get the number to HRP. If you have any questions about your payroll, if you have any questions whatsoever about your 401k or anything else, okay, you get one number and HRP takes care of it. HRP handles it all for us. And they don't even sell the 401k plan or the insurance plan, but they take care of it for us, right? I mean, that's how good they are. They don't even sell that. So when you're dealing with your admin company and, they're selling you the 401k and the benefits, all the benefits packages, okay, and they're making all that money off of it, but you say, well, our payroll, the payroll, that's low. Well, guess what? They're making it up somewhere else. HRP isn't doing it. HRP is getting your payroll, getting your HR, getting your taxes done for you, and then they're actually just advising on the benefits packages. So look at the way you're doing things, or let HRP look at it absolutely free to see if you can do business better. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Apparently, our president is thinking about signing an executive order mandating that soccer be called football in America. Do we?
Well, he's a big soccer guy now.
I know. He was on the stage.
He's one of the big.
He couldn't get him off.
He's a huge Chelsea. He's a huge international soccer fan. Now that he's a fan of, now that he's a Chelsea boy.
Do you think he should
boy?
sign an order to mandate that you have to call it football,
He
not
will
soccer?
lose all of his voting base if he does that.
Well,
football. You have to call it football.
Also, in connection with all that, it turns out Trump gets the original FIFA World Cup championship trophy. Chelsea gets a replica. Like the president of FIFA wants to be in league with Trump. So he gave, and Trump loves gold. And the thing is, some ornate gold thing costs over like $250,000. They gave the actual championship trophy, the original, to him, and oh yeah, Chelsea gets the replica. It wasn't supposed to be public knowledge. I think Trump just told people, "Hey, I got the real one."
That's not true.
It's true.
Wait. You're being serious?
Yeah,
I checked out on you saying this
because they had an event where they took the trophy to the Oval Office, and Trump revealed that I'm getting the real one, and Chelsea's getting.
Are you sure they didn't just tell him that?
Well, who knows? But that's what he is saying.
Yeah, they might have just told him to keep him from.
Yeah, just you get the real one. We got a replica.
Yeah, I don't know, but he said
although the FIFA president wants Trump
he
on
wants
his
to
side.
be aligned with Trump, so he may have just given him the first original one and had to make another one for Chelsea.
Well, a Nebraska man pleaded guilty to sending top secret information to a person on a dating platform. How far will you go to get some?
Was his name Pete Hegseth?
No, it wasn't.
He didn't text her?
He did not text her this classified information.
Why are you sending me? Oh, he didn't send news.
David Slater worked at Offutt, a top secret security clearance.
And why would he? Now, what did he do?
And he texted him. He texted about the Russia briefings regarding Russia's war with Ukraine.
I mean, this is why the Americans is so believable, the show, because
Right.
you could totally get guys to give you any information you
Right.
wanted. It's so easy.
Yeah, just
Withhold.
Say you want to get. Yeah, you want to get. You want some of
want
this?
some?
You want some?
Hey, before we do anything, I was wondering what's going on with the Russia thing. Could you give me some intel on that?
You're hot. Now, what happened in that
Yeah,
Russia
see, that's
meeting?
the thing. You said, how far would you go?
How far would you go?
The question is, what does that person look like?
That's true.
There it is.
If it a
If
10,
it's Kerry Russell,
is it a 10? If it's a 10,
I'm probably going pretty far if it's Kerry Russell.
You would give away government secrets.
I mean, what's this government done for me? It's Kerry Russell.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I'm with you. On
I'm
this one.
sure that's treason. And
I
if they
mean,
catch
the
me,
hotter the.
No, it is treason.
The bigger
Yeah.
government
I'm saying,
secrets
no,
you
it's
give up.
treasonous.
No, I'm
for
saying
sure.
sure it's treason. If they catch me, I'm going to die, and she might kill me too when I become a loose end. But I
Yes.
don't know that at the time.
Right. No.
Like the eventuality is I'm going to be dead, one way or the other.
Hey, I'm going to die sometime anyway.
Yeah, but it's Kerry Russell and the Americans.
Right.
You take that chance.
How,
Or she'll try to make me a Russian agent. Period. Like, all right, now that I've got you on the hook, you keep feeding me information. I'm like, yes, ma'am.
Yes. An Oklahoma farmer. This may be the worst buy ever. He bought a water buffalo at an auction. Killed him the next day. Do you think that's one of the worst buys of all time? A water buffalo.
Those things are dangerous.
Yeah.
Did he try to ride it? Why did he?
I don't know how he died, but apparently he was killed by the water buffalo the next day. Okay. So that seems to be.
What's the purpose of buying a water buffalo? What are you going to use it for?
Oh, no one knows. I don't know he's a farmer. So I don't know what a water buffalo does for your farm. I'm not sure.
He was going to make it a plow animal or something.
I don't know. Maybe he was going to breed them. I don't know.
Then he needs another water buffalo.
Yeah. So right. So I don't know. A second water. Well, yeah, he said he had multiple water buffaloes.
Oh, so
probably
he wanted that one for breeding, and it killed him instead.
Yep. Wow. Yep. And this one gored him one day after buying them. I think that's a terrible, terrible buy. I don't know.
It's a bad
Very
investment.
poor purchase.
That's just me. We're done. Moby and AJ next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you enjoyed the show. We will be at Texas Card House tomorrow and want you to come on by and hang out with us tomorrow morning here on the show. Texas Card House, Westheimer and Greenridge. Come on by and watch the show. Be part of it. Play some poker tomorrow.
We got some for the real ones today, AJ. For the real ones. And and I appreciate that this has become part of our brand, at least the brand of this show. Anytime we have a giveaway that has anything to do with comic books, they come to this show to give it away. I appreciate that being the brand. And we got something for you guys. If you're like a Kate McLean, who's the chef over at Tony's, who listens to this show quite a bit, or maybe you're just filtering over from John and Lance, and hey, at some point you're going to turn away. You shouldn't turn away if you want tickets to the Fantastic Four screening next week. It'll be next Wednesday. We're going to give away 4 tickets, a 4-pack of tickets. So stay locked in for that. We also are going to give a $100 gift card, a Visa gift card, along with that those advanced screening tickets. So if you want to see the next installment of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, stick with us. We're going to give you a chance to win those tickets at some point. So I'm happy to be able to give that away. Last night in baseball, I think baseball got what they wanted. They got an entertaining product. They've got moments where Clayton Kershaw is telling Cal Raleigh's dumper to suck it in the dugout as he's mic'd up. And then they got a swing off to the side the end of the All-Star game, so National League One. I don't know if things could have gone better, except the fact that all their major stars were gone. Like the guys who started got on private planes after their couple innings and at bats and headed on out, maybe to vacation for a couple of days or into the city where they're going to be playing next. So I don't know what the rules are. If they could have just brought those guys back after missing time, I imagine they could have. If you're going to use a swing off to determine a winner, you could probably pull some guys back in who had already exited the game. But they didn't have that opportunity because those guys are gone. So round up Kyle Schwarber, who is the epitome of a guy who would thrive in that situation. Looks like a guy who would be playing competitive softball at 45 years old if he so chose. And he came up big, so that as big as you can in that type of environment, and the NL wins, and we move on. They did the recreation of the Hank Aaron home run. That was pretty cool. So I think baseball got what they wanted. Maybe if the stars had hung around, and I would not be surprised if they kind of invoke that next time around where, hey guys, just in case we have this made for TV moment where we get a swing off, we would rather have Ohtani out there than someone else. Hey, Shohei, we're going to need you to stick around. Aaron Judge, we're going to need you to stick around just in case. You guys can't hang out until the game is pretty much in hand. Like, I get it. You guys want to get out of here. Maybe wait to the 7th inning, and if the game's out of hand, you can head on home. If not, we need you to hang out. I wouldn't be surprised if they asked their star players to hang out just in case. How many of those guys would want to get involved? How many of them would want to get involved in a swing off? Who's to say? But they didn't get that opportunity. So it was the likes of, and it was very funny because Brent Rooker was involved, and he quote tweeted something that Jeff Passan said, because Jeff Passan pointed out who they could have had, like Aaron Judge and Kyle Raleigh, Vladimir Guerrero against Shohei Ohtani, Pete Alonso, and Kyle Schwarber. Instead, it was Brent Rooker, Jonathan Aranda, Randy Arozarena, noted Astro killer, versus Pete Alonso, Kyle Schwarber, and Kyle Stowers. A little less star power, I would say, particularly when I believe you have a Marlin out there. So one of the more anonymous teams in baseball had their representative in the swing off. Could have gone better for baseball in that regard, but everything else I think worked out just fine. So the All-Star game is over. The Astros don't return to play until Friday, and we'll see them in a relatively important series against the Mariners coming out of the All-Star break. So I said baseball pretty much got what they wanted. They got some funny moments. They got a compelling game, and then they got their swing off. What they also wanted was more eyes on the broadcast. I guess we'll find out ratings later today if they aren't already out. AJ, were you one of those eyes on the All-Star game?
No.
So they didn't get you.
I said no. I watched some of the highlights, but no, not definitely
they
not
didn't
live.
get the 20-something that they're looking for. Not even the swing. Did you even know the swing off was a possibility?
No, I didn't. And I saw something about that. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah. I don't know how well that was promoted. I don't know what they reached into to make sure people saw that, what algorithms they hit. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people, unless you're really locked in on new All-Star game rules, knew that was how a game was going to be determined as opposed to extra innings. So the baseball's trying. We know they're doing that. They're trying to find ways to make their game more interesting. And we got a prime example of that yesterday. And I think for the most part, it kind of worked out for them, except the most important part, they couldn't convince a non-baseball fan to watch their showcase event. So they still got to try. They still got to try things. In some cases, some people you're just not going to get. That's just how it's going to be. And I get it. Some people have the bandwidth for football and basketball. Maybe they're soccer fans. Maybe they got a particular show they want to watch, and they're not going to spend a night in July watching baseball. There were far more people who didn't think like that not so long ago, and baseball's trying to win those people back. But hey, you can't win them all, and AJ's in the category of you're not ever going to get me. It seems like
I'm a casual. I watch the Astros a lot during the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's how a lot of people ingest baseball. The local team will watch them. Like Sunday Night Baseball doesn't have an appeal to me. It used to when I was a kid. I used to care about a game between two teams I rarely get to see. Now, if I really wanted to see a team play, I can see them. There are legal ways. There are not so legal ways. I can see whoever I want to see play. So watching them on ESPN on Sunday night ain't that big of a deal. With baseball tonight being gone, one of the other things that drew me in, I remember if I use nostalgia as a play here, because that's what baseball likes to do. I remember in the summer, me and my cousins, we would just sit down and watch baseball tonight. Now, as you get older, you get different priorities. Baseball tonight doesn't exist anymore, but I think it was helpful for the product, particularly on ESPN. It's just gone. So they got to find different ways, and still working on you, AJ. We'll see what they can do next year to see if they get you. I wonder what they can do. Like some sports use streamers, like the NFL will have streamers at the draft. Would baseball leaning into streamers, would that get you? Do you even care about streamers?
I really don't even watch streamers like that. So
yeah,
that's not.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm just the idea man for baseball.
Maybe like if they tied in, like say for example, next year Spider-Man Brand New Day comes out, they have the commercial beforehand. Maybe something like that. That's one way.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they guarantee the cast of of that movie is going to be there. Maybe they'll get you. Speaking of that, it only popped into my mind because I think one of the new cast is one of the members of the Stranger Things cast. I think she's going to play Peter Parker's daughter in that movie, Mayday Parker. Sadie Sink.
Yeah, Sadie Sink.
The Stranger Things teaser came out today.
Yeah, I saw
It's
that.
pretty dramatic. Look, they did a great job with season 4. Season 5 looks like it's in that same regard. Now, Millie Bobby Brown's kind of a superhero. She's like flying in the air, I saw. Or maybe that's just a jump. I'm not sure, as her powers grow in the final season. So we are now, I think it comes out Thanksgiving.
Yeah, like in 2
weekend.
parts. Thanksgiving
Yeah.
and like
It's 3 parts.
3 parts, right.
Thanksgiving, then Christmas, and
Then New
then New
Year's.
Year's Eve for the finale. So that show's been around since like 2016, I think. So 9 years, and of course, when you're using child actors, everyone's just grown as hell now. So we'll see. Like the teenagers that were to start the show are now in their 30s. In fact, it's funny that because just how time works, the adults are the ones who haven't aged today. It feels like, while all the kids are like, all right, you're grown. You used to be doing the floss dance, and now I don't know what you're doing as a 20-something-year-old. But hey, it's coming back for its final installment. I ain't with it though. Not Stranger Things. I'll watch it. I've watched all the seasons. You're gonna stretch a show over 9 years and give me 5 seasons? What are we doing? I appreciate the efforts, but you're treating this thing like a major motion picture, and the money Netflix has put into it, understood. But we gotta pick up the pace. Those kids don't want. Well, now they're not kids, unless they ain't got other work. Do you think they really want to be locked in for 9 years, spending 8 months in hot ass Georgia to film the show? Either way, it's coming back. Those kids, everyone, the cast is done with the show. I guess we'll start seeing them popping up everywhere as we get closer and closer to the series, or the season, or not even the season, the series finale, the final season of that show here in a couple months. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in on the show, 713-780-3776 is the number. Also, remember, we got those Fantastic Four tickets to give away. So if you want to see that movie, you want to see Pedro Pascal and the rest, we're going to have that giveaway for you
a little bit later today. When we come back, we'll move away from baseball, as now that the All-Star game is pushed aside. We have a couple of days before the Astros are back in town. We'll get into how much it takes to run a successful college football programs, because people are spending big. And there's a funny thing about Texas Tech, because they're involved. They're one of the top spenders in football, and they have to pay a tax. And I'll tell you what that tax is when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So far, I have not heard of any other coach besides Sark being introed with the wrong fight song. If you missed it at SEC Media Days, Sark was getting this long intro. I don't know if it was from Greg Sankey or not, but he was talking about, he was pretty much reading off a biography. It felt like talking about Sark winning a Broyles Award, his family, welcome who welcomed a new child very recently, and then the Texas A&M War Hymn played, and then Sark walked up and didn't make reference to it. So I don't know if that's happened anywhere else during the SEC. I'm not sure if Caleb DeBoer walked up there with the Auburn song playing. I guess it's just an A&M thing. I'm sure the two MP3s or whatever, whoever was handling the AV stuff, I'm sure those two things are right next to each other. They clicked on A&M, and Sark just walked up, didn't say anything, and kept it moving. So I haven't seen that anywhere else, but there is a list of programs who are spending the most in college football. And you can imagine that Texas is on the list. Texas is going to spend big. When we were on the air yesterday, they got a 5-star recruit, and because everything can be above board, we can assume that kid was given a handsome bag by Texas, pretty big one, to join them as a 5-star. They beat out some of the top schools in the country to get Tyler Atkinson, and they're not done. I think they had a 5-star decommit from Georgia, 4 or 5-star decommit from Georgia, and then picked Texas, and they're in line for another big time player, a running back in this case, Derek Cooper. I think he's making his announcement in the next couple of days. So Texas, not surprisingly, recruiting pretty well. But as far as the top spenders in college football, they come out as number 1. Surprisingly, Texas Tech, that is number 2. Now they are they're up in their NIL game. Texas Tech wants to compete. I'm sure they see an avenue in the Big 12 to being one of the forces in the Big 12. There is no one established as by the recent Arizona State conference title win. A traditionally non-Big 12 school just won one. So there's room for a Big 12 school to make their way, and Tech is trying to do that by outspending everyone in the conference. You don't see, as I look at it, there is not another Big 12 school on the list. It goes from Tech to Ohio State to Oregon, A&M, Miami, USC, Michigan, Tennessee, and Auburn. So you got the West Coast representatives in Oregon and USC that just happen to be playing in the Big 12, the Big 10. Only one ACC school, and they're in Miami, and of course A&M has deep pockets, so they join Tennessee, Auburn, and Texas as the SEC schools. Surprisingly, Georgia and Alabama aren't on the list. LSU not on the list as well. Those are schools who in the past were considered bag schools. If you don't know what that means, is when things weren't above board with NIL, those schools were accused quite a bit of handing out bags to kids to get them to come. But when it comes to NIL, they don't even make the top 10. It doesn't surprise me that Auburn wants to spend. They are always reaching to be relevant, and they'll hit that mark. It feels like every 5 or 6 years or so. The last time Auburn is relevant now, they've been on a bit of a drought. What are we talking about? Is it as far as back as the Nick Marshall teams, the Gus Malzahn, Nick Marshall teams? The last time Auburn was relevant, last time I think they've been in a national picture, if I remember correctly. But them, Tennessee, Michigan, they kind of finish off the bottom of the top 10. Tech is in there at 2, and I mentioned going to break that Tech has to pay a bit of a tax, and that tax is, well, you live in Lubbock, so it costs more to get players. I get it. We talked about it yesterday with Nick Saban, who is rumored to be someone looking to come back into college football, and Texas Tech was put on the list of teams or programs that should be interested and maybe could get him. I asked a question: would Nick Saban want to spend the final run of his career in Lubbock? Does West Texas seem like it suits one of the stars of the game? If they're going to spend that way, maybe, but they got to spend extra. I'm not surprised. One college town could be great for you. Another college town could suck. Just depends on your sensibilities. But when you start to look at the college towns surrounding Tech in these rankings, Texas, Austin's major capital city of the state of Texas, but still kind of in some ways centered around the university. Ohio State, Another one of those in Columbus, Oregon, Eugene. And obviously, they got their Nike money. A&M, been a College Station, is fine. Miami is a actually Coral Gables is a small city where they're located, but of course they have metropolitan Miami and South Florida in general. USC, LA, Michigan, Ann Arbor, one of those college towns, Tennessee and Auburn. So several college towns on the list. But I didn't see that those college towns are having to pay extra. Tech is the one who has to, and this comes from Pete Nakos from On Three. And by the way, this isn't like this isn't a forensic accounting of what all these teams are spending. It's a bit of a survey that he did, asking generally around the country who's paying up for their program. And Tech makes the list at 2. And they probably make the list at 2 because they want to compete and they got to pay extra. Maybe normally Tech is probably spending at a level that doesn't push them to 2. But if it's real that they got to convince kids to come to Lubbock and that's why it costs more, then you're going to rise up the rankings. Hey, Tech, do what you got to do. You want to be a power in college football, pay the no one wants to live in Lubbock tax, I guess. For people who went to Tech, I'm sure it's a great place. But you got to convince college football players that it's a great place. And the only way you do that is to get them in. And if you're a high school recruit, even in the state of Texas, when you have a lot of options, Tech's got to spend, got to pay up. It's usually the you suck tax, like New England paid that this year. They gave a lot of money to a lot of players to improve the quality of their roster. They probably overpaid for several of them, but you're not the New England Patriots. Those guys grew up watching when they're in college or even in high school. You stink. So you got to find a way to get people into your organization, and you maybe got to pay a little bit more. Tech is doing that same thing. Eric, I see you. You want to get in. We'll get to Eric. Anyone else want to join us? You can, 713-780-3776. That's the number. And you can call that number. Let's say 1050. And I'll remind you again, but at 1050, if you want those Fantastic Four tickets, it'll be for caller 4. But just to give you a little run up, 1050, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the screening of the new Fantastic Four movie. You'll get a $100 gift card along with that from Visa. So 1050, you'll be caller 4, just so you know. And I'll remind you as we continue to go on. But Eric will get to you when we come back. It's me and AJ till noon. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Eric, we'll get to you here. The numbers on Tech were, according to one of the people talked to, was they have to pay about 30% more because of their location. It don't matter once they're on the field, but just cost you a bit more to get those 4 and 5 stars to buy into what Joey McGuire is selling in Lubbock. Eric, I generally like to guess in my head what you're going to talk about, but I got nothing because there was no Astros. There was only the All-Star game. I don't even know that you watched the All-Star game. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del, great show. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, I heard Luis Garcia, he did pretty good. I got 2 out of 3 batters the other day. And also, how do you feel about the beef between RG3 and Shaq? And do you prefer tight ends or Twin Peaks? I'll hang up and listen.
I always like to start back to front, just so, or last comment to first, because the last one's always the easiest one to get through. I've never been to either place. I've been to a Hooters like twice in my life. The first time I went to Hooters is when we first moved from California to Texas. My dad took me to a Hooters, and I got a pregnant waitress. And I thought to myself, this is what they were selling all this time. What's it? I mean, it's fine. It's life. She's pregnant. So she came over in a polo shirt, and maybe she was wearing like longer shorts, like maybe black ones or something like that. And I thought to myself, yeah, what's the big deal about Hooters? It was the middle of the afternoon, so it was not a time for one of the waitresses to make a lot of money. There weren't a lot of people in at the time, but I was like, this is what I've been hearing about. Cool. I hope that woman and her child are doing great. It's just my first impression. The other time I went to Hooters, it wasn't even for wings. It was for this job back when we were still 1560. I was doing a site survey back when we did those things. And what a site survey is, you have to figure out, the technology has changed, but at the time you had to figure out if they had a hard line that we could connect to for internet so we could broadcast the show. And so I was testing the equipment, making sure it all worked. And one of the servers there came to me and said, what are you doing? Oh, I'm just getting this thing set up for the radio station. They were very interested. Oh, what radio station do you work for? And I named 1560, and they're like, what's that? It was, it's a sports station. They became immediately less interested in a radio station that talked about sports. They suspected that maybe I was setting up for maybe someone from KRBE to show up, or whoever, or the box, whatever it might be. Instead, it was for whatever the afternoon show was at the time, testing the line. And they were like, okay, whatever. Oh, John Harris and John Pendergast are going to do a show. Whatever. We don't care. So those are my 2 times at Hooters. Not a lot of fond memories. Luis Garcia, I think that's what he said. Cool. Yeah, he apparently is not as close to Christian Javier. I think that's what I saw. I don't remember. It's a lot of Astros pitchers are always hurt, and they're always in some type of rehab assignment. But I saw that both those guys are making their way back, and I think Garcia is further away. I'm not sure about that, but good. I'm glad that he did strike out 3. They're going to be dependent on at least one of them. Can we get one of them back for the stretch run? And Chandler Rome has an article in the Athletic about the second half storylines that we can get to. And he said one other thing, and now I've forgotten. That's generally the case. It was the first one or the second one. I just don't remember what it was.
Oh, I think he said something about the Shaq and
Shaq and RG3B. If you don't know what's going on, Shaq and Angel Reese have a relationship as far as their LSU people. I guess he might be even considered a bit of a mentor for her.
I think Reebok too.
Yeah, the Reebok thing. There it is. And also, I think he's been on her podcast. So there's something there where he might be taking her under his wing. I'm not sure the extent of that relationship. And we talked about it late in the morning show. If you missed it, it's just RG3 doing things that make you think Rob Parker was right. I've seen a lot of that. Like, we buried Rob Parker way too soon. It's a lot of that from, let's just say, from the community. Let's just say that. If you know, you know. If you don't, so be it. It's not that important, but it's just out there. But what happened was something I had not seen, maybe because I don't spend the type of time on the internet that he does, at least on Twitter. There was a cover, a mocked up cover of MB what is it, 2K26. It was a mocked up cover that Angel Reese is going to be on the cover of the game, the actual cover, but instead of that, they put you could call it a monkey or ape, whatever, in her jersey on the cover. RG3 used it as a chance for engagement. Said, "Hey, me and Angel Reese have our problems, but this is going too far." Of course, he used that mock cover to elevate whatever he wanted to talk about and also push a racist thing out there. And he took rightful criticism for it. He also used the Reese family uh, in the tweet. I believe he said that, I don't know if it was in that tweet or another one. He said that he had had conversations with Angel Reese's people. I believe her mother reached out and said, "No, you have not. Stop lying." So he's caught in a lot. He's caught a lot of that, and Shaq's just the most recent one to tell him to really just cut the crap. Will Shaq really punch RG3? Will they ever be in the same place where it could happen? All of that feels like just internet talk. I don't even know what podcast Shaq did it on, but Eric heard it, so now we're talking about it. So it did its job, but I don't think anyone's punching anyone. But yeah, if we're just talking about stupid stuff on the internet, RG3 is certainly in the middle of quite a bit of it. And now Shaq has decided if he keeps talking, he's going to get punched in the face. Okay, that's the breakdown. I don't think much of the rivalry. It's just talking. I don't think much of the beef. I'm far more interested in the SZA Nicki beef, just because I think it's funnier than because I don't have all that much energy to talk about RG3. I mean, loved him at Baylor, but other than that, since his rookie year with, at the time, the Redskins and now the Washington Commanders, what's he done other than be a somewhat average analyst on college football games? Okay, enough. All right, we're a couple of minutes away from a break, so we'll hold off on that. So thanks, Eric, for the call. Appreciate that. And also, we're about 10 minutes away from giving away those Fantastic Four tickets. So if you want a chance to go watch the first family of Marvel, we're going to give you the opportunity. It'll be for next Wednesday. You get the advanced screening, and you're going to get a gift card from Visa as well. So stay locked in for that. Okay, before we go, since I just mentioned Fantastic Four, AJ, did you see that the Superman movie is spurring an interest in adopting dogs? Since the movie came out, thanks to crypto, over a 513% uptick in people asking or trying to look into adopting a dog.
I wouldn't expect the film to be a launching point for that, especially because crypto was so freaking wild. Like,
no, that's a dog that needs training,
right?
So, but people apparently, I don't even know how that correlates. I don't know if you went from searching Superman or watching Superman and buying your tickets to immediately thinking you might want a dog. But since the movie came out, 513% increase in interest in adopting dogs. So, Mike Francesa, do you hate dogs? Do you hate the thought of adopting dogs? If you missed it, we played, on the morning show, it got played, Mike Francesa ripping the Superman movie because he thought it was dumb. He just wanted to see Superman, and he asked where the dog came from. Well, the dog has been part of Superman lore crypto for years and years and years in the comic books. I don't think it's made an appearance ever in a movie, and maybe that's how he ingests his Superman material. So he was upset, and noted dog lover Kirk Herbstreit retweeted or quote tweeted it and agreed. And we know Kirk will feature his dogs on television. Do you hate dogs too, Kirk Herbstreit? How about you just say thank you to Superman for increasing the likelihood of people adopting dogs, even if Crypto is the worst dog ever, just a badass dog. But at least he eventually helped in Superman's final battle. But so there it is. James Gunn's Superman, maybe getting some dogs off the street, and I'm sure it's a personal thing for him because that dog is, at least it's modeled after his dog, the way it looks, not the way it acts. Because if James Gunn's dog acts like that, then that's a bad dog owner. Shout out to Supergirl, who he's already promoting. He tweeted something from his account of the Supergirl movie that'll be out, I think, next year. So always, you use the success of Superman for your next thing, and that's how kind of how you build a universe. So there, that is. I hope Matt Francesa knows that Superman is more than a movie just to entertain. It can save a dog near you. We'll see. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with a story and some audio of how you don't treat a legend. Like this, it's from the UK, so they're gonna have that accent, which makes it a little bit more feel a little bit more upper crust than it actually is. But it involves one of our legends, or at least and one of their legends, and the mistreatment of her. We'll get to that when we come back.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Caller 4 in 3 minutes, 1050 will win a 4-pack of tickets to the advanced screening for next Wednesday's showing of Fantastic Four. It'll be at the Regal Edwards Marquee. You also get a $100 gift card along with that. It's brought to you by Marvel Studios, the Fantastic Four First Steps. It officially premieres July 25th, but you're going to get that advanced screening next Wednesday. Caller 4 at 1050. Caller 4 1050. 713-780-3776 is the number for that. So stay with us. Just a couple minutes away, you get your chance to go see Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby and Joseph Quinn and the rest in Fantastic Four. Misirrigation. No, I have not heard about Bambi the Reckoning. I have not. I don't think I'm going to watch Bambi the Reckoning on July 26th. It's just a horror movie with Bambi in it. Bambi is apparently a killer deer, so the deer gets to win this time around. So thank you for that recommendation. Maybe I'll bring it up to Michael on Friday, see what he says. Keith, let's get to you. You got a college football question. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Dale. Thanks for having me on. Want to continue the conversation from the first show. I truly think Vanderbilt can go 10-2 this year. At worst, 9-3.
At worst,
they're going to be 5-0. They're going to be going 5-0 headed into the Bama game. They beat Bama last year. Milroe's gone. DeBoer's on the hot seat after a year. They could win that game. They could be 6-0. Okay, and then they've got Tennessee at the end. They don't have a quarterback. Kentucky, Missouri, they should win those games. Say they lose to Texas and LSU. Who's not going to lose to Texas and LSU? And then it's a coin flip. They don't have. There's no Georgia. There's no Ole Miss. There's no Florida on the schedule. Their quarterback is proven. They beat Bama last year. Their coach is good. They've got a renovated stadium. They've got the city of Nashville behind them. They could be 9-3, 10-2, and in the college football playoff. Like last year, Arizona State and Boise State got in the playoff. They didn't win a playoff game. You know, SMU got in the playoffs. Vanderbilt with an SEC schedule, 9-3, 10-2. You know, Texas is number one most likely, so they'll lose that one, sure. But like 3 lost teams can get in the playoff. 2 lost teams. You know, they're going to have a tough one against on the road against. Well, they're going to beat Virginia Tech because they lose games early all the time. Old Dominion like 5 times. They're going to beat Utah State. They've got some cupcakes. They got a tough one, I think, against looking at the schedule. Now Kentucky and Auburn are beatable. Those are beatable games. Tennessee's quarterback's gone. Like, why are we sleeping on Auburn?
Vanderbilt, thank you, Keith. They're not winning. They're not going 10-2. Yes, you can continue to lean on they beat Bama last year, but that was a home game. Good for them for doing it. They don't have enough depth to go 10-2. That's part of the issue. Sure, on a game-to-game basis, you can take Vandy to win a game. But over the course of a season, to win 10 in the SEC, considering what Clark Lee is doing and where they are, I ain't buying it. There's too much on their schedule, and some of it has to do with when games are being played and where they're being played. Look, Diego Pavia is cool, and we can talk about who they beat, but what about who they lost to? And they're a nice story, and maybe they get back to a bowl. But if you want to go into it, really, let's look at who they lost to last year when you're making that comp. They barely beat Kentucky by 7. They were in a dogfight with Ball State. I'll give them credit. They pushed Texas. They only lost that by 3. But we got games where they lost to Georgia State last year. So as much as that went well for Vandy last year, and they have the highlight of the Bama win, that was a down Bama team. It was Kalen Moore's first year. So I'm going to bet on Bama being better in Kalen Moore's second year than they were in their first. he may be on a pseudo hot seat because he does have the Vandy loss, but Alabama's going to be one of the best teams in the SEC. They got a quarterback question they have to answer. They've got a couple options. I just don't think Vandy has enough depth to go 10-2. They're going to get beat up enough that and Diego Pavia's game is one where he's going to get beat up. He's not a classic drop back passer. They're gonna run him quite a bit, particularly in these big games. And how is he going to hold up over the course of a season? If Vanderbilt wins 8 games, that should be considered a success. Look, if they win 10 games, shout out to you for calling your shot. But I'm not rolling. I'm not rolling with Vandy winning that many games. I think we have our winner, or at least we have someone on hold who's going to be the winner for the Final Four, the Fantastic Four tickets. So good to give those out. We'll be talking about that movie as we get closer and closer to watching. I wonder if Michael is going to get a screening. He got one for Superman. So if the list for DC is very similar to the list for Marvel, maybe Michael Carroll will have a chance to be at an advanced screening and be able to see it. He'll give us a review when he does his segment with us on Friday. So there it is. But I do appreciate the conversation, Keith. College football, we're getting ever closer. We had Big 12 media days last week. Their media days are ongoing. I think the ACC might be next week. So call your shot with Vanderbilt. If anyone else has a shot they want to call, we welcome that. And that's the great part about it being July. Keith can be right for several weeks into the season until Vandy drops her 3rd game. His 10-2 prediction can be right. When I look at the schedule right now, at Vatech in their 2nd game, then they got to go to South Carolina. Then they have the aforementioned Georgia State, which they barely beat now. At least that's a home game. They got Alabama, LSU, Missouri, all in a row. If I told you a team who had championship aspirations had to play at Alabama, home to LSU, home to Missouri, and then at Texas in a 4-game stretch without a bye, you would tell me that's a tough stretch. If that team goes 3-1, that's good for that team. And we expect the Vanderbilt Commodores to roll through that and only drop the Texas game. Cut it out, Keith. I've played enough CFB 26 to know Vanderbilt ain't got that in them. Just by looking at the ratings of the roster, I'm going to tell you, Vanderbilt not expected to have enough to go through that gauntlet. But you're right. I'll say you're right, and probably until probably until mid-October. Now that's the Alabama, LSU, Missouri stretch. Maybe they'll only have 2 losses as they approach that stretch, and we'll see how they come out on the other side. But hey, call your shot, Keith. You're more than welcome to do it. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get to the second hour of the show. If you want to join in, certainly the number is 713-780-3776. So certainly you can call in and join us. I'm going till noon. Paul Gallant follows me. And then, of course, Killer Bees. So we'll be back. We got a call about this. At least I took the call. It didn't make its way on air. We had a call about Shamar Stewart practicing with Texas A&M. Shamar Stewart is a first-round pick by the Cincinnati Bengals. While he is not practicing with A&M, at least not officially, because they're not in a fall practice yet. I mean, he could be practicing with just the players. I think right now you cannot have an actual coach on the field with players right now, at least legally by NCAA rules. You can have like your strength and conditioning coaches out there with them right now, but he's there working out with A&M. So the call was about could he go back and play for them? And why he's not with the Bengals right now is because there's some language in the contract they want him to sign that they've never asked another first round pick to sign. And he's saying, no, I'm not doing that. So much like Ace Bailey, who if he decided to go play in Europe when when it appeared that he wasn't happy being drafted by the Jazz, if he got paid by another league, he would still be property, or at least his rights would still belong to the Jazz. That's the same way for Shamar Stewart, at least currently. Even if he did play college football in 2025 for the Aggies or anyone else, the Bengals would still hold his rights. So he would still be in a situation where he would be awarded to a team who he had issues with regarding a contract. Now, NIL money's a big deal. So first he'd have to be able to play college football. And right now, the rule is you can't. So he would have to challenge the NCAA. They generally have lost these challenges recently. They actually don't even like putting up a fight when it comes to player eligibility things for the most part. So he could try it, but he would have to try pretty quickly if he wanted to be available to not only practice with the Aggies or anyone else, but to actually play in college football games. So he's in College Station working out. But as far as the road to putting on that Aggie uniform one more time, he's got work to do there. The Bengals, they need pass rushers. Henderson isn't happy, and they're playing games with their first round pick when they don't really need to. Him not being signed is unique for the first round. Of course, all the second round picks beyond 2 still aren't signed. You can thank or blame depending on which side of this you fall on. That's a Casario joint. He set a precedent that no one else wants to follow. And now you've got the majority of second round picks as we get close to training camp not signing. Jahdae Barron signed yesterday for the Broncos. I didn't know he was still without a contract, the former Texas DB. So he was another first rounder without a deal, but he'll be ready for Broncos camp. We'll just see how it goes for the second rounders. Just takes the first side to cave, whether it be an agent for a first rounder in the top of the second round, or one of the teams in top second to get tired of this impasse, and then all that stuff will trickle down. But until that point, if you've got a second round pick, you're depending on the start, and at least if you're a second round pick, they're dependent on to play, unless I guess you're on to Ursery. It's a little tough not having those guys ready to go as training camp begins. So those are the contract things still to be figured out in the NFL, along with Terry McLaurin. He spoke to the media yesterday, the Commanders receiver, and he expected more progress on a deal. He wants that $30 million per year type stuff for receivers. He wants one of those contracts. And right now, he and the Commanders aren't anywhere close. So he spoke, hasn't really considered asking for a trade. He talked about his family. They bought their first home there. He and his wife, they want to stay there. But right now, he and the Commanders aren't near a deal. And that leads me to this. So the Jets just gave Garrett Wilson big money, and it led to Texans media, Texan fans talking about how they got Nico Collins on what would be considered a discount. And certainly when it came to Derek Stingley, because Stingley and Sauce are always going to be compared, particularly how it started when Sauce felt like the clear runaway in that comp. And now you see how Derek Stingley has maybe surpassed him, because Stingley's ball skills, his ability to get takeaways, has far exceeded exceeded sauces. I would say this when we're making comparisons about contracts. I don't want to make comparisons to the Jets. If Nick Caserio does something smarter than the Jets, good. He should. The Jets are not a team I want to hold as a standard bearer for, oh, my GM's better than that team. What about the Jets tells you that you should want to be comp to them? Like if you want to go Ravens, Chiefs, and say Nick Caserio's up in that tier when it comes to signing contracts, I'll say yes. I'm happy if Nick Caserio's doing that. But if it's the Jets, a perennial loser, no, it's not a win. It's not a win for Nick Caserio. It's the Jets, and why would I expect the Jets to do anything proper? Now they're trying to excavate themselves from the Aaron Rodgers debacle, and hopefully Aaron Glenn, former Texan, can turn that around. If you're a Jets fan, I'm not a Jets fan, so I hope they lose every game they play, honestly. But for Aaron Glenn's sake, if you have some warm feelings for him, maybe after leaving Detroit as a DC, he's got something to flip the Jets around. But comping Caserio to what's going on in New York, stop it. That's not the realm. Look to Baltimore. Look to, as I said, the Chiefs. Look to the Rams. Look to the Eagles. In fact, you want a Northeast comp? Look to Howie Roseman. See how he does contracts. When Nick Caserio's in line with how Howie Roseman does things, then you got something. Howie Roseman can draft old linemen. I know that much. Let's get to Howie Roseman's level on that when it comes to building a roster. Caserio can do the defensive line thing like Howie Roseman can do. Let's match him and go put together an offensive line. Maybe around to Airsary is the start of that. We just probably won't see him, if at all. Certainly not very much this season. And if he's going to be behind everyone else because he's not signed in training camp, that ain't going to help either. Okay, before we did the giveaway, before we talked to Eric and Keith, at least before we talked to Keith, I mentioned that this ain't a way to treat your greats. AJ, where do you stand on? Have we talked about the Harry Potter franchise? Where do you stand on the Harry Potter franchise? Books, movies, where do you stand?
I used to like watch some of them with my dad when I was younger, but I wasn't like really too in depth to them. I tried reading like a book in 5th grade. Oh my gosh, I could not do it. I was 10. I couldn't do it. It was too much.
Understood. I've never read the books. I'm never going to. I'll watch the movie. I've watched the movies. They've got a new series coming up here next year, I think, on HBO Max.
I did see that, like behind the scenes.
Yeah, I guess I may watch that. What am I saying? Of course I'll watch it. I'm a nerd. Of course I'll watch it. At least I'll give it a try. We'll see how it goes. Shout out to the new Severus Snape. Only because that guy signing up for that job, if you don't know, they cast a British actor who's black in the Severus Snape role, and you already saw the people pretty much jump out of a building because they did it. So we'll see how people respond to him when he's on when they actually see him on television as opposed to the initial casting. But hey, John Boyega would tell you when it comes to IP and hate because you look a certain way, it can be rough going. So we'll see how the new Severus Snape does in that role. But from the old movies, the ones that made J.K. Rowling billions of dollars, at least certainly sold a lot of books and made a lot of money at the box office. Hermione Granger, Emma Watson, I think, who's kind of pseudo retired from acting. She lost her license. And I don't know that this happens over here. Like we have TMZ, they break stuff, but I'm not sure who would be an American comp here, because of course she was not just an UK star, she's an American star. I'm trying to find an American comp of like someone who was great or at least famous as a kid actor, and now is like in their 30s, and really no one has a bad word to say about him. I'm trying to think of who would be the proper comp. Maybe she's older now, but maybe Natalie Portman for us. I mean,
yeah,
she's older, probably maybe less than a decade older than Emma Watson. But Natalie Portman's one of those people who was a kid actress, became an adult actor, and no one says a bad thing about her. But do you think if it was simply a case of this example, if it happened to her, we'd have this news story about it? Take a listen. This is I think Sky News. breaking down what's happening to Emma Watson.
Some breaking news for you. The Harry Potter actress Emma Watson has been banned from driving for 6 months after being caught speeding. Watson, who of course played Hermione Granger in the film franchise, drove 38 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone in Oxford.
Yeah, I
On
know.
July the 31st last year, the 35-year-old was made to pay a total of £1,044 at High Wycombe Magistrates Court on Wednesday. Emma Watson had already got 9 points on her licence before the speeding incident occurred, according to the court readout. She did not attend the 5-minute hearing.
Speeding incident is strong. 38 and a 30 is a speeding incident. Don't we get a buffer of 10? Like you get 10 miles an hour.
I'll be put over all the time.
Yeah. Well, you get for different reasons going forward. Just how it's two Americas, AJ. You know about it.
It's true.
Yeah. But 38 and a 30 for a UK legend. Nah, we can't treat our legends that way. And he went into how many points she has and why that's a lot. Like if Natalie Portman, for whatever reason, got pulled over in LA, first of all, she's going 38 and a 30. If they see who it is and recognize her, they're letting her go. I'm just saying, I'm just predicting that. But even if the officer's having a bad day and it was like, I don't care who you are, I'm pulling you over and you're catching a ticket. I'm trying to. So that's a national news service. Like with CNN do a story about Natalie Portman going 38 and a 30 and losing her license. I don't think it rises to the level of news. Sky News, what are we doing? She didn't even attend. He knew her point situation. It's just a different way of doing news. I would just say, hey, leave Hermione Granger alone. That's all. Leave her alone. That story doesn't need to be out there. I catch him MSNBC talking about Natalie Portman that way. In fact, they would never do that story. It had to be something much more serious than, oh, she was going 32 and a 25. And that's why she lost her license. All right. Well, Emma Watson probably doesn't need to drive anywhere. Now she can't, at least not legally. How does that work? Like, you can't drive in the UK like that, but she could have an American license. So she lives over here. I guess she'll just be fine. But if she wants to go back to her home country, not so much. So there it is. A disrespect to one of the child star legends, who has, for the most part, stayed out of trouble. In fact, period. I don't think I've ever heard a negative story about Emma Watson before until Sky News got a hold of her. 38 and a 30. That ain't speeding, by the way. What are we doing? What happens on 45 when I got out of the house late, when I have to get to work on time? I ain't gonna tell you because I ain't gonna snitch on myself, but let's just say 38 to 30 or 8 miles above the speed limit. Trust me, someone's pulling me over every day. If that's what we're doing, I guess the benefits of living in Houston and not whatever part of the UK she was in. All right, we'll go to break with that. Damn, tough beat. How's she gonna live? How's she gonna get to work? She can't even drive anymore. All right, we'll go to break. Me and AJ till noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Part of the last segment, I mentioned I didn't want Nick Caserio to be in conversations with the Jets general manager when we talk about who's better than who. Garrett Wilson and Sauce Gardner both got deals over the last couple of days from their new general manager, Darren. I'm going to go with Mougey, Mougey. He isn't Douglas, so maybe things will be better for the Jets. But if we're doing comps, let's have Caserio be better than Howie Roseman if I want him to be better than a couple GMs in football. And I mentioned Howie Roseman again because one of Howie Roseman's recent acquisitions, he elected to trade to the Texans. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is now a Texan. He went on the pivot with Ryan Clark, and he explained in some ways why he's no longer in Philadelphia.
Why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say be a dog and then it's time to go out there. Hey, we need you. Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me. And I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked. They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum at practice. Nothing. It's just offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live, you telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football? You want me to be a leader and outspoken, but then you want me to sit back and just, I'm cool with taking the back seat, but I'm not cool with little things like, okay, I'm misled. I'm confused.
That's Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Part of his sit down with the pivot, I think that involves Ryan Clark. Fred Taylor was there. I think Channing Crowder, former NFL player, sitting down to talk with them. He has not been a guy who spent a lot of time in places. That's why he was with Philly twice in the span of 3 seasons. And now he's a Texan. I wouldn't expect Chauncey Gardner-Johnson to be here beyond this year. Seems like that's the amount of time someone is willing to deal, or an organization at least is willing to deal. We'll see. Maybe D'Amico Ryans has a magic formula, and he's a perfect fit here, and he can be a guy who's here for more than a year. But you hear even months later, he's not exactly sure why, I guess, Philly asked him to do certain things. He heard him say he's confused. This is, I wouldn't say it's like an all-in move, but this is the Texans taking it's not even a gamble because they can get off of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson after a year. It's a guy who they certainly thought they're better off having than Kenyon Green, and let's try it. We're pretty solid in our secondary. Let's add another piece, and maybe him along with a pretty solid defensive front, along with the rest of that secondary, is enough to elevate us to real contender status. They have guys like him on the roster already, particularly on the defensive end. If we're talking about more of the I'll show you leader than the quiet type when it comes to Azeez Al-Shaair, who they added last season, or at least last offseason. Now Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's another one of those guys who volatile, but can be disruptive and impactful, and that's what they're hoping for him. But I don't think it's going past a year. I think he could sit down with the pivot after this season, and go, I was confused about what they wanted from me. I think I wouldn't be surprised if the Pivot wants to have an anthology series, or a yearly review of Chauncey Gardner Johnson's time in the previous year. They could bring him on in the 2026 offseason, and he can explain why he's no longer Houston Texan. Chauncey, why are you a Baltimore Raven and not a Houston Texan? Well, Ryan, and then he'll go on to talk about the Texans confuse him again. There's that saying, and I don't want to tribute the particular terminology to him when they go, if you walk around all the time and keep running into a-holes, maybe you're the a-hole. If your whole life is filled with you thinking everybody you deal with is an a-hole, maybe you turn out to be, maybe you're the a-hole. And when we're talking about the amount of time an organization's willing to deal, I don't even want to say deal like he's not an adult, who they're willing to have a cooperative agreement with Chauncey Gardner Johnson, guys, the organizations don't want to do it for more than a year. So if that is the case, maybe we got to look within and go, what's up? But he does impact winning, and he helped the Eagles win a Super Bowl, which may even speak to more of why he is someone that's difficult to have in your organization for more than a year, because they reached the top of the mountain, coming off a year where they were very disappointed in their final stretch of the season. They bring him in, they bring him back, they won a Super Bowl. Everything feels like that should be perfect. He came in, he was impactful on our defense. We won a Super Bowl. Let's have him back. And they said, nope, we've had enough. I'm going to bet that the Texans make a similar decision if I just go by his track record. Just ball out is all we're looking for.
You can't program a dog.
No, you can't. He's a dog. And sometimes all the time he's telling me you can't program him. And so you let the dog be who he is. You let Chauncey Gardner Johnson be who he is, and you hope your organization is strong enough for that not to be a problem for a year. And then you say, thanks, Chauncey. We're moving on. Because why, AJ?
You can't program a dog.
There it is. You cannot program a dog. It's going to be interesting, though. Him and the rest of that secondary. They're going to be fun to watch. I think that's what you can say about the Texans defense. They're going to be fun attacking. He fits what they want to do. He's going to be just another one of those dudes who's going to talk, who's going to let you know he's there. And other than Derek Stingley, I think he fits the profile of that secondary. Bullock's like that. Lassiter's like that. Petrie, we got to see him back on the field, but I think he maybe fits that mold too. The rest of them, Will Anderson's a leader of that team, but I don't know if his personality is exactly like that secondary. But I love it. I love that he's here. I love that it's probably just for 1 year. So we'll see what Chauncey Gardner Johnson provides in what likely is his 1 year with the Texans. Okay, I'm being bombarded by Mr. Irrigation and things going around just around the world of sports. If you missed it earlier, we had Kate McLean from Tony's here. She's a chef. AJ, you were probably
I was listening.
You were listening. So you heard when she asked if I was Hawaiian because of my last name.
Actually, I didn't hear that part. There's
like
a couple minutes where it went out kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, but I did not hear that though.
So Art reminded me of it. She heard the name Olaleye, and she heard the rhythmic tone of that, and asked me if I was Hawaiian. Now look, I've been to Hawaii once, enjoyed my time there, and from being in Hawaii, I will tell you, unless you're an athlete at the University of Hawaii, not a lot of people look like me in Hawaii.
Wow.
Look, I was in Honolulu, where their main campus was. This isn't to take a shot at Hawaii, just how the demographics work out. From what I could tell, unless you had University of Hawaii paraphernalia, a jersey, not a jersey, they wouldn't be walking around jerseys, but sweatsuit, shirt, hat, merchandise, whatever. Not a lot of people look like me, but I appreciate the guess you made. It is in fact a Nigerian last name. Art reminded me of that. I was like, yeah, that did happen. I was too busy eating a funnel cake, a mini funnel cake to care that much. But shout out to Kate McLean. She does a great job over at Tony's, and they're doing ballpark fare where they're going to provide you with, as Art said, mini glizzies. They're going to do, you can call them hot dog sliders, whatever you want to call them. They're a mini versions of hot dogs. They're going to do funnel cakes. They're going to do chili cheese fries, and they're going to have Astro games up. They're going to do that periodically throughout the summer and into the rest of the season. So if you want to hang out on those days, Tony's will be there for you to give you Astros baseball and less expensive ballpark fare than what you would get if you actually went out to Daikin. And considering what Tony's does, you're probably getting better quality. Although the Astros have stepped up their food, a lot of Major League baseball parks have done that as well. Astros are among them, but I think Tony's may have them beat. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in, the number is 713-780-3776. I'll tell you a little bit about where we're going to be the next couple of days because John and Lance are out and about the next couple of days. So are the other shows. So we'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
AJ, when I ask you who's most deserving of the credit for what the Patriots accomplished, who would you say?
I'd probably say Tom Brady because, I mean, the very next season he left, I mean, he won the Super Bowl with the Bucs. So, yeah. I mean, obviously they both play hand in hand, but I'll give Brady the edge.
By both, do you mean Robert Kraft as the other one?
Oh, I was saying Belichick.
Okay,
but yeah.
because Robert Kraft wants his credit. It's been a thing for him, and it's one of the reasons he's doing like a podcast tour. At least he did one podcast. He did the Rob Gronkowski and Julian Edelman podcast because sure that's great. It's called the Dudes Being Dudes podcast. Yeah,
sounds about right.
Yeah, sounds about right. And on that podcast, he said when they asked him about all the decisions he's made, the best decisions he's made since he's been the Patriots owner, he said the one that got questioned the most was the one in '99 when he decided to hire Bill Belichick. He said, I gave up a #1 draft pick for a coach that had only won a little over 40% of his games to get him out. I don't know if there are any Jets fans here. I think they're at a Fanatics event. I think getting Bill Belichick to come to the Patriots in '99 was a big risk, and I got hammered in the Boston area, but he was with us for 24 years. Bill Belichick caught word of that. It was like, excuse me. And he did this in a statement to ESPN, so he wanted it to be heard and read. As I told Robert multiple times, that's Kraft, through the years, I took a big risk by taking the New England Patriots coaching job. I already had the opportunity to be the head coach of the Jets, but the ownership situation wasn't stable. I have been warned by multiple previous Patriots coaches, as well as other members of other NFL organizations and the media, that the New England job was going to come with many internal obstacles. I made it clear that we would have to change the way the team was managed to regain the previously attained success. There's been a bit like when I asked you the question, you immediately thought Brady and Belichick. There's been that conversation, quarterback or coach. The one that doesn't get a lot of attention is the one involving coach versus owner. It's not to the level of Jerry and Jimmy, but Robert Kraft feels like he's kind of overlooked in that because you do have the two big names in Brady and Belichick and what they did. He goes, I'm the owner. What about mine? And in fact, I think he missed out recently on another potential. What did he miss out on that he's been fighting for? I forgot what it was. Oh, he didn't get in the Hall of Fame. Robert Kraft wants to be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he didn't get in. And he would think, I am the owner of a team who won what? Was it 7? 6. Oh, Brady won the 7 with Tampa, who's won 6 Super Bowls since I took over. And wasn't he? And he got there in '99, so he wasn't there. Was he? No, he made the decision in '99. Was he there for the what's his name? Parcells Bledsoe Super Bowl when they lost to the Packers? So he might have, if he's the owner for that, then he's saying, hey, we didn't win that one, but I've been to a decade's worth of Super Bowls. Why aren't they in the Hall of Fame? So he's doing that thing where he's trying to let people know I should certainly be someone considered as a real factor in why this organization has been as successful as it has been. And Bill Belichick just, hey, don't come in my yard. Let's not pretend like you guys were in a mess when I got there. So it has more to do with me than with you. So Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft, while they may not be enemies, I don't think they're very close. And so we'll see. I am surprised that he's not in the Hall of Fame right now. Whether you want to say he's just the owner who's spending cash, he did make the hire of Bill Belichick, and we saw how that played out. So he's still trying to find his way in. We'll see if Robert Kraft actually makes it. But I do love people taking their piece of the credit pie, and how serious they are about it. It's usually something we see when it comes to the actual athletes. One of the more famous ones we know is Shaq and Kobe, and that led to a breakup of that Lakers team. And of course, Shaq went on to win one more, and Kobe went on to win 2 with the Lakers. But I don't remember a lot beyond Jerry and Jimmy, and now we got Kraft versus Belichick. So all I need is for Robert Kraft to have no more success. You've had enough. You hired a great coach. You wound up lucking into the most successful quarterback of all time. And see, AJ, I couch it like that because I ain't calling him the GOAT. I'm not doing it.
Is that because you like the Dolphins, or
It's because even as great as Brady is, I see the guy in Kansas City coming up pretty quickly on him, and I'm not sure he's going to hold that title for long. And yes, it's because I hate the Patriots. Yes. That as well.
I was just making sure.
Yes, that as well. That plays a big part of it as well. But I just think the guy in Kansas City, he ain't there yet because just the volume of Brady Super Bowl wins keeps him ahead for now. But as far as play on the field, I know who I enjoy watching more. And it ain't 12. Appreciate you, 12, in some ways. Mostly the moments of watching you lose. Like, watching him lose in the Super Bowl is pretty fun. Because for the most part, they've always been a surprise. For whatever reason, the NFC East is giving him trouble. The 2 Giants ones and the 1 Eagles one. Those, I think the Patriots were favored. Certainly, they were the favorite when they were on their way to an undefeated season. And I think they're the favorites in the second one against the Giants. I think the Eagles too, just because you have Brady in the Super Bowl. If only the Falcons could have got him.
They should have.
Yeah, of course. If only you give me an AFC South team or NFC South team beating you, and I needed that blowout to happen. Like, I didn't need it to be close because you give the Patriots credit; they don't get blown out in Super Bowls, even when they do lose. I needed that one 23. I needed that one to get to like old school NFC AFC back in the 80s and 90s when the AFC was getting routed. Patriots among them against that Bears team. Give me like 45-10 Falcons. That's what I was hoping for. Instead, I got the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history. So even then, he ruined my Sunday night. He's ruined a lot of my Sundays. That one I thought I had him, thanks to Matt Ryan and Julio Jones. Instead, Kyle Shanahan pulling another maybe the first Kyle Shanahan. He's done a number of those since, and I just didn't know that he would do it on that night. Famously, a Super Bowl in Houston where Lance left early. He doesn't get shamed enough for that. I don't blame him. You want to get out of traffic, but when it turns into the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history and you weren't there for it, you deserve some shame. So I mentioned that Patriot team, the one that lost the Giants. Right now, there is a list of the best teams to ever do it in the NFL. It's on Bill Barnwell has that on the NFL page on ESPN. And that Patriots team, who didn't actually win, is his best team of all time. I kind of thought championships stamped you. Like, no one thinks the Warriors are the best team ever because they lost. So if you lose the Super Bowl, can you be the best team of all time? I'm sure you look at analytics and numbers and you'll say that Patriot team was very dominant. They were. Going back, it's now been, 18 years or so now? But yes, that was a dominant team. But if you don't win it all,
doesn't matter.
You want to put them on the list, fine. Top 25 best Super Bowl era teams, that's cool. But you can't make them number 1. You got to win it. Look, I'm trying now that I think about it. Who would I throw up there at this point? As I don't generally do rankings. Not a thing that interests me. So I'm not putting these things together in my head. But I do know one thing: if you don't win a title, you can't be in the list. Like USC against Texas, that whole lead up was. They even did like a historical bracket. They're like, would this USC team beat this team? Would they beat the 0-1 Miami team? And would they beat a former USC team? They did all that stuff. Would they beat one of the 90s Nebraska's team with Tommy Frazier? It was all about that USC team because they were going in some ways for like a three-peat because they won in 03 in the AP poll. They won the BCS and they're unanimous in 04, and they were going for another unanimous title in 05. So we're talking about the legendary USC team and what they could be. And you know what? No one thinks of them like that anymore because of what Vince Young in Texas did. Should be the same. Bill Barnwell, cut it out. I know you're a numbers guy, but let's have some reason involved. If you didn't raise the trophy, you can't be the best team of all time. I don't care what the numbers say. It was a competitive game. It was a close loss, but it was a loss. Even if they had won 18 other games that year and gone undefeated. Just how it works. If you want to get in on the show before we wrap it up, the number is 713-780-3776. I did want to tell you about this before I forget. We got the summer circuit going on right now. And what that is our shows go around to great Houston restaurants and give you a chance to win something. So if you show up today at McCormick and Schmick, the Town and Country location, excuse me, not today, tomorrow, the McCormick and Schmick location, Town and Country from 12 to 6, and fill out something at our promo table, you register to win, you have a chance to win a grand prize from the Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. It's 2 e-bikes from them. So McCormick and Schmick tomorrow from 12 to 6. Go to the promo table, fill out a form, and give yourself a chance to win. And also tomorrow, John and Lance are going to be out at Texas Card House from 7 to 10. So you can join them out there. And of course, on Friday, because we got another major championship in golf, the entire station will be out at East River 9. So got a busy couple of days coming up. You can join us at any of those locations. Some of it's our summer circuit tour. Some of it's just us out and about. So please come out there and join us and have a good time. Also, remember this. We're getting closer. In fact, next Thursday, it's the start of our giveaways for the fantasy football league we're going to put on. It'll be myself, John, Lance, and Sean, plus you guys. You get a chance to start winning July 24th. The fantasy football draft is August 28th in Lake Charles in the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. So if you are one of our winners, you're going to get a 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget. You're going to get a $200 food and beverage credit and dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. You guys certainly have heard us do shows there quite a bit. We always enjoy our time there. They treat us right. They'll treat you right too. So if you want to get involved in this, stay locked in. Starting next Thursday, July 24th, we're going to be doing giveaways on air through social media through August 14th. So if you can be there for the draft, that's the most important part. Try to win because it should be a good time. All right, Gary, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. We got one more segment here to go. Gary, and you, if you want, when we get back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After a mixed market yesterday in which the Dow slid 436 points on worries about inflation accelerating and tariff imposition, we had the NASDAQ hit a new all-time high, just barely moving up into record territory once again with the help of NVIDIA. And we're seeing NVIDIA hold the NASDAQ in relatively good stead today, although the S&P and NASDAQ are pulling back a bit, while the Dow is holding on to very, very small gains as we wait for wholesale inflation data, industrial production, and factory use numbers out this morning as well. 10-year note yield holding at 4.48%. The dollar down a little bit. Oil's down another 58 cents to 65.94 a barrel. Gold's up nearly $5 to 33.41 an ounce. And after a brief glitch yesterday in Congress, it looks like some crypto-friendly bills may be on their way towards passage. So we're seeing a rebound in Bitcoin, which is up a couple $1,000 per coin this morning. Of course, all eyes on Washington to see if there's any more talk about tariffs on both computer chips and pharmaceutical products, something the president mentioned again yesterday.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
And that Bill Barnwell list is the best 25 teams in the last 25 years. He does have the Patriots at 1. He goes into the numbers of how dominant they were over the season and so on and so forth. But you've heard this show's response: win the title, and then I wouldn't have any issue with where you put them. But they didn't win, so they're not number 1. Let's get to Gary. What's up, Gary?
Hey guys, the Florida Marlins won with the World Series 2 years. They beat Cleveland and then they beat the Yankees. But nobody considered them one of the greatest teams. They didn't even win a title, not their title. They didn't even win their division. And so in baseball, I think it depends on the sport too. In baseball, they just showed that if you get hot, you can win it all. And then with New England, statistically speaking, that year they lost to the Giants. Statistically speaking, they were the most dominant. It took a Hail Mary, Tyreek, whatever that guy's catch over the helmet to beat them. So flukes like that can happen. But as far as Florida Marlins, when they won, and they didn't even win their division, they've not even won a division title. They got hot and limped into the playoffs and beat one of the hottest teams around at that time, who was better, Cleveland, and then they beat New York. And both of those teams were more dominant than the Florida Marlins. So it can happen. Statistically speaking, New England was the better team that year against the Giants, but the helmet catch propelled the Giants.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, the rundown of how that worked out, I remember clearly. They couldn't protect Tom Brady from that front four. So while yes, the helmet catch happened after they finally got a touchdown with, at least took the lead with Randy Moss and Tom Brady. The reason that was even a game is because they couldn't block the Giants. So I will agree. The Patriots numbers tell you great football team throughout the course of the season. But even if you look in the playoffs, like, that was back about when you only had to when the 1 and 2 seeds had a week off. Not like now we only have the 1 seed with the week off. They didn't look great against the Patriots. Excuse me, the Chargers in that playoffs. I think Brady threw like 3 picks in a game. They had a couple games where they almost lost. So, but 18-0 at the time is 18-0. So you can't get after them too much if they had some close victories when they go 18-0 to start their 18-0 to start their run. But it wasn't simply the miracle catch. The Giants in the game were the better team, not over the course of the season, but in that game, the Giants are better. And you hold the Patriots to, at the time, 14 points. And then you come back and win, and it took a miracle to make the catch, but that wasn't the end of the game. They still went down and scored a touchdown, right? That happened. Plexico Burress fade into the end zone to win the game. So understood. David Tyree made a great play, but the Patriots had every opportunity to keep the Giants out of the end zone and couldn't do it, and that's why they didn't win that one. But yeah, the baseball, I would agree, that's the one where if you got a couple starting pitchers, you can ride that wave to a title. Hockey, in some ways, is that way too. Hot goalie has always been something they talk about. If your goalie will stand on his head over the course of a playoff run, you can make your way into the Stanley Cup Finals and eventually win it. But I don't know if outside the Giants, I guess, who else has gotten hot? Did Baltimore, will we classify that 2012 Baltimore team with Joe Flacco as a team who got hot to win it? I think over the course of, well, at this point, depending if you have a bye or not, you're either playing like 20 games to make a Super Bowl or maybe 19 if you to get to the Super Bowl at least. 17 game schedule, and then a couple games if you're the 1 seed to get to that Super Bowl. If you win 20 games, or at least you go through 20 games to make a Super Bowl and win it, I think we can give you credit for being the best team and not just getting hot. But I do think it's funny that Eli Manning, of all people, is the one to maybe chop at that theory, because he of all people is one that rode the wave of playoff runs to make, let's just say, average regular seasons disappear on his way to a couple Super Bowls. So I won't question that the Patriots were the favorite in both and were the better team in both, but they did not play as a better team in those two giant Super Bowl wins, and particularly the one where they could have gone undefeated. So I'm still standing on win the damn thing. And then if you make a list, you can put him at number one. You could have found someone else to do that, to put at number one, because they actually closed the deal. As I said, the example, the Warriors, maybe the Bill Barnwell version of in the NBA will make the Warriors the best team in the last 25 years because it it excludes the Jordan teams since those teams stopped in like 98. But ain't no one gonna take it seriously. Like if you put that Warriors team as the best team of all time, even though they didn't win, would we take that Warriors team over the Kevin Durant Warriors teams? Even though they didn't win 73 games in the regular season, considering how dominant those Kevin Durant teams were in the postseason, I'm not taking that Warriors team over them. So, and the Warriors were great. That's how you get to 73-9. You just can't take into account Draymond kicking LeBron where he kicked him. Those things you can't take into account. You got volatile variables. Draymond was one of them, and it cost them a chance at being the best team of all time. See, I almost wish it would have happened just to see how the Jordan stands would have had to deal with it, because there are enough people rooting against the Warriors to not do it because they only wanted the Jordan team to have 70 plus wins and go win a title. Missed opportunity. Draymond couldn't keep his foot to himself, and here we are. Maybe, and if LeBron was a half step slower, maybe that Iguodala layup goes in. All things to consider when we talk about historic teams and where they would rank. But that'll be the end of this show. We'll be back tomorrow for the first time in a bit. John and Lance are going to be on their own engineering. I'll be back here because we just got people on vacation, so it's a lot easier if I'm back here to produce their show and also do my show from here. So John and Lance at Texas Card House tomorrow. You can go out there and meet them, and just meet them. I'll be back here, and we'll keep moving after that. So since we're done for the day, AJ, what does that mean?
You can't program a dog.
It's true. Just think about it. You really can't. Thanks to Chauncey Gardner-Johnson on the pivot for that. We're done for the day. Paul Gallant's up next. He's followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, and you heard it from the voice guy himself right there. It is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can get in touch with the show by calling or texting, as the voice guy said, at 713-780-3776 to call or text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, also on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also do it on the brand new ESPN Houston app, which is available for your iPhone or for your Android phone. We're doing the show once again from the Gallant Says Podcast Studios in my two-bedroom condo in Tanglewood, he said in quotation marks, because it's basically like right on the border of it, but I'm just going to claim it to make myself sound a little bit cooler. I've got the cat hanging out in the studio. We'll see how long that lasts. Generally, as I talk, the longer and longer I speak, the louder and louder I become. She generally finds this to be unappealing for naps, and then will leave. So if you're watching along on YouTube and Twitch, you can see her. And she has a kind of pissed off look on her face. I'm going to try not to be distracted by my cat. It is a slow time in the sports calendar. The All-Star game was last night. I had it on in the 2 TV setup. I have a small 32-inch TV and a 48 to 54-inch TV. I don't know how much it is. I bought it back in 2016. It still works somehow. I think the TV's older than the cat, to be perfectly honest. But in that setup, I have on the top TV the All-Star game. And it didn't look like it was going so well. It was lasting a while, too. But it actually ended up being a good game to the point where I put it on the main screen for the last couple of innings. And ultimately, the National League up 6-0, saw a fierce American League rally. The American League scored 6 runs. I saw Steven Kwan knock in the tying run as part of a great at-bat against Edwin Diaz in the top of the 9th. Gets on an infield single. It's 6-6. I mean, it had theatrics. It had stakes. And even more interesting, they decided, hey, let's test challenging whether or not a ball is a strike in the midst of a baseball game, a Major League Baseball game. And that actually was interesting at the very least. Randy Arozarena had 2 strikes on him. The ball was thrown slightly outside, but it caught a little bit of the plate. And upon review, it was found to be a strike. So that was it. So me, someone who didn't pay attention to any potential changes to baseball's All-Star game, discussed this offseason, I thought to myself, yeah, some extra innings. I mean, this game has lasted a while. We're getting closer to 4 hours at this point. I'd like it to get done sooner rather than later so I can go to bed and try to sleep off the remainder of this strep throat and whatever the hell else I'm dealing with. And then I get a push notification on my phone. And the push notification says, history made. Baseball set for first swing off to determine All-Star game victor. It's like, swing off? What the hell are we talking about here? We're talking about upside down pineapples? What's going on here? Swingers? Huh? No. We were talking about a 3-versus-3 home run derby where each player gets 3 swings. It featured Brent Rooker, Randy Arozarena, who I know because his name sounds Italian, Jonathan Aranda, Kyle Stowers, Kyle Schwarber, and Pete Alonso. I mean, that's just a lot of big names, isn't it? I'm told we're dealing with an echo. We'll get it figured out. But you've got all that going on. And that's how you're going to decide a game that had actually been good up to that point? I mean, could have been at the very end. Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. against Shohei Ohtani, Pete Alonso, and Kyle Schwarber. At least they got the National League right. But instead, what you get was what I listed out. And I'll be honest, I haven't heard of half of those names. Nope. I don't know who half of those guys are. Truly. Couldn't tell you off the top of my head. So that's what decided it. Ultimately, it was Kyle Schwarber who was getting things done. And the National League ends up winning in a game that I felt actually was pretty good, but ultimately not feeling so hot today. Ultimately, it's decided by a 3-3 swing off. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. So now I'm wondering what happens next. I mean, it's very clear that the players don't seem to care that much. Right? You had 17 opt-outs. And even worse, this is a report from an ESPN reporter. And again, I think ESPN just doesn't give a damn that they're covering baseball anymore. For people wondering, many people have left, including a lot of the starters, left as in on a plane home. Wow. So a lot of the guys, and we're talking about Aaron Judge and we're talking about Shohei Ohtani, they weren't even there for the end of this game. Am I surprised? I'm not really. But ultimately, it's just a bummer of a way to end a game that actually was pretty good. So All-Star week, it's over. And I mean, what were the highlights? What were the cool moments that we'll remember for the rest of our lives? There was the kid who robbed a home run off of Junior Camarino in a home run derby. That was pretty funny. There was that moment where they played Welcome to Atlanta as an intro for the National League. Ludacris was out there. That was pretty cool. There was a tribute to Hank Aaron where they used, I think, a flare and projection mapping and pyrotechnics to recreate his 715th record-breaking home run to pass Babe Ruth from April 8th of 1974 at the old Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. I mean, that's pretty cool. People cheered. It was a sellout. But yeah, All-Star Week's in the books. And I think I'm at the moment where I feel like we all realize we don't really need it anymore, and perhaps we don't even need the All-Star break. Just keep the regular season going, huh? Do they need a break? Oh, it's an 162-game season. No, just play the whole thing through. Can we stop being given these fake games, especially when it's clear the players don't actually give a crap about them? Because they don't. I mean, if they're leaving halfway through this thing to fly home, I get that it's a 4-hour game and all of that, but you were selected as an All-Star and you did show up. What's the point of showing up if you're not going to stay there the whole time? You just want to get your at-bat in for the All-Star game and then you're out? Wild. And I get it. Family, et cetera, et cetera. The life of a ball player is a difficult one, Paul. Fine, but I just find that, along with the entirety of last night, being wrapped up with a swing-off, lame. Will it be better next year? I don't know. They'll probably add some other change that we don't hear about until the actual game plays out and we find ourselves heading into extra innings. But if you're worried about the length of game, which did take a while, I mean, you have something to continue to play baseball called the Ghost Runner that you use in the regular season. And each team, the American League, the National League, has what? Like 40 guys? So you couldn't keep playing? Were you out of bodies already? I'm sure there were some guys who didn't get to play there. I know Josh Hader didn't, thank goodness. I think a lot of people were happy that there were no Astros in the game. So there you go, everybody. Baseball's All-Star Week is in the books. And a bit of a bummer. A bit of a bummer. Especially considering they actually had a good game on their hands and it ended like that. Some of the people are texting in. Okay, so the echo is gone. I don't know if that was AJ back in Mission Control or if it was me here. I'm leaning towards it was me here because I shut down a switch on my board. So it might have been my fault. Everybody, sorry about that. To open up the show, we got lots of texts. I guess I sounded like Lou Gehrig. Today, I consider myself one of the luckiest men on the face of the earth. I sound like a stadium announcer. Mushrooms. Paul Gehrig in the house. Yeah, I don't know why I was echoing everybody. Some other comments about the All-Star game last night from the 409. I was excited they were actually wearing their own uniforms. Yeah, they should have done that. This year's All-Star uniforms that they wore for the Home Run Derby, I didn't think were that bad. It's a play off of the Braves and what they've been doing back in the day. But yeah, it was cool to see them all wearing their uniforms at the very least. From the 409, just name them All-Stars, leave it as is, mark the midway, give them the break for 5 days. That's where I'm at, because it was a good game once it became a good game. Obviously, the American League had to rally, but it was so anticlimactic. You rally from down 6-0, and now we're going to a 3-on-3 home run derby where the National League clearly has the better bats. That was kind of lame. You couldn't have gone back to some of the players who maybe would have been very helpful in that situation, like a Shohei Ohtani or an Aaron Judge. Would they have been usable, or did they have to use guys that were still in the lineup at that moment in the game? Obviously, the big issue was that Aaron Judge left and that Shohei Ohtani left, so they couldn't go to that. From the 337, some of us like the new rules to break a tie, Boomer. Maybe listen to the game on a transistor radio and check the box scores the next day. Listen, I'm trying to give baseball a chance. I'd rather gouge my eyes out half the time than watch baseball games. Let's be honest, okay? Like when the Astros are playing the A's and it's 9 o'clock on a weekday, F that. I driving in traffic sounds better, okay? If you are one of the people that like the new rules to break a tie, just realize this isn't a game anymore. This is an exhibition. Paul, that's what the All-Star game is supposed to be. It's lame. It's lame. Getting called okay boomer for this take, fine. I mean, maybe baseball needs all the boomers to get out, but I'm just surprised that anyone would want that. Some of the people want me to bring the echo back. Paul, are you inside a submarine? What the bleep? You sounded like God speaking to Moses. Moses, I am who am. Yes, I am a burning bush. So let it be written. So let it be done. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. You want to jump in on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next, the Houston Texans added someone this offseason that marks a first for the D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud era. You'll hear what I'm talking about next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Maybe the most interesting move that the Houston Texans made this offseason was when they acquired C.J. Gardner-Johnson, a Super Bowl champion safety with the Philadelphia Eagles, who had 6 picks last year. And all they had to give up to get him was offensive lineman Kenyon Green plus a draft pick swap. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I think, for D'Amico Ryans, for Nick Caserio, and for C.J. Stroud, is the first crazy Houston Texan of this regime. I say crazy with quotation marks around it. This is a guy who pushes buttons. And you could easily tell me right now, Paul, well, hang on. What about Azeez Al-Shaair, who is a habitual line stepper? You've even called him that. There's no denying that. I mean, he got away with punching a guy against the Bears Sunday Night Football. And then you had the Trevor Lawrence incident. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson, over his time in the league, has been known as a bit of a line stepper himself. In 2020, he was fined $5,000 for his involvement in a scuffle with Bears wide receiver Javon Wims, who punched Gardner-Johnson in the helmet after Gardner-Johnson reportedly ripped off Wims' mouthpiece and may have spit on him. In a separate incident during the playoffs against the Bears, Gardner-Johnson and receiver Anthony Miller received unsportsmanlike conduct penalties after getting into a scuffle. Miller was ejected for this. Last year with the Eagles, he was fined $45,000 for 3 different infractions in a game against the Saints, including an illegal hit on Alvin Kamara and 2 instances of taunting. And he was ejected from a game against the Washington Commanders in December of last year after receiving 2 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties for verbally taunting players. He was fined $45,000 and raised both middle fingers to the crowd as he exited the field. So he definitely marches to the beat of a different drum, if we're putting it politely. He was on The Pivot, the podcast with Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, and Fred Taylor, and was asked about his reputation and if it maybe is one of the reasons that he's no longer in Philadelphia by Ryan Clark.
It's because of the perception of you being a wild card or crazy or uncontrollable, whatever it is. But your play says Pro Bowl caliber, all pro caliber play. Why aren't you, after winning a championship 2 times in Philadelphia, bro, 6 picks each of those years, why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say if you're a dog and then it's time to go out there.
They're scared of a competitor. You can't program a dog. I like this guy already. I mean, they just won the Super Bowl. They're scared of a competitor. That's why they got rid of him. That's a bit of a reach in my book, but I like the mentality. And Gardner-Johnson went into greater detail. He brought up that game against the Washington Commanders because I think he's of the mindset that Philadelphia had gotten tired of his act, but he feels that his act was a big part of the Eagles getting to where they finally got and knocking off the Chiefs in the Super Bowl this past season.
Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me. And I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So you know, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked? They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum at practice. Nothing. It's just offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live, you telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football? Or you want me to be a leader and outspoken, but then you want me to sit back and just, I'm cool with taking the back seat.
I think it's very interesting the way that he framed it at the end. Now, as far as the first part, that incident we were talking about in Washington where he ends up flipping people off as he's ejected from the game. The Eagles were winning this game, by the way. They lost after Gardner Johnson was ejected. He said he was ejected for nothing, and Reed Blankenship, per him, Gardner Johnson didn't say anything to the players after the second penalty. Important to note that Reed Blankenship had CJ Gardner Johnson at his wedding, so I think Reed Blankenship is probably going to stand up for CJ Gardner Johnson against any accusations, no matter what. I think they got a pretty deep friendship there. So take that with a grain of salt. But that last part's interesting. He was too intense during practices leading up to the Super Bowl. I mean, that's exactly what I want to hear. Should be exactly what you want to hear, too. You want to have somebody that comes in here that's going to push boundaries. Because take a look at the Texans locker room right now. You've moved Laramie Tunsil out. Tunsil, not a very intense person, I felt like, as far as a drive to win. I think Laramie Tunsil was focused with what Laramie Tunsil does best, which is do my job and get paid. And hey, you know what? No fault toward it's Laramie Tunsil. I don't blame him for having that mentality, but you want to win, you need some people that are going to call themselves dogs, that are actually going to push other people into uncomfortable situations. And who in this locker room does that right now? Maybe CJ Stroud going into year 3. After that, who? Derek Stingley is quiet. Kamari Lassiter is going into his second year. Will Anderson's young, and he's so positive. It's hard to imagine him doing anything like that. Daniil Hunter is not a man of few words, but is a man that doesn't seem like he is going to get in your face about what you're not doing on a play. And based off of all the accounts that Will Anderson gives us, it sounds like, if anything, Daniil Hunter helps calm Will Anderson down. Outside of Azeez Al-Shaair, it's not really coming from anyone. So now you got an Azeez Al-Shaair in the locker room, along with the CJ Gardner Johnson in the locker room. And I'm wondering if this team gets a little bit tougher, if this team gets a little bit scrappier. Because I think you could argue that was missing from them last year. They certainly had the talent. The defense was violent, swarmed to the football, created a lot of problems for some of the best quarterbacks in the game, forced takeaways. It's a lot of things to keep an eye on and say, wow, awesome. But they didn't have a guy like CJ Gardner Johnson in the locker room. Now they do, and I'm very curious as to how he's going to fit. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That's how you jump aboard. Coming up next, who's been soft in the world of sports? Soft Boys is next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put. That Ime Udoka called out LeBron James in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game. Called him a little bitch. LeBron didn't like the language. Ime said, soft ass boy. Every single Wednesday at 12:30, we do Soft Boys. Who has been soft in the world of sports? I think my immune system's being soft right now. It's driving me crazy. I really thought today would be the day where I feel better. We'll see. We'll see if I make it through all 3 hours today. I think I will. The thing that sucks about this is just the burning pain that I feel about 8 minutes into a segment. No matter how much water I drink, salt water I gargle, drugs I take, hot tea I drink, applesauce, all liquids. Like I haven't eaten a solid food since Friday. I had salt and vinegar Pringles on my way back from Galveston. So my immune system definitely soft right now. Who's been soft in the world of sports? You can nominate whoever you think's been soft. I'm going to start off with North Carolina football. So there was an article that came out last week, and it shows that numerous emails from North Carolina donors, alumni, and faculty obtained through a public records request do not support the greatest coach in the history of the world, Bill Belichick. And I just got to say about North Carolina, and no offense, I will speak as a cake eater, elitist douche for a moment. North Carolina is a safety school for people who wanted to go to Duke. If you are living outside of the state of North Carolina, it has a great reputation outside of North Carolina. I'm sure in-state it's wonderful. But North Carolina has a very high opinion of itself, considering they're known for their basketball team. And I would specifically speak to their football program as being one of the most underachieving programs in the history of the sport, given some of the players who have passed through there, like Lawrence Taylor, Julius Peppers, and of course, TJ Yates. But that's neither here nor there. Here are some of the things that are being written in emails about Bill Belichick, who was a godsend to that failure of an athletic program. What a total embarrassment to UNC. I am withdrawing all my donations and future donations. In another email from a UNC faculty member, a disgruntled employee complained about there not being enough money to hire the number of professors we need, but paying a 73-year-old guy with no college football experience $10 million is okay, and then letting him hire his son. Yeah, Steve Belichick did a pretty good job as a defensive coordinator with Washington, for those who are paying attention, but that's just me. I would just tell the faculty members, you know how the bread is buttered. And I would say most people who are professors at universities are probably overpaid, given what it costs to get a education at a school these days. Honestly, I think Bill Belichick's giving a lot more back to the state of North Carolina than any of them, but that's just me. More criticism of Bill Belichick in anonymous emails. When you agreed to pay a king's ransom to hire Bill Belichick, did you know you were hiring Jordan Hudson to serve as the primary face of UNC athletics? She has a pretty face. Strong, powerful, independent woman. Normally, I would say the university should not concern itself with the employee's personal lives, but when a prominent employee injects a significant other into the university's affairs, it becomes the university's concern. She's already an embarrassment. Well, I can't really argue with that. And it's only going to get worse. Please end this circus before the season begins. All publicity is good publicity, noob. Another wrote, Jordan Hudson has no business getting involved with Belichick's work-related business at Chapel Hill unless she's on your payroll. It's bad enough the nepotism you've allowed by hiring Belichick's son. You have basketball players taking African-American studies, which was a BS course, so that they could be eligible to play. Can we stop? Can we stop getting mad about the wrong things? What about the children and the education? Another UNC grad wrote to the AD of North Carolina, Belichick is a disgrace to our university. Please do something. I think that every single person that's criticized Bill Belichick before he's even coached in an actual game should go to jail. I think they should be arrested. I know that there are rules that protect free speech in our country, but I think we should definitely stop that when you have heretics who dare to question the greatest coach in the history of the world, maybe the greatest general in the history of the world too. You know, like would we have won the Revolutionary War earlier if Belichick was in charge instead of George Washington? I'm just asking the question. Anyway, what else is going on in soft boys? Who's been soft in the world of sports? I think that this high school that suspended Teddy Bridgewater from his high school coaching position is pretty damn soft. Teddy Bridgewater was the head coach at Miami Northwestern High School. He won a state championship there in 2024 before he re-signed with the Lions to end the season. He's been suspended after admitting in social media posts he paid for Uber rides, meals, and recovery services for players. He asked fans of the team to help cover the expenses in 2025. So he was paying $700 a week for player Ubers, $2,200 for pregame meals, and $1,300 for athletic recovery services. I mean, this is pretty messed up. Kids that are going to Miami Northwestern, for those who don't know Florida very well, most of these kids are economically disadvantaged, and we are getting to a point where there will be haves and have-nots at high school sports and at lower levels. We're probably already there, especially with the rise of AAU and all these other club leagues that you see out there. So we're already heading into a place where this might not be something that everyone gets to do if you don't have the means, which is BS in my opinion. I think everyone should be able to play sports, and that economic circumstances shouldn't get in the way of you being able to do that, especially as a kid growing up. Hell, it might be your ticket out. So this is messed up that Miami Northwestern is suspending him for this. I suppose rules are rules, but I mean, you're getting these kids Ubers. We're getting mad about that. They might not have a dad or mom who could pick them up after work. I think this is very soft of Miami Northwestern and pretty embarrassing. The great state of Florida, which I played football in growing up in high school. Like, this is messed up. I feel for these kids. Teddy Bridgewater clearly cared, you know? Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? If you've got a nominee, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 832, Soft Boy goes to Paul for crying about being sick. Man up and do your job. What am I doing right now? I'm just talking about myself because I would rather talk about myself than baseball, you know? From the 936, Aaron Boone, Dave Roberts, and Bobby Manfred just because I don't like him. That's Eric the Driver. Love it. Now, some people are saying you should drink a 12-pack. What else do we have here? From the 281, how about cheers instead of jeers for Teddy? Yes, I agree with that. 409 texter says drink a 12-pack, alcohol kills it. Maybe it does. We'll see. Not soft. This guy, the oldest marathon runner in the world, who died at 114 years old. Fauja Singh, an Indian-born runner nicknamed the Turban's Torpedo. That's an awesome nickname. Died after being hit by a car. Oh, that's awful. Local media in India reported he sustained severe head injuries in a hit-and-run accident Monday while he was crossing the road in his native village near Jalandhar in Punjab. He was taken to the hospital where he was confirmed to have died. He was someone who lives in London. I think he actually helped light the torch for the Olympics when they were in London. He took up running at the age of 89 as a way to deal with depression after his wife and son died in quick succession in India. The death of his son in 1994 was pretty messed up. A piece of corrugated metal blown by the wind decapitated his son right in front of him. So this guy turned to running like he's basically Forrest Gump and just ran and ran and ran. Running a marathon at age 114 is absolutely insane. And I don't know if he was still doing 26 or whatever the hell it is, 23 miles, but good God, 114 to be running at all? Insane. I will not have my faculties at 114. I can tell you that. I will be rotted away, dead. So that guy, not soft. And that wraps up Soft Boys. Soft Boys, who's been soft in the world of sports? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Live from the Gallant Says podcast studios, because still dealing with strep throat. This is probably the longest I've dealt with it. The tonsils are less swollen, but generally about 6 to 7 minutes into each segment, it's like I am eating nails. It does not feel good, but we're trying. Hopefully tomorrow things will be better. I really thought today would be better. Alas, earwax. That's me drinking. It's like hot honey water. Goodness gracious. You want to chime in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. From the 281. What do we have here? Make and take a flu bomb. FYI, it's an alcohol drink. Flu bomb alcohol drink. Let's see what this is. A flu bomb alcohol drink. Hey, AI, don't be a virgin. When discussing a flu bomb drink with alcohol, it's important to differentiate between traditional home remedies and potential effects of alcohol consumption while sick. Hey, shut up, okay? Shut your mouth. Flu bomb, non-alcoholic. Oh, okay. This is the non-booze one. Maybe I actually should try this. Includes ginger, turmeric, garlic, black pepper, cayenne pepper, cinnamon, and honey diluted in warm water. Okay. No, I meant the boozy one, though. So I'm guessing it's a ginger whiskey drink, piece of ginger, a garlic clove, fresh lemon juice, cayenne pepper, honey, and whiskey. Okay, that's the boozy version of it. I'm not sure I should do that given the drugs I'm taking right now. I actually haven't had a drink for over a week, which has been rather frustrating, especially given this past weekend. You know, you're dealing with a fever, and I'm like, oh, screw it. At least let's get a little lubed up as we try to get through this. I think that was really what ticked me off yesterday when I was talking about a certain other show, was this like implication that I had been out drinking too much over the weekend. I was like, I wish that would have been great, you know? So there you go. From the 747, Key from LA asks, Paul, can you out push up all of the other show hosts? Well, I do push ups every single morning, so I would hope so. If I can't, damn. I have one of those like perfect push up things, but no one cares about that. Paul, why are you talking about the All-Star game? Why are you talking about it? And the thing with the bats at the end, there wasn't a home run derby. It was a swing off. Did you like it? Did you think it was a bastardization of America's pastime? Paul! I didn't like it. That's all. I just didn't like it. Game took a while, but it actually was a good game, and I think it's anticlimactic to cap off a team rallying from 6 runs down with let's do a home run derby with people no one's ever heard of to determine who actually wins this game now that it's tied and in extra innings. Had it featured Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani, sure. But I don't know who any of those guys were off the top of my head. I know who Randy Arozarena is because he's on the Seattle Mariners. But the guys that the American League used, who the hell is Brent Rooker? I don't know. Jonathan Aranda. I don't know. Kyle Stowers? Slowers? I don't know who that is. Kyle Schwarber, I know. Pete Alonso, I know. We didn't even get to see Pete Alonso. So it was kind of lame. In my book. There are actually some interesting things going on in the world of sports. SEC Media Days are happening. Did anyone see this moment yesterday when Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian was introduced?
This is Steve Sarkisian.
Alrighty, welcome. It's always
Jeez. That's the Aggie War Hymn. What are we doing here? What are we doing? This is a pretty easy one to figure out. And we get this. And it almost feels purposeful. No? I mean, A&M's been in for a couple of years. Texas was in for 1 year. I feel like a prank was pulled here. I feel like some Yell leader went to wherever all of this was being, I guess, broadcast from, whether it was a room of some sort or a tent of some sort. And when they went in that room, I'm convinced they hijacked this. I'm convinced of it. There's no other way. Like, this is definitely something an Aggie would do. Don't act like you're above it, Aggies. You would 100% do it. That's TU, guys. We made him come out to the Aggie war hymn. So I think an investigation needs to be done. But hey, the Aggies didn't win the game, but they got the upper hand on Steve Sarkisian before he met with the media for SEC Media Day, you know? Yeah, 75 Court Jester says some Aggie paid a lot of money to make that happen. Well, what if it was someone else? Dr. Dre on 290 considers maybe couldn't be someone from Vanderbilt. Well, maybe that's the perfect person to do it. A Vanderbilt person. K Crow comments on YouTube, that fight song mishap never would have happened in the Southwestern Conference or in the Big 12. Maybe, maybe not. I'm assuming that an Aggie did something here. Had to have happened. I don't know how you screw up Texas and Texas A&M's fight songs. Texas's fight song, I think, is pretty awesome, but I know not everyone feels that way. I think it's peppy. I think Tennessee's got a pretty good fight song too when you hear the band playing it. So as far as Texas at SEC Media Day, Steve Sarkisian says he loves Arch Manning for his maturity and his poise. He carries himself like he's 30. He went viral, Arch Manning did, for looking a lot like a frat boy. I think this is put up by an SEC writer. Arch has nailed, Zach Barnett writes, the Kappa Sig president begging university leadership not to kick his frat off campus look. Huh. Yeah, I see it. He's got the pastel shirt. He's got the jacket on. He's also got the khaki pants. Everything's a little ruffled. I see it. I definitely do. So Arch Manning, mature, poised, dresses like a frat boy. Everyone agrees Anthony Hill Jr. is the best player in the SEC for Texas. And Michael Taffe, and apologies for pronouncing his name incorrectly, he's a safety for Texas, wore a tie embroidered by Anderson Park in Austin with the initials of the campers, counselors, and camp director who passed away at Camp Mystic in the recent floods in Kirk County. Actually, very cool. What else happened at SEC Media Days? Ooh, how about this? Tennessee. Just talked about him a moment ago. Tennessee acknowledged that Nico Imaliva, I love that. That's his last name. He transferred. His name is Imaliva. Stressed the importance of having the right guys that we want to be there. At the end of the day, it's never about who's not in your building. It's about who's in your building. Wow, that's cool, man. Very cool. Nico thought very highly of himself, only to go to UCLA and not get that much money out of it. We also had this. Hugh Freeze, head coach of Auburn, has Auburn fans in a tizzy because he played 12 rounds of golf this summer and also ended up with the 78th ranked recruiting class in all of college football. Woof. That's not good. So he got asked about it. I like playing golf. I'm not going to stop playing golf. Well, maybe golf less if you have the 78th ranked recruiting class, or sign up as a different name, pay with a different name, use a fake ID. I don't know. Just a thought. We've also got Auburn now playing with Jackson Arnold from Oklahoma now. SEC Media Day highlights continue. Kirby Smart laughed when he was asked about Nick Saban potentially returning to coaching. I don't know if Nick Saban would want to. I think Nick Saban's doing great as an ESPN broadcaster. I think he's very talented. And not everyone is, like Bill Belichick does it and he's fun, but it's for maybe like 2 to 3 words that he could potentially drop on a dime. Saban is, I think, fantastic on television. More SEC Media Day highlights. Greg Sankey said Monday the SEC is going to continue evaluating an 8-game conference schedule. The Big Ten has 9. Just get a 9, softies. Just go to 9. Everyone plays like left-handed booger-picking state and the nubbed Sisters of the Poor, like the first 2 or 3 games of the year. And it makes September a little bit boring at the college football scene after opening week. Here's a scrub team. Here's another scrub team. It's like our preseason, Paul. Give us some slack. Brian Kelly, head coach of LSU, said LSU is the real Death Valley, not Clemson. By the way, LSU is playing Clemson week 1, and Brian Kelly at LSU is 0-3 in season openers. We also saw this from Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's extra chirpy. Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia, who I guess is still feeling himself after the win over Alabama. They were 7-6 last year. Going 7-6 last year wasn't good enough. I came back because I want to win a national championship. All right, cool, man. You're at Vanderbilt. Like you're not doing that. Hardo. Vanderbilt head coach Clark Lee. We believe we have what it takes to play into January. Well, some bowl games are played in January that aren't part of the college football playoffs, so maybe you'll have a chance. But I mean, both of you guys, dial it back. No one cares. You're Vanderbilt. Know your place. You're the nerd school. Every now and then you get a nice win. Does it happen that often? Let's not get chesty all of a sudden. It's the Paul Gallant Show, live in the Gallant Says podcast studios. I'm Paul Gallant. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. On the brand new ESPN Houston app as well. Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join on the ESPN Houston app, which is available on your Apple or on your Android. Try not to speak with too much gusto, because every single time I do, it ends up aggravating the voice and we find ourselves in a tough situation. Other weird thing today has been a little nasal drip. That's been fun too. Everything's great. Everything's fine. And we got so much sports going on, so it's very easy to just talk about anything, especially the things I'm really passionate about, like baseball, which had its all-star game last night. And wouldn't you know it, the Midsummer Classic was a Midsummer Classic. It is very funny to me that if you go to the scoreboard on ESPN.com, final, American League 6, National League 6. Oh, so it was a tie and an American. I know that's not actually what went down, because there was a swing off. Yes, a swing off. A swing off to wrap up a game that the National League was winning 6-0 in the 6th. The American League scored 4 in the 7th. They scored 2 in the 9th. They tied it up with 2 outs, down 1 on an infield single in the 9th. And in the most climactic way to finish a game possible, after Stephen Kwan scored Bobby Witt Jr. on an infield single, we went to a swing off featuring people that no one has ever heard of. Are there any positives to take away from this? Dr. Dre on 290 says, good thing they saved Josh Hader from pitching. You know, that is true. No Houston Astros were used or harmed in this all-star game. But at the same time, what's the point of even watching if every single team has a player who makes it in, if you don't even get to see your favorite team have a player play? And on top of that, you know, with all the opt-outs, I mean, we were really scraping the bottom of the barrel as far as people who are actually playing in said all-star game. I do wonder if they will continue this. It just feels that if you're having as many opt-outs as you are, and if guys are actually leaving the ballpark before the game is done and then flying home, it seems like they're probably going to get rid of this thing sooner rather than later. And it's a shame that you say that after a game that was actually good. The National League won the home run swing-off tiebreaker, 4-3, to win this game. It's an anticlimactic finish. I get that they're doing something new. They're thinking this will capture people. But I don't know. The only thing I really thought about after the All-Star game and after the home run swing-off was that maybe it's time for us to fix the home run derby, which I talked about on yesterday's show, and go back to having a home run derby where guys had 10 swings. I guess it was 10 outs, 10 non-home runs, but can we go back to that? And that's my takeaway. And it once again goes back to the home run derby. I'm not here to say like, oh, the All-Star game, I'm so bad about the way it is. I don't honestly care that much about it, but I think if you were watching it, it was a good game. I even got into it a little bit. And then it goes to a swing off, which is just lame in my book. I think they could have done something different, like just do the regular season thing that they do, where in extra innings, you got a ghost runner on second base. Why not that? That's what's so strange about it. Why not just do that? I feel like it would have been pretty easy. From the 281, just give the awards to the players, let them have the week off. All All-Star games are dated and a joke. I don't think the fan necessarily believes that yet, because the numbers for these games generally still do pretty well, even for the Pro Bowl for some reason. NBA's All-Star Game gets pretty good numbers. Like, people still watch it. I think what's clear is that in a world where money has become such a part of the sports landscape, I think a lot of players, and they'll mask it with, I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to risk myself getting injured in the All-Star game. I think there's just a lot of, oh, well, I could potentially get hurt, so why should I play in this game? Why should I do this extra thing for free when I could theoretically take a couple of days off? And it's becoming more common across athletes. And like, I don't have an issue with it. I think if I were in their shoes, I would probably feel the same way. It just is a bit of a bummer. As someone who enjoyed the All-Star game as a kid, and this was a good game, but I just hate the way that they ended it. A home run swing off. It's called a derby, you know? From the 832, I could go without seeing an All-Star game in any of the big four sports ever again. Nothing but a cash grab. I'm probably with you there. I think I'm required to watch it for work. That's the problem. And this week is generally a rather slow week on the sports calendar. Sean Mapes, smart man that he is, chose to take the week off after Monday and after the Astros-Rangers series was done. So AJ Russ is sitting in for him. I think that's a very unfortunate part of this, is that a lot of people are moving towards the, I don't care. It's not like it matters all that much. I just think about enjoying the game as a kid, even the game that tied, and being like, I mean, it used to matter more. At least it felt like that. From the 832, high-level soccer game, and a high-level soccer game, a game that finishes tied and a team wins on penalties. The game shows that it finished as a tie. Talking about the scoreboard for ESPN showing that it was a tie game for the American League and the National League ultimately. That's fair. I think that they shouldn't have penalties, though. I think it should be like play sudden death in soccer specifically. But if not soccer, sudden death in soccer, golden goal, I guess is what they call it, then just keep on playing. Whether it's another 15 minutes or 15 minutes and then 15 minutes and then a shootout or something like that. But yeah, the draws I think are lame in sports. At least you didn't have a tie, but I thought this was a lame way to break it, considering the way that the game was going. It was actually a good game, you know? The only people watching these all-star games are the non-valued demographics in the media. Well, I don't know. I'd imagine it's a little more than just the non-valued demographics. Clearly, they think that they can still make money off of this, so they televise it, and they have all the commercials that they had last night, which I'd imagine, in addition to all the guys who got subbed in and got subbed out, is part of the reason that this game took, like 8 hours, whatever the hell it was. 8 hours, 4 hours. Just far too long for my taste. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That's how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. And also on the ESPN Houston app. Stick around.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about the big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, Follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join on the app. iPhone, Android. It's a spiffy new app, everybody. Super spiffy. So, All-Star game happened yesterday. I'm not going to yell and cry about the way that it ended, but I did think the way that it ended was disappointing. That's all. Does that mean that the sport needs a referendum on it? I'm sure there's someone out there that feels that strongly about it. I just think, all things considered, it was a pretty good game. A game I did not think that I would find myself invested in at all. And as soon as I got invested into it, here they are doing a home run showdown. Lame. That's all. And look, I don't like baseball. I just don't, especially this time of year. I see Todd the Show is saying every game is important from now until the end. Yeah, there's still like 80 of them. Jesus, like I every single one of these, like manufacturing the energy to act like any of these games matter. Like I'm that guy Milo's Hamilton on X who honestly needs to get a life, but he's so passionate about the Astros. Like I don't, I just can't this time of year. You know, I think we need more football, personally. Longer football season. 30-game football seasons. Let's be like the Premier League in soccer, where it's what, like 30 to 40 games? Come on. Tony the Handsome says we get college football next month. Yeah, but it's still technically like at the end of the month. So it's over a month away. It's too far. It's too far, man. So here I am, sick as a dog, talking about an all-star game that I watched while I was watching multiple hit television shows, specifically Severance. I think I got through 3 to 4 episodes of Severance as the All-Star game was also airing. You know? So that's fun. Tony the Handsome says, I was just trying to be positive. I know, I'm trying to be positive too. I'll be honest. The way my throat is feeling right now is bringing me down, man. It's bringing me down. So what else is going on in sports? Ooh. People are talking about the WNBA. I guess Caitlin Clark nearly got into it with a referee last night. Wow. I don't know what the referee said. Clark made one of those faces, like pouty faces, and then started following him and was getting held back by a coach before walking back to the bench. She told the referee that he's rude and that he needs to grow up and that whatever call was called against her was unbelievable. What's funny is everyone's talking about this and say like, yeah, Caitlin Clark, she could do no wrong. Queen, that I'm seeing at least talking about this, but I haven't actually seen the call that led to her getting into a back and forth with the referee. So that's what WNBA discourse is. Awesome, man. What else is going on in the world of sports? Please give me something football. Please. Football gods, I appreciate you so much. I just need some football. Any football. Please. Oh, well, there's this. There's Bill Belichick and Bob Kraft in a beef. What's new? I guess per Bob Kraft, hiring Bill Belichick was a risky decision. And per Bill Belichick, resigning as head coach of the Jets after one day on a cocktail napkin and becoming the head coach of the Patriots was a risky decision. That's true. They were both risky decisions. I guess both are trying to say, like, well, mine was riskier. No, mine was riskiest. These are two older men. Does go to show you, I guess you never truly grow all the way up. You're always going to be a little bit of a toddler inside. So that's what else is going on in the world of sports, everybody. It's a riveting time. I want to go back to CJ Gardner-Johnson, who the Houston Texans traded for this offseason. And this quote that I heard from him on the pivot with Ryan Clark. AJ, if we could play that again, that would be awesome. Essentially, Ryan Clark is setting him up, talking about like, hey, man, like there's a reputation that you have across the league. Why did the Eagles not like you, even though you had 6 interceptions last season and they won the Super Bowl with you as their safety?
It's because of the perception of you being a wild card or crazy or uncontrollable, whatever it is. But your play says Pro Bowl caliber, all pro caliber play. Why aren't you, after winning a championship 2 times in Philadelphia, bro, 6 picks each of those years, why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say be a dog and then it's time to go out there.
You can't program a dog.
You can't program a dog.
No, you can't. You can't program a dog. Oh, that hurt my throat a lot. Worth it. You can't program a dog. Dog's just going to dog. And he's going to fit in with the Houston Texans. Dog mentality. There's lots of dogs on the Texans. At some point, we should put together every single player on the Houston Texans who has said the word dog over the last couple of years, because everyone said it. everyone said it a lot. Everyone said it an alarming amount of times. Why no cats? Cats can be helpful. Jungle cats are killers. But everyone wants to talk about being a dog. Why doesn't he say I'm a lion? Why doesn't he say I'm a tiger? Why doesn't he say he's a leopard? Leopard's really scary. It's always like a video that comes out of India, it seems like once a month, and somehow gets on my For You, where some like poor person's just getting carried off by a leopard in the middle of the street. Panther. Cheetah less so. Cheetahs are kind of wusses. Jaguar. No one wants to be a cat. Everyone wants to be a dog. There's a song in the Aristocrats called Everybody Wants to Be a Cat. And it does seem like people aren't taking that to heart. But CJ Gardner-Johnson is a dog. And for CJ Gardner-Johnson, the Philadelphia Eagles were scared of a competitor, which it sounds like a stretch. I mean, they won the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl. How could you be scared of a competitor, How could you be... You can be annoyed with a competitor, especially when you've already won a title. You could be annoyed with some of the people that help you get to the place where you need to get to. An example of this, you could, if you were the Celtics, you might have been annoyed with Marcus Smart. You might have been annoyed with him from time to time. Maybe you're annoyed with the Grant Williams. There's always some, maybe you're annoyed with the Patrick Beverly. Maybe you're annoyed with some other players out there. There's always players to be annoyed with. Always. But, I'm looking at this. CJ Gardner-Johnson. Eagles traded me because they were afraid of my competitive approach. I don't know. I don't know about that. I like the story that he told, and we'll play this again, about a kerfuffle that took place in practice, and his side of his story about when he got ejected in the game against the Commanders in December of last year. Here's more CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me. And I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline, and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked. They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum at practice. Nothing. It's just offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live, you telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football? Or you want me to be a leader and outspoken, but then you want me to sit back and just, I'm cool with taking the back seat.
It is weird that they seemingly did not like this mentality from CJ Gardner-Johnson. You need to have someone like this. You need to have a Rodney Harrison on your team. You need to have somebody who I think pushes boundaries at practice, because pushing boundaries of your teammates means that when boundaries get pushed in the middle of the game, you're not going to be off to the side, essentially throwing a little pity party for yourself because the referees are out to get you, like a lot of Texans did in that game against the Chiefs. I felt a lot of Texans got out of it because they were so mad about all the calls that they thought they were getting hosed by. And okay, maybe they were getting hosed by those calls, but you can't let that affect you. You got to shake it off. You got to move on to the next play. You got to continue to be on the attack, blah, blah, blah. All those cliche things that you hear from your coach, but that's true. You can't get affected by stuff like that. And I think it will be nice to have a guy like this in the locker room, in addition to Azeez Al-Shaair, to hopefully get the Texans a little further this coming season than they were last year. So that was a CJ Gardner-Johnson on the Pivot podcast. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. Stick around. Holy crap. We're halfway there. Did you know that we, at this moment in time, right now, 1:31 p.m. Central Time, on July 16th, 2025, exactly 50 days away from the start of the NFL season. How about that? That's very exciting. My favorite number 50 is 100% Mike Vrabel, New England Patriots legend, one of the best touchdown catchers amongst linebackers in NFL history. But the best is Mike Singletary from the 85 Bears, a.k.a. Samurai Mike. Less successful as a coach, but definitely memorable as a coach. He once dropped his pants in the midst of a game. A Houston man, for those who don't know. He played at Worthing High School before going to Baylor. Second round pick of the Bears. Played there from 1981 through 1992. And he was a coach in a variety of different locations from 2003 through 2016. I think he had a little stint in the UFL or XFL, whatever it was called, in 2019 as well. AAF. My bad. Who's the best 50 in Houston Texans history, you might be wondering? That's a great question. The best number 50 in Houston Texans history. Let's see. Could be Brian Brayman, special teams demon. We hope that he's doing all right with a bout with cancer. He's had to, I think, sell a bunch of the cars he has to try and get treatment. Definitely the most memorable of all Houston Texans who have worn number 50. Some other ones I remember, Akeem Dent, who was a linebacker. Kendrick Green, not to be confused with Kenyon Green, who was an offensive lineman on spot duty in the 2023 season. What's going on around the National Football League? Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. Bengals first round pick Shamar Stewart is working out not with the Bengals and not with another NFL team and not at the Cleveland Cavaliers gym like he's LeBron James. He is reportedly working out with Texas A&M. Is he about to return to college? If he were to return to college, the Bengals would retain his rights. Shamar Stewart has reportedly been working with the Texas A&M football team this summer and could attempt to play at the school again if his Bengals contract isn't figured out, per the Cover 3 podcast. Stewart's been fully involved in Aggies workouts, per said podcast. A guy who has some good Texas A&M staff in the past hit me. He's like, hey, Shamar might end up back there. He's been at College Station. He's been fully involved in workouts. He could try to come back and play again this season and go into the draft again next year. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Cover 3 podcast host Bud Elliott. The Bengals have his rights for one more year. He would have to go to court as well to try and play for Texas A&M again. And I mean, I think his big issue right now is he doesn't want to play for the Cincinnati Bengals. So he would have to sit out of football entirely this fall and re-enter the NFL draft next spring if he wants a chance to get out of Cincinnati. So maybe he will. But it is interesting that he is working out with Texas A&M. But don't get the Aggies' hopes up. Stewart's not coming back. He ain't. I don't think he'd want to go back to College Station, to be perfectly honest. I wouldn't either, even if it were between Cincinnati and College Station. No offense. No offense. It's not exactly the most happening area. Skyline Chili or the middle of nowhere? What do you pick? Oh, I'd pick the Bullet, Paul. No, you wouldn't. No, you got to pick one of the two. And I think I would take Cincinnati there, though it is on the border of Kentucky. And you do have to watch out for cannibals when you're near Kentucky. We touched on this yesterday. Sauce Gardner, towards the end of the show, Jets cornerback, signed a 4-year extension with the New York Jets. It's $120.4 million over 4 years, gives him $31 million a year compared to Derek Stingley's $30 million a year. So the Texans made a better deal with Stingley than the Jets did with Gardner, and Gardner is coming off of a season where he didn't play so hot and where he started to get a little bit annoying based off of all the amount of times that you have heard from him in various forms of media talking about how good he is. So we'll see how that pans out for the New York Jets. I'm not looking at that as something that's going to be very special or spectacular. Ooh, we got a hot take. Fluff season. Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase. A lot of Bengals talk today. Someone will have a 2,000-yard receiving season in the next 3 years. Said Chase, the next 3 years, somebody has to do it. If it's not me. Wow. Last year, he led the league with 1,708 receiving yards. He said he thinks we're closer than people expect to the moment when a player crosses the 2,000-yard plateau. So he wants to do it. He thinks Justin Jefferson, another LSU guy and Vikings wide receiver, is the other player most likely to set the record. So we'll see how he does this coming season. Bengals play the Vikings week 3. Battle for 2,000 yards receiving? Could be. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That's really it. That's all we got for football today. Another pretty slow day. You want to drift into talking about something else? From the 713, Paul, I just found out season 4 of the morning show on Apple TV is airing in September, and I'm excited. This is my random text of the day. Now back to your regularly scheduled program. Apple TV's got a lot of good shows. I've found this out as I've been dealing with whatever the hell it is that I'm dealing with over the last couple of days. Sorry, I just got a text about potential interview that I'm doing after the show. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. It has a lot of good shows I've found. Apple TV's got that studio show, which I very much enjoyed. It's got Severance. I haven't seen the morning show yet. I guess I'm going to have to check it out. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on the Twitch at ESPN 975. Ooh, there's more NFL news. My bad, guys. Didn't have this in the 10-minute drill. The NFL and Fanatics have a preliminary win in an antitrust lawsuit over online merchandise sales. The NFL supposedly illegally restricts the ability of certain distributors to buy NFL merchandise and resell it online. Wow. Man, a lot of riveting stuff going on in the world of sports today. And it's really going great for me as I just try to speak English with my mouth hole, which is not doing so hot due to the strep throat. I really thought it was going to be a little bit better today. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. All-Star game was last night. Took a while, 4 hours. Ultimately ended up being a good game. The National League was up 6-0. American League rallied, tied it, sent it to what should have been extra innings, but instead of extra innings, now baseball is doing something called a swing off, where 3 hitters per league get 3 swings to hit as many home runs as they possibly can, and the National League hit 4 to the American League's 3. The National League only had 2 of their hitters hit. The American League had all 3 go. So that's what's going on that front. If you're watching along on YouTube, you'll notice I'm at home dealing with, at this moment in time, to my knowledge, strep throat. Someone texted in giving me a little bit of a panic attack that apparently the new strain of COVID is going around work. The main symptom is a horrible sore throat, like the worst you've had. Be safe, man. Well, that would suck if that's what's happening on top of this. Drinking water hurts. Eating liquidy foods hurts. I thought it would be better by now. It's not. I'm honestly, my status is definitely in question if I have to go out and about tomorrow. Because I don't want to get anyone sick if I'm going out there and I'm still dealing with this. I thought I was at the point now where I could potentially be around other human beings. Because I'm supposed, I at least have been told that the drugs I'm taking makes me non-spreader at this moment in time. But yeah, maybe it is what my sister thought it was when I first told her about it. This could be the new strain of COVID. So there you go. What else is going on in the world of sports? Seems like everyone is going after Robert Griffin III. The most recent person to go after Robert Griffin III, and it's been a lot of people, for those who don't know, we talked about this last week. Griffin reshared a racist picture depicting her as a monkey on the cover of a video game. And he keeps on doubling down on the idea that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, which I do subscribe to, but that's neither here nor there. The cartoon he reposted was stupid. That was stupid to repost it. There's no reason to do it. So I guess Shaquille O'Neal had this to say about it, and Shaquille O'Neal went to LSU, as did Angel Reese. RG3 tweeted another monkey post about my girl Angel Reese, and I'm going to punch you in your effing face. It's enough. I don't usually do stuff like this, but just stop it, bro. You got your job. You got your podcast. Leave my Angel Reese alone. I'm the one calling her and telling her not to respond. Effing stop it. That's the last time. It's not real hate. If you look at what's going on around this real country, that's hate. This is sports. I'm not supposed to like you. It's a shame that all that stuff you did in your life, you're going to be remembered for your podcast. You're going to be remembered for your podcast. That should tell you that you're not that effing great. I don't want to be remembered for Shaq's big podcast. I do not. And apparently Shaq has told Angel Reese not to respond. Anyway, Shaq is, I think, just echoing what everyone else is saying about RG3 at this moment in time. Like, just shut up. And he's going to be a little more defensive of Angel Reese because he does seem to have an actual personal relationship with her. I do think in this place he was leaving her alone, but like reposting something that was a racist post about Angel Reese. Like, what was the point of that? And then like going off on a monologue or soliloquy or whatever we want to call it about how racism is bad. Yeah, everyone agrees, dude. Pretty much everyone that matters agrees. It's bad. You shouldn't do it. You should be polite and kind to your neighbors. You shouldn't be an a-hole to people that you barely know. So why did you repost that? So that you could say, like, yeah, I'm against racism. Good. You should be. Everyone should be. Everyone should be. It's bizarre. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Ooh, big news in the Harry Potter universe. Emma Watson has been banned from driving for 6 months after being caught speeding. The 35-year-old British actress, activist, strong, powerful, independent woman was clocked driving her Audi at 38 miles per hour in a 30-mile-per-hour zone in Oxford, England. According to the news agency, she had 9 penalty points on her license before the speeding incidents occurred. And yesterday, a judge endorsed 3 further points on her license for the latest offenses, which triggered an automatic 6-month ban under UK law. What? For going 38 and a 30? Nine points on your license. Definitely not good. But is she getting pulled over for going essentially, what, 8 miles over the speed limit? Man, how the hell did England run the world at one point? How do you think England would handle Westheimer? Like, they couldn't. You got people going across 4 lanes of traffic at 68 miles per hour while doing fentanyl. I mean, it's ridiculous. I feel like Emma Watson needs to get some of the good lawyers of Houston on her side. Maybe, Dick Law, or could be Tony Busby, Texas Hammer. This is absolutely ridiculous and preposterous. Man. I gotta say, this is one of many things happening in England right now that this is one of the things that's happening across the world, but specifically in England, where you're just wondering, like, wait a second, how the hell did this country ever exist? Why didn't we revolt against them earlier? Like before the French and Indian War. What a soft country. They're cracking down on free speech. You can't say anything you want anymore. And on top of that, you go 8 miles per hour over the speed limit, even though you're part of Harry Potter, and you're just not even gonna you're gonna get your license revoked. It'd be one thing if she was a Georgia football player, all of whom probably need their licenses revoked, right? Like, there's probably been another speeding incident today as they are at SEC Media Days. Kirby Smart's probably breathing a sigh of relief about the latest Georgia speeding incident. Man, it's a wild story. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text him. Could talk about what's going on at Big 12 Media Day. Cougs house, Willie Fritz running the show now. Oh, yeah. Give me that sound effect, AJ Russ, back at Mission Control. Willie Fritz is excited that Connor Wigman is now no longer an Aggie. He's a Coug, and he thinks he'll be one of the best quarterbacks in the Big 12. Man, it's going to be tough for the Aggies if Wigman looks good, right? I mean, this is a guy that seemed to be out of place in last year's offense for sure at Texas A&M, and that's why they moved on from him essentially in the middle of the year. I know there were injuries and crap like that, but I am curious to see if Wigman actually will be good. I've seen good film out of Connor Wigman in the past. I never thought he was bad. I just felt that offense that they were trying to run last year didn't make a lot of sense for him. They needed to have like a mobile quarterback because it's Colin Klein running the show, right? As offensive coordinator now. And I think Klein's like, you got to do stuff the way I used to do, like a poor man's Tim Tebow. So I'm curious to see what Wigman will do. What else is going on in the Big 12? Big 12 Media Day is going on as well. Well, the preseason polls for the Big 12 are gone. Arizona State was 16 of 16 last year. Whoops. Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, said it's going to be the deepest conference in college football. You kind of have to say that when you're the conference that no one really pays any attention to. ACC is in the same boat as the Big 12 these days. It really is all about the SEC and the Big 10. Deion Sanders said the winner of the Big 12 will probably have 2 losses. And things like Colorado has improved from last year despite losing 1, Travis Hunter, and 2, Shedeur Sanders. Great players, but a better team. And that there's a quarterback competition in Colorado between Liberty transfer Caden Salter and freshman Julian Lewis. Goodness. Arizona State's Kenny Dillingham was asked about the outside noise surrounding his Sun Devils, especially given what they did last year. I mean, they took Texas to the absolute ropes in that college football playoff game. Expectations aren't real to us. Wow. Okay. Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State. What's he saying at Big 12 Media Day? Well, 8 of 22 starter spots are up for grabs, including quarterback. They were 3-9 last year. They were such a disappointment, Oklahoma State, to fall as far as they did in just 1 year. Pretty crazy. Utah's Kyle Whittingham. He's maybe got a foot out the door, but he came back because of how poorly last year went. He said if they had won the conference title, he probably would have left. He would have retired. Jalen Daniels is supposedly healthy at Kansas. I'll believe it when I see it. Scott Frost is back at UCF. And he thinks that college football's decided in bank accounts. He also said he regretted taking the wrong job at Nebraska, which I guess he didn't really want to go to, even though he's a Nebraska alum after being awesome at Central Florida. You've also got Rich Rodriguez back at West Virginia after leaving for Michigan in 2007. And you got Chris Kleiman, the head coach of Kansas State, on an opener against Iowa State in Dublin. I was a Northern Iowa fan growing up. I was never a fan of any Iowa schools. So now you know, everybody. You are caught up on the Big 12. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. AD from Deer Park, is he still on, AJ? All right, sorry AD, didn't know you were holding that long. That's my bad for not taking a look at the phone. What's going on?
In the back. I'm out in the back anyway, man, sitting poolside and doing stuff. But I'm listening to the show the whole time, and it has been kind of slow in the sports world. But being that there's not a whole lot of boxing fans, we don't talk a lot of boxing on the show and whatnot, but I'm a diehard fan, and you got Manny Pacquiao, man, coming up Saturday out of retirement, looking to make history.
Is he really trying to make history, though? Is he really trying to make history at this point in time? I mean, how old is Manny Pacquiao now? Is he 50? I mean, he's 46 years old.
No,
so
46 or yeah, he's 46.
Okay.
But,
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I'm still mad that he never fought Floyd Mayweather in his prime, and that might be on Floyd, they might be on Pacquiao. But I'm past both of them.
On that, buddy. Don't even get me started. That's a whole other conversation. I feel the same way, but I'll tell you that I feel the same way. But to be honest, too, man, as Pacquiao's my favorite fighter, even if they did fight at the time they should have, which is 4 or 5 years prior to when they fought in 2015, I really think, analytically speaking, Mayweather would have won anyway. I kind of think he would. He's just the guy's really good at what he does. He's a defensive wizard, and I just think there's just no other kind of style that he ever faced that just could not crack that code. And Pacquiao, as great as he is, man, he's my favorite fighter. But I think if I was a bet man at that time.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, Floyd, he's very good at the sweet science. Floyd was. I mean, just blocking everything essentially. He gets his tags in, and look, he played the game in a way he fought the game in a way. What is it? He fought the fight in a way. He fought the fight in a way where he was probably going to win just about every single fight. I do like the curveball, throwing a little boxing act at us, AD. Appreciate the phone call. I will not be watching this fight. I'm tired. There's too many old people fighting. I mean, it's cool to see Manny Pacquiao lace up the gloves again. It seemed like it would be cool to see Mike Tyson lace up the gloves again, and then we saw that. Boxing bums me out because, listen, I've never been a diehard boxing fan, but I've always enjoyed boxing compared to MMA. And listen, don't get mad at me, MMA hardos. Okay, it's not like I don't enjoy the sport at all, but I've always preferred boxing because of the history attached to it, and now it seems like whenever we actually see a fight that gets a lot of people to watch, it's involving a Paul brother, and F that. Like, sorry. Even if they're good, even if they're technically sound, like I don't like them. And if me not liking you is a reason that people are subscribing to actually watch these pay-per-view events, like that's really an indictment on the sport. It bums me out where boxing has fallen. I mean, a lot of the great sports of yesteryear, boxing, horse racing, baseball, I mean, they've taken quite a beating, but boxing has really just moved in this direction of where it's essentially like a live action version of Celebrity Deathmatch featuring the elderly. And it's a bummer. It really is. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. All-Star break is over. Technically, Astros don't get back in the saddle until Friday in Seattle. A 9-10 first pitch for your beloved Astros against the Mariners. We'll see who's starting. No one's listed in the rotation for any of the three games. Friday night at 9:10, Saturday night 8:40. Ew. And then Sunday at 3. 8:40? Who the hell decided on that? It's an MLB Network game as well, which is also kind of strange. So you can watch a national broadcast of the Astros, but not one featuring the top broadcasters from a national perspective. You'll just get the MLB Network side of things, which would probably mean that you're going to get one of the two broadcast possibilities on the MLB Network, which I would imagine would mean that you will have an option to watch the Mariners broadcast. I suppose that could be fun. Say the Astros take down the Mariners, because then you could potentially hear the misery and pain of the Mariners broadcast. But then again, if the Mariners get back to what they've been doing recently, which is actually playing all right, there's a chance that you might hear their mirth and joy. We shall see. I am very curious about this series, but of course, this All-Star break gets in the way. As far as the actual All-Star game last night, I don't have a lot of care about what happened, other than it's disappointing that a 6-6 game featuring a 6-run rally is ultimately decided in extra innings by a swing off, as it was called, a home run derby of sorts. Better version of the home run derby than the actual home run derby the day before, which the National League was able to beat the American League in. Featured names that weren't exactly exciting, and I think the reason it featured names that weren't exactly exciting is because a bunch of players left. Really feels like they don't care that much about it anymore. And again, this is true across all sports. Baseball's not exclusive. You're definitely seeing this in the NFL, where you have so many people opting out of the Pro Bowl that guys like Mac Jones end up being named a Pro Bowler. And, you know, from the basketball side of things, hey, at least everyone does show up for that. But the game itself is just such a bastardization of the sport. So there you go. I feel like the more attention I pay to the All-Star game, the more I'm just like, gosh, I just really do not like baseball. So that might be a me problem. Maybe I need to just move on, huh? So what else is going down? Ooh, basketball news. The Western Conference just got a little tougher. A 3-time All-Star has agreed to a buyout and to join a team in one of the biggest markets that there is, and a team that made the playoffs in the Western Conference this past year. Big news, guys. From Chams Charania, 3-time NBA All-Star Bradley Beal has agreed to a contract buyout with the Phoenix Suns and plans to join the Los Angeles Clippers on a 2-year, $11 million deal with a player option after clearing waivers. There's a player option? Yeah, I would hope so. Good God, that is a terrible deal. That's awful. Listen, Bradley Beal might not really care about winning and all, but and he was making what, $53 million this past season. That contract, what a bad one. But I mean, it's 38%, 37% career 3-point shooter. He can score. It's been a while since he's scored a lot, like he was back in 2019 and in 2020 when he was in Washington, averaging 30 plus points a game. But that's it. Is it because he's old? I mean, he has been in the league for a while, and I think his age. How old is Bradley Beal now? Bradley Beal age. Bradley Beal is 30. He's 32. Now he's been playing basketball for a very, very long time. But yeah, it's actually a pretty good move by the Clippers. I do like it. I'm not going to go so far as that clown Jason McIntyre, who was on, I think, Fox Sports. He's basically like the guy Colin Cowherd has on his show to just agree with him on everything. And he's a Jets fan, so you got to know generally his taste is poor. Because if you're a Jets fan, like, first off, God help you. But second, I mean, you have options. You have options. I'm so proud of my heritage as a Jets fan. Oh, are you? You're proud of it? But he generally has some of the worst takes out there. And he thought that if the Lakers got Bradley Beal, quote, you can just go ahead and get the parade ready if they get him. He said that yesterday. Bradley Beal. But now the Clippers got him. Does he feel the same way? I think most Suns fans are pretty thrilled about Bradley Beal being off the Suns. So the Clippers in 2025 are going to be James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, and Bradley Beal. I mean, that's a pretty sick big three 3 years ago, 4 years ago, right? So let's go. Get excited, everybody. The Clippers are back. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You could probably hear a lack of energy in my voice. I blame the strep throat and or COVID. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Some people have some thoughts on the boxing side of things. Better fighter usually wins during boxing. Not so much with MMA. Yeah, it is a bit of a crapshoot out there. That's for sure. We were talking about that in the last segment. JD called in. He's excited that Manny Pacquiao is going to be fighting this coming weekend. From the 713, talking about the All-Star game. Paul, when it comes to the All-Star game, I think one of the reasons it's struggling is because so many of the players selected don't play. If more stars played, it could go a long way. Maybe give me a better incentive. What do you think? Well, there's 40 All-Stars. I think a league, if you count the players and position, the players and the pitchers. Okay, I added it up. It was a lot. I don't think everyone not playing is the issue, because generally in the last couple of years, you have definitely seen a lot of players not get into the game that maybe would have in years past. You take a look at the All-Star numbers for last night. I think the American League only subbed out a position more than once. So there definitely were some players who theoretically didn't get into the game. And obviously we had all the opt-outs and all of that. I don't think it's about an incentive. And isn't it so sad that we constantly are thinking of what is a better incentive to make guys want to play in a game? It's a kid's game. It's a kid's game with no stakes. Injuries can happen. I do get that. You would think in baseball it would be less prone to happen in an all-star game, but I don't know. I'm not a doctor. But I mean, the more and more incentives you're looking for these guys, they already have plenty of incentives already to play. They just don't want it. They just don't care. And I don't even judge them for it. But it's a shame that now baseball's all-star game is feeling that same kind of pressure, you know? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Some more quotes, some more thoughts on what CJ Gardner-Johnson, newest Houston Texans safety, had to say on a podcast yesterday. You'll hear that on the other side. It is the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 747, in the next 4 years, what city wins the championship first? Houston, LA, or Boston? Not feeling it with Boston right now, so I'm going to put them in third. Houston or LA? And I'm guessing this is Key from LA asking based off of the phone number. Having the Dodgers is a bit of a cheat code here because the Dodgers are expected to win the World Series this year and repeat as champs, which we haven't seen in a while. Hell, I don't think we've seen it since the Yankees did it. But that is the expectation by many. I mean, they've had more injuries than the Astros even had. Take a look at days missed, days spent on the injured list. They lead baseball by a wide margin. So just based off of that, it should be LA. You know, if the Astros are able to pull off some sort of incredible run when they've already pulled off an incredible run just to be at this point halfway through the year, given all the injuries that they're currently dealing with, it's hard to imagine them going further. Hard to imagine. I mean, I like the Rockets' chances better with Ime Udoka running the show than I do for the Lakers with Luka Doncic running the show. I for those who don't know, I find Luka Doncic's game reprehensible, and I'm disgusted by it in the same way I was disgusted by James Harden. Hate it. Hate a guy who looks like he's out of shape. Hate a guy who flops and whines constantly. Hate a guy who doesn't put in any effort on the other end. He's more fun to watch than Harden was. No offense to the Harden stands out there, but the ISO ball, dribble out the clock. Like, good luck with a culture around that in LA. I don't think that's going to go so hot. Rams, Chargers. Chargers are always frauds. Rams versus Texans. I think they're probably neck and neck right now. Rams obviously have won. So yeah, if I got to pick one, it's probably LA because of the Dodgers, but I don't feel very confident saying that, you know. From the 747, let's rephrase it. Who would win the championship first, Lakers or the Rockets next 4 years? Rockets. I feel very comfortable saying that. I think moving to an organization that's going to bend over backwards for Luka Doncic, I don't think that's going to end very well. I just don't, you know? Dr. Dre on 290 says, never apologize to Harden stands. That's fair. I should never do that. But I'm trying to be a little bit more graceful as I get up there in age, you know? And to be kind like my mommy tells me to. Anyway, hey, the Houston Texans traded for safety CJ Gardner-Johnson this offseason. And I'm a fan of this trade. I think that it gives the Texans their first real crazy person with championship pedigree. I say that based off of an interview that he did with the Pivot, Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, Fred Taylor, where he was asked about his reputation across the league as a habitual line stepper. Here's Ryan Clark setting him up.
It's because of the perception of you being a wild card or crazy or uncontrollable, whatever it is. But your play says Pro Bowl caliber, all pro caliber play. Why aren't you, after winning a championship 2 times in Philadelphia, bro, 6 picks each of those years, why are you now a Houston Texan and not a Philadelphia Eagle?
Scared of a competitor.
You said they're scared of a competitor?
Yeah, simple as that.
What you mean?
You can't program a dog. Certain dogs, you can't say be a dog and then it's time to go out there.
I love that. Can't program a dog.
You can't program a dog.
So good. And on top of that, before hearing from him saying that they were scared of a competitor, I mean, that's just bat bleep crazy. It's completely bonkers. They won the Super Bowl. They'd been to a Super Bowl a couple of years ago. They almost beat the Chiefs, if not for a defensive holding that allowed them to run the clock. We who knows what Jalen Hurts would have done on that last drive. The Eagles didn't have a chance to match scores with the Chiefs. And he's like, yeah, they don't want someone who's competitive. Calm down. That's a reach. And I get why he might say that. He's probably upset about them trading him. Understandably so. You were on a Super Bowl team, and you had 6 interceptions over the season for a Super Bowl team, and you've had 6 interceptions multiple times for Super Bowl appearing teams in Philadelphia. And you're like, wait, my reputation is the reason that I'm not here, that I'm somewhere else. But I like that a guy who's got that kind of mentality is going to be in the Texans locker room. I think it adds another element of toughness. They got a lot of young players. They got a lot of, I think, not swell guys. That's perhaps unfair to say, but a lot of guys who do come off as Boy Scouts. And I think you need to have somebody who has a little extra edge. And you have it with Azeez Al-Shaair already. But now you have it with a guy like C.J. Gardner-Johnson, too, in a secondary that is probably the best unit on your team. On paper, going into the year, 1, Derek Stingley, arguably best corner in the NFL. 2, Kamari Lassiter, arguably the best rookie corner in the NFL last year. I know a lot of people will disagree, but that guy has a lot of fight to him. I love it. And then, of course, you have Kalen Bullock, who last year was a 3rd-round pick. What a surprise as far as an immediate impact. And for those who aren't nerds about safeties like I am, that guy has incredible range. And Ed Reed comparisons are premature, but the length and size that he has and his ability to play center field are pretty damn unique. It's hard to find a guy who can roam the deep like that. And if you have him, say, in between the hashes, throwing a ball deep downfield, 30, 40 yards or something like that, he has the kind of, I don't know if it's reaction time or if it's just flat out speed. It's definitely breaking ability, but it's more than that. Like having breaking ability as a defensive back, that's one thing. But having the ability to basically go sideline to sideline from the middle of the field and potentially make a play on the sidelines when you're basically tasked with just covering the deep middle of the field, very few guys have that skill set. And Caserio deserves a lot of credit for seeing that in him, right? Because I'm so impressed by him last year. I heard one of those dorky podcasts featuring foreigners talking about the NFL. They were saying like, oh, Caleb Bullock's a question mark for me. And I was like, oh, okay, so you feel this way. This is just absolute confirmation for me liking Bullock the way that I did last year. And I'm glad now all of a sudden you're starting to see a lot of hype for him going into the year. I think the Bleacher Report said he has a chance to ascend to a superstardom. I think he was 8th on their list of just players in the league who could ascend. And again, it's the Bleacher Report. Take it with a grain of salt. More professional than it was in years past, especially when I was first on the scene in this industry. But this is a guy who I really like. I really do. You should too if you've watched him enough. And certainly there's been some plays this past season that weren't the smartest, but I just love the sheer range that he has. And like now you add CJ Gardner-Johnson to that room that features those 3 young, talented players. Junior Broncos, I'm going to ignore that comment that you just made. It's the most disrespectful thing I think I've ever seen anyone say. Safeties are just the guys not good enough to play corner and too small to play linebacker. Easiest position to play on the defense. I'll kill you. Come over the middle. And I know Junior Broncos is way bigger than me. Come over the middle. Come over the middle. You want some of this? You want some of this? Very curious to see what C.J. Gardner-Johnson will do this season. Anyway, more from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Here he is being asked about a game that he was continuing on that previous thought that you heard from him, talking about getting ejected from a game against the Washington Commanders.
Let's look at the Washington Commanders game. I got kicked out. I was nowhere near to play. Nowhere near to play. Everybody was fed up with me. And I'm like, if you go back to that play, I celebrated with Reed Blankenship. And I'm getting cursed from head to toe on the sideline, and looked at Vic even get on me. I'm like, what did I do? So, you know, people in the box, they call down and they're trying to figure out why am I getting kicked. They was trying to reverse the call because guys come off the sideline. If you watch that game, the game was already heavily. That's what sparked it. Then we had like a little scrum between at practice. Nothing. It's just offense versus defense. But who's the culprit of it? Me, I guess, because I guess we're competing. When you telling the period is live, you telling us not to compete during a live period, but it's a live period. We competing to get ready for a playoff game. All right, cool. Mm-hmm. It's like little antic things that, okay, so how you want to play football? Or you want me to be a leader and outspoken, but then you want me to sit back and just, I'm cool with taking the back seat.
It is very funny to hear him talk about that. I like a guy who starts a fight in practice. The Patriots like the guy who started a fight in practice. And Rodney Harrison. You want to have guys who have who are a little bit, how do I say this correctly in 2025? You want guys with screws loose. You want guys who might forget that they're at practice from time to time. I think it makes your offense better. And if this team talks about iron sharpening iron all the time, I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to be a great addition to this team in 2025. We will see what he does. Training camp's just around the corner. Can't wait for things to get started. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. We'll get to some of your thoughts. And who is washed in the world of sports? You tell me. Washed Watch Wednesday coming up. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
We were talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson, his interview on The Pivot yesterday in the last segment. Couple of comments here. B. Hannon on Twitch says, I like a little crazy. On the text line, one texter says, you want an unprogrammed dog. DAWG. What is a programmed dog? Purebreds? Is a programmed dog the kind of dog that you see online and you're buying from a breeder or something like that? If you're one of those hoity-toity cake eaters out there, I want to have a 100% golden retriever. Well, I better have a Catalunya. If I don't, I will not be happy with my dog. Like, I got to stop speaking to the different voices. That's not going so well in the voice box / the big old golf ball tonsils right now. I'm guessing that's what a programmed dog would be. Like, what are your purebreds? No, unprogrammed dog, that's someone that you might, you're rescuing him. Although it's hard to argue that the Texans are rescuing C.J. Gardner-Johnson from the Philadelphia Eagles, who just won a Super Bowl, Anyway, another text. You want guys like Ndamukong Suh with bravado. Suh was more than bravado. And I liked Ndamukong Suh. I thought he was a great player. But Ndamukong Suh was... I don't think Ndamukong Suh had bravado as much as Suh wanted to hurt people. And listen, I think a lot of people who play on the defensive side of things, football-wise, you play it because you like hitting people. It's the one sport that you can do that, and it's fine. It's encouraged. Anyway, I'm liking what I'm hearing from C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and I think it's great that the Texans added another guy like this. This is just a rando question, and this is a rather slow day. And I apologize for talking as much about the All-Star game as I have. I really do. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, though, I feel like we should be talking about this once an hour. Which era is more beloved, the Tracy McGrady Yao years or Harden and Capella? Well, you won an MVP with Harden. You got to being a game away from beating the best team of the past decade with Harden. I love how he's saying like the Harden Capella years. T-Mac Yao versus Harden Capella. Like, don't put Clint Capella in the same conversation as Yao Ming. Jesus. But the Harden Capella years and the Harden just era as a whole, that 2018 season is going to be like the biggest what if ever, probably in Houston sports the rest of the way. Not just because of what happens if Chris Paul doesn't tear his hamstring. What happens if the Rockets make any of those 27 straight missed threes? It's the worst to think back on. But I think more people probably look on the Harden era fondly. Like, it's kind of a shame, and it bums me out. It's been a really long time since I've even heard in the midst of sports talk, like a texter or a caller bring up Yao Ming. It's wild. Like, it's just a thing of the past. Like, obviously Hakeem won 2 titles, played for the Cougs. Maybe the greatest athlete in Houston sports history. I would say he is. I know some people would say Jose Altuve. They're both definitely on the Mount Rushmore. But it is wild to me that like Yao Ming, who, huge deal when they get him. They even change their look when they get him. And I mean, I know there were a lot of injuries, and maybe he wasn't Christ himself as a basketball player, but he was a damn good player. And it does feel like he's been rather forgotten. There's some great moments with Tracy McGrady too. The Rockets had that winning streak, and they had that ridiculous comeback where Tracy McGrady hit all those shots and what was it, like 30 seconds against the Spurs. But I begrudgingly say this because of how close those Harden teams got. I think it is the Harden era. I just aesthetically am disgusted by the way that the Harden era looked, you know? Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Who is washed in the world of sports? It's time for a Washed Watch Wednesday. Washed Watch Wednesday. Who's washed in the world of sports? So, a couple of interesting ones here. I think winning a golf championship might be washed. So yesterday you heard us play those comments by Scotty Scheffler, where Scotty Scheffler basically said, like, yeah, you win and then you're on to the next one. And you don't even really get a chance to enjoy it. It is weird, that one with golf and the Masters being so important, but also being at the beginning of the calendar. You got Xander Schauffele, another one of the top golfers in the world. I saw an article yesterday where he has no idea where any of his trophies are. No clue. He has no idea where any of them are. And I guess that to him too. Like, yeah, just on to the next one. When you win, you win. When you lose, you lose. And man, it bums me out. Like, it's talk about how the All-Star game guys didn't really seem to care last night. A lot of guys were going home well before the game was over, which, you know, I get it, even though it bums me out. But now, all of a sudden in golf, you got a lot of guys that are like, I don't really enjoy it when I win that much. You got to move on to the next thing. What am I even doing this for? What even matters? It's like, whoa, why'd you all get so nihilistic so quickly? By the way, just on the golf front, this was a funny story I saw earlier. Wyndham Clark has been banned from Oakmont Country Club going forward after he damaged his locker, missing a cut at the U.S. Open last month. So I doubt that Oakmont's going to be hosting the U.S. Open anytime soon, given how much complaining was done about it and how thick the roughs were and all that stuff. But pretty funny that he's banned from it because he beat the hell out of his locker. Get better lockers, right? Come on, Oakmont. Washed Watch continues. Oh, no. Seems that Elmo is the latest figure to perhaps be hacked and crash out on X. This is the actual account at Elmo. Lots of anti-Semitic hot takes from Elmo. He also did ask for Donald Trump to release the Epstein files, but Elmo may have had a few too many drinks. I think that his account is now back to being. I'm reading the responses to this. There's like a bunch of there's a bunch of gifs of Elmo doing cocaine and drinking alcohol. But it seems that Elmo is now firmly back in control of his account. So we like to see that. Anyway, that's a Washed Watch Wednesday. Not a lot of wash going on. Paul, why don't you wash your tonsils, you dirty sick dog? Great point. I wish I could. I think my status for tomorrow is in doubt, seeing as we're on a remote. Hopefully I will feel a little bit better tomorrow when we can make that happen. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Last Chance to Dance is next. Stick around. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 747, did you say balls on your tonsils, Paul? No, I said my tonsils basically are massive inflamed balls. They're gross. Someone from the 281 got mad about me pronouncing a dog's name. Learn how to pronounce a dog's name before you try to say it. No, F you. How about that? And F your dog. Probably sucks. Oh, he never does that. Oh, he's humping someone's leg again? Oh, your entire personality is about having a dog wherever the hell you are? Is this a dog-friendly bar? Is this a dog-friendly patio? Kiss my ass. Your dog sucks. Anyway, hey, what's going on? It's garbage time, everybody. Garbage time. Garbage time. See this? Hear about this? Hannah and Haley Cavender are two strong, powerful, independent women who play basketball. That's fun. And get this, because they're also internet sensations. Get this. They shared a TikTok to tell the news they're undergoing boob jobs. Yeah. Now, that's kind of a weird move to make towards the end of your basketball career, right? Like, wouldn't that potentially affect it a little bit? The two teased the decision earlier this week with a video of them in the gym mouthing along to a voiceover that says, say goodbye to these little itty bitty you-know-whatsies, biatches, because 24 hours from now, I'm going to have a rack. I mean, I don't know. I think they look fine without them, but I'm an ass man, not a boob man. So there you go. What else is going on? In garbage time. Ooh, see this? Hear about this? So this is the life of an influencer. Just like the Cavender twins, things can hit you hard. You could go from one day being at the top of the internet Mount Rushmore to being hated moments later. So there's a man who got 900,000 followers by showing his very mundane life on TikTok and his very mundane 9-to-5 job. And eventually he got to a point where now he has decided, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to become an internet person full time. I mean, he has 900,000 followers on TikTok. Makes sense, right? Well, now everyone thinks that he has rug pulled his audience now that he's trying to create content that is not related to how much he hates his job. And now everyone hates him. Hates him. Anyway, there you go. What a bummer for that man. You know, social media comes at you fast. Another influencer in trouble. An influencer flew commercial with 50 pounds of drugs from Atlanta to Brazil. Wait, you did it. Wait, don't you do it the other way? Don't you do it the other way? $3 million worth of drugs, 34.39 pounds of hashish, 12.35 pounds of THC wax, 4.6 pounds of marijuana, and 1.21 pounds of pasty marijuana were found. He was charged with marijuana trafficking, released. I mean, he's doing this the wrong way, number one. But number two, this guy is an influencer. His name is Vance Randolph. His social media is incredibly insufferable and kind of what you would expect. He's got the broccoli cut and everything. And one time he did a celebrity fight and he got knocked out. First punch. It was the first punch. You should watch it out. It's very, very fun to see this guy get knocked out. But, you know, life of an influencer, it's tough. You know, you might be rug pulling your audience. You might be trying to fly commercial with $3 million in drugs, and sometimes it just doesn't go so well for you. This bummed me out a little bit because I would like to have a much easier way to get the bleep out of things that I've signed up for and not have to, like you do with the Houston Chronicle, call to cancel. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, was going to require businesses to obtain a customer's consent before charging for memberships, auto renewals, and programs linked to free trial offers. But they have backtracked, and this click to cancel rule has been blocked by a federal appeals court. That's kind of BS. There's a lot of things that I think I'm subscribed to that I no longer want to be subscribed to. So it would be nice to have something like this. Alas, earwax, I guess it's just not going to happen. We had an interesting text a little bit earlier, and I do find this to be garbage. I'm really surprised by this. So I've known that you can watch Astros Rangers games if you have a Fubo TV subscription on not just the Space City Home Network, but also on the Rangers TV network. But did you know that CW39 in town is broadcasting Rangers games? This is what Humberto Hormaza, the vice president and GM of broadcast and digital operations for CW39, said earlier this year, quote, "We are thrilled to bring Texas Rangers baseball to even more fans across our region, giving viewers more ways to follow a Texas championship level team." End quote. Whoa! Can't say that. So I guess CW39 is airing 15 regular season games and 4 spring training matchups involving the Rangers. I would imagine that most of these involve the Houston Astros playing the Texas Rangers. So it actually makes a little bit of sense. But that is actually very surprising that CW39 has that. Texter says, hate that you have to go in person to cancel your gym memberships. That is a good point. Yes, like my terrible gym. Oof. The worst. So there you go. What else is going on? In garbage time. It's garbage. We do it at the end of the show. A photo of Jennifer Love Hewitt has gone viral, and people are very hard on Jennifer Love Hewitt. So Jennifer Love Hewitt, strong, powerful, independent woman, but now a mother of 3, doesn't look the way that Jennifer Love Hewitt used to look way back in the day when she was throwing 800 million miles per hour. And people are hating on her. Not cool, man. Jennifer Love Hewitt is forever a saint. Like the eternal Mount Rushmore of strong, powerful, independent women. Jennifer Love Hewitt in the movie Heartbreakers is probably at the top. And if you disagree, well, hate to break it to you, but you're gay. And listen, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that's the facts, okay? So stop slandering my girl. That wasn't nice. She still looks good. She's got 3 kids. Not everyone's going to look like effing Elizabeth Hurley or some of these other strong, powerful, independent women that aren't aging. Selma Hayek, you know? Appreciate the ones that do, but goodness gracious, guys. Cut my gal some slack. What else do we have? Ooh, see this? Hear about this? Megan Thee Stallion is really going social media official with Klay Thompson. So she's dating Klay Thompson, number 1. And number 2, they're not only are they like being seen in public holding hands, hard launches, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you know what they're doing? They're going on TikTok and they're opening La Boo Boo, which are these weird ass looking Furby things, together, and she's sitting on his lap while doing it and wearing pretty much nothing while doing it as well. I think she's opening up La Boo Boos while wearing a thong while sitting in Klay Thompson's lap. So there you go, everybody. They are more than hard launching. Anyway, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Hopefully, I'll be feeling better tomorrow so I can join everybody out and about. Big thanks to AJ Russ and for Sean Mapes once again. Big thanks to our callers, texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, and everyone who listens on the app or just on 97.5, 92.5 or on 97.9 HD2. I am merely Paul Gallant. The Killer Bees are up next. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. Peace.
It ain't fast now. There's a guy that might be dragging us down a little bit. Good news is he's here on time. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. It is a suspect edition of the show, and it will be for the next 3 days as BMAC is here, Blank, that's me, is here, and B as for Barry is here as we welcome Barry Lamanek back into the studio, and we will be delivering you entertainment and sports for the next 3 days. Welcome in, my friend.
What's up, man? How you doing?
It's good to see you. I mean, we barely talk because you don't return phone calls. So at least it's good that we can do, as you used to say, organic radio. Well, here it is.
Well, yeah, it's good to be here. Man, you know how life has a tendency to just pile on all at once?
Sure. Yes, I do.
That is what's happening right now to me, man. It has been the last 30 days ish have just been absolutely insane for me, so I'm kind of glad to just get a little radio time. So this has come at the perfect time because I feel like sometimes, like when we used to do the show, sometimes it would just be a sanctuary for me to just.
Well, that was definitely later on.
Oh yeah, not early, not early. No, but
that was something else.
Just to shut out the rest of the world, turn the mic on, and just relax and have some fun. And because man, it's been time, and it all started. And I kind of was thinking about this. The genesis of it all was I had this door-to-door salesman come by, and
your neighborhood allows that still?
No, that's part of the store.
Okay.
So our neighborhood is a no soliciting neighborhood. Big sign, right? So I was on the back patio. Sorry, my wife yells at me if I call it a porch. It's a patio. I'm like, okay, it doesn't matter. I'm on the back patio. I'm smoking a cigar, having a nice old fashioned, as I tend to do sometimes, right? And the ring goes off, and my wife texts me. This is how lazy we are. My wife texts me and goes, "Hey, can you get at the door?"
She's in the house texting you.
Nora does not answer the
door. Now,
door.
let's remember that I've always referred to it as palatial Laminac Manor. So
it doesn't, no.
It's like 95,000 square
My
feet.
wife has never answered the door at our house in the 15 years the 11 years we've lived there. Never once has she answered the door. Not once. Wow. I mean, maybe when her family, her sister comes over. Never once will she answer the door, which that's fine. You know, I feel like it's kind of the husband thing to do. You know, what if it's a weirdo or, so that's fine. So she texts me, "Hey, you're going to get the door." I was like, okay.
It's so weird.
So put down my cigar, put down my old fashioned, get up, walk to the door. I open it, and this guy he's a young cat, and he's on one of those Segway scooter things, right?
Okay.
And he sticks his hand out overly aggressively, and he goes, "Hi, I'm door-to-door sales guy." And I just wanted to punch him in the throat right away. Just right off the scooter, skin and elbow, just immediately super aggressive and annoying, right? And I just went, "Hey, I'm not interested." I was like, "Bro, don't come at me with them weak ass jokes. Like, you know what I mean? Don't come on my, you picked the wrong house to start making lame ass jokes on. I make lame ass jokes for a living. Don't bring that here." And he goes, "How you doing?" I was like, "What do you want?"
Oh, wow.
I don't do that,
well, that
man.
turned in a hurry.
Nah, you don't. See, that's my thing, bro. I don't do pleasantries with door-to-door salespeople. You came to my house. Like, if I go to your store or if I go to your establishment, place of business or whatever to buy something, unless it's cars, I'm rude to, yeah. But otherwise, I'm pleasant to the people because I came to you to buy something. But if you come to my house uninvited to sell me something, you don't get pleasantries and kindness. You showed up here. You know what I mean? I didn't ask you to come here. Like, don't expect no courtesy.
Now, does Nora stand behind you like a ventriloquist?
No, she was sitting on the couch ignoring the whole damn thing.
Lucky you, by the way.
So I go, "Hey, bro, this is a no soliciting neighborhood, man. You just need to go on." He goes, "No, man, you're missing out." I was like, "Bro, I don't care what it is. You just need to get on your little scooter and scoot." He goes, "It's not a scooter, it's a Segway." I was like, "Well, Segway your ass on up off my porch." And he kind of looked at me like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "I'm serious, bro. Go on and get." And he goes, "I think you're missing out. This is a great deal." I was like, "Bro, you guys have already been here. I remember you, your little partner. Y'all had this little scooter thing, man. I don't care what this is, but I remember y'all. You need to just go, man. I'm not interested." And I started to shut the door. He goes, "You're gonna regret this. This is a great deal." I said, "Man, I've already told you 3 times now. I don't want what you have." He goes, "We have a great deal on pest control. This is the best deal you're going to ever get." I was like, "Man, you're pretty cocky for a dude that could be replaced by a can of Raid." Like, and he just
pest control.
And he just stopped when I said
You should
that.
have said, well, you're the biggest pest I've seen in like a month. Get the hell out of
Yeah,
here.
no kidding, right? I was like, spray yourself. That would have been
Seriously.
funny. That would have been funny if I was like, spray yourself.
Yeah.
I was like, you're pretty cocky for a dude that could be replaced by a can of Raid. And he just like stopped. Like, yeah, this dude's a jerk. Like, I was like, are we done? He goes, I'm telling you, this is a really good deal.
Oh, man.
I was like, look, Dorkin, man, I don't have time for this. And he goes, sir, you don't have to be rude. I said, man, I done told you 15 times I'm not interested in what you have, but you're steadily talking. He goes, that's because you're going to miss out on a great deal. And I just shut the door in his face. Boop. He was mid-sentence. I just shut the door in his face and turned around and walked off. Brian, I kid y'all not. He kept talking.
While the door was shut?
Yes.
How long are we talking about?
35, 40 seconds. I swear to God, this is not an exaggeration. I am not making up the story for effect and fun. I can call Nora, text Nora and ask her, Joel. I literally walked to the patio. As I'm opening the back door to the patio, my wife turns to me and says, why is he still standing at the door talking? I kid you not. 35, 40 seconds.
That's unbelievable.
And I was like, I don't know, maybe the pest fumes or something. The pest control fumes have gotten to this man and he's crazy. I have no idea, but he can't take a hint. I'll tell you that. And I just went out to the patio, started smoking my cigar again, drinking my drink, and just left him there. He stayed for almost a full minute before he rode off.
That's not just that.
That's wild.
That's not even persistence. That's just flat out weird.
That's crazy, bro. What are you doing? Like, I don't know but ever since then, life has been downhill. So
maybe I don't think you handled it wrong, but like
maybe he was a witch.
But lucky you, Nora goes back to go on the couch. Lisa wants me to handle that, but then she's like the expert behind the scenes. So then I'm talking to the guy, and I'm like, yeah, no, I think we're good, guy. And he's like, well, where are you going to be tomorrow at about 1:00? Because we're going to be back in the neighborhood. And I'm like, well, and she's like, in the kitchen. And I'm like,
if you want me to handle it,
yeah, exactly.
I don't need coaching behind me.
Yeah, and look, if you wanted to get it, then get it. But if I'm gonna be here talking to this man, let me talk.
Yeah, and she does that all the time.
Nah.
And I'll just like side eye her going, you want to do this? Because I don't.
Yeah.
And then she keeps wanting to interject. And then when I shut the door, I get my review. It's like
performance review.
It's like you get your Yelp, your Yelp or your review, because I shut the door and she goes, you never should have said that in the first place. What you should have said immediately was that we already have somebody and we don't need this person. I go, then why don't you do it?
Dude, that's hilarious.
Because I get the whole like graded review of what I did wrong and did right. I'm going, then next time, get your happy ass to the door and you open it.
You do it. And I'll take notes and let you know how you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck with that, bro. You know as well as I do.
That's
We're
not
all
a battle
talk.
you can win.
Yeah,
No.
you know as well as I do, as husbands and men,
That's
we're
fact.
all talk.
That is a fact.
If they were sitting here right now, we'd both be like, yeah, I would I'd say that.
You guys have seen that very first Key and Peele sketch, right?
I'm not sure I did.
Where the men talk about how they use the B word to their wife, and they're real boisterous about it. Anyway, it rings true in this situation.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. No, that ain't happening. No, ever since then, dude, life has just been crazy.
Yeah.
Just an insane amount of things.
Maybe you got cursed.
Maybe he put a hex. I need to put an egg
You know
under
what
my
he
house.
did is he probably
that a
did
thing?
the Kyrie Irving.
It's a
He
Mexican
probably
thing.
had like the incense on the Segway and he like sped around your house and he created like the circle of death inside of it. And now you're like Brian said, now you're
I do have a
cursed.
circle drive. Maybe that's what he did. He just, I don't know.
You better go review the cameras to see if he didn't have little incense and took, put a
need to
little
look.
curse
Yeah.
on your lawn.
That's crazy.
I'm not mentioning lawn with you again.
I don't know.
Someone-
I think door-to-door sales guys you should be able to do whatever, like spray them with water, punch them in the face. Like
Should be like the Purge. You can do anything you
Yes!
want.
But
Yeah, oh my God, dude. Yes. That's amazing idea.
I don't know if these guys are like trying to work on like their practicing their communication skills for these kind of things. Because every person we get to, it's not even that they won't take no for an answer. They think they've got these little quirky things that are going to get you to re-engage.
Yeah.
And it's so annoying.
Did I ever
It's
tell
like,
you the
I
story about
realize that you have somebody, but who is that somebody? Because if you give me what they have for you, I'm pretty sure
Did I
I
ever-
can give you better. I'm pretty sure you can get the hell off my lawn.
I tricked this one guy one time. He was selling cleaner, and he was like, "This will clean your tires." I was like, "I don't believe you." And I tricked him into cleaning all 4 tires, and then told him I didn't want it.
See, you are nasty.
See, this is why you're cursed.
This is why you're
This is why you're cursed.
I was
The
like,
more
I
you
don't
talk,
believe
the
you.
more I'm starting to side with the guy.
I was like, well, you can't just clean one tire, bro. You got to make it match. I was like, that looks pretty good, but you might have just scrubbed too hard. I was like, let me see you do it with the other side of the brush. And then he did the other one. I was like, well, you can't leave it. And then he did the other one. I was like, I'm not interested.
I had a guy
tires clean.
because you
It
get a
was
lot of
nice.
the college kids because I think in the neighborhood because we have the sign too or we have the rules that no one because you get the door-to-door guys, but we get the college kids trying to
I
look
don't
for
mind
money.
kids. You know what I mean?
But
Like,
the college kid, I don't mind the college kid unless he gets cocky.
yeah.
He's like, hey, did you want the inside of your garbage cans cleaned after the trash?
Which
trash
is
day tomorrow?
that is so wild to
I
me.
go-
There's a business that
I
cleans.
go, wait, you're not doing most of the window washing, gutter cleaning, things like that.
Yeah,
I go, wait, you're cleaning
pressure
the inside
washing
of the
the
garbage
driveway?
cans? I go, what do you charge? And of course, I already get, and I go, look,
This is the best.
yeah, I'm gonna ask. I need to
Yeah,
know
I'm
this.
gonna ask.
He's like, yeah, we charge $25 for both garbage cans. I go,
Oh, that's not bad.
I go, you know, if I go to HEB, how much a small container of bleach is? And he goes, well, why would I know that?
That's got a scrub on the
I go,
inside.
because all I got to do is take the hose with the power wash thing and a small container of bleach and water, clean that bad boy out, and I'm good.
I'm gonna tell you, I used to be that guy. I used to be like, you know what? People in my neighborhood have too much money. Like, this is the most, this is the dumbest neighborhood because they pay to have their garbage cans clean. And then one time I missed the garbage and we had a bunch of food and then we got like maggots and stuff. I was like, I had to clean the garbage cans. I was like, oh, I get it now. Okay. This is why you pay
so
somebody
you're a
else because
wuss.
they're tall and I had to get like in the garbage can. Like
Again.
I'm almost feet off the ground inside the garbage. It was disgusting, bro. It was nasty.
First of all, you eat improperly, and your garbage is a science project, which shouldn't be
No,
the
you
case.
cook, you throw stuff away. You like, there's 2 of us, but they
But
don't.
nonetheless, all you got to do is
Don't we always have leftovers you got to throw away?
don't you
Like, you
double
never go
bag
to the
it?
restaurant? Like,
Double
that's-
bag it.
No, this is what I tell people at the restaurant. They're like, you want that to go? I'm like, yeah, I'll throw that away at home for you. That's we always take it to go. We never
Right
eat
after
it.
the
It's
trash
just-
is picked up, all you do is put half bleach, half water, throw it in the bottom, and then hit the hose so it bubbles up and scrubs a little bit. Dump it out in the street. By the street, you're good.
I ain't doing that after every trash
Oh, you
day.
are. You are bougie.
After every
You are
trash day?
bougie.
Are we supposed to be putting bleach in the sewers?
I don't care.
No.
Probably not, right?
Brian,
That's
technically,
why there's
it's
so
half
many
bleach.
fish and turtles dying.
Technically, it's only half bleach. It's not full bleach.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's
my-
why all
I've
RIP
watered
to
it
half
down.
the fish and
I've
turtles, then.
diluted it.
This is why the tuna tastes funny. This is
'Cause Joel's
Joel's
putting
fault.
bleach in it.
Yeah.
Well, call Charlie. Because the good tasting tuna just got worse. How about that? Hey, we're just getting started. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. We're going to be with you all the way up until 6 o'clock. We'd love to take your interactions. 713-780-3776. You can call that number. You can text that number. Hit us on social media at Sacked by BMAC, at Pac-Man Joel with a K, at Barry is Funny. Lots to get to, including depending on how you look at it, glass half full, glass half empty, the good of the All-Star game last night or the bad of it continues. Let us know your thoughts. We'll let you know ours after the feedback of what happened last night. That and a whole lot more coming up on the show. It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back on the Bees, it is a suspect edition, starting the way we always used to start it, with a little icebreaker. Plenty of feedback on the door-to-door salesman, including some dumbass who said, hey, you should just solicit the listeners to see if there's a door-to-door salesman and then interview him. Okay, even in the days of the suspects, I don't think we'd have gone that far, because that would have been really trivial. I'm going to allow this one just simply because it's a joke from Jasper, but it is the most disputed thing that we've ever had on the show. Llamas Mac, I've got a question for you for lawn talk.
Uh-oh.
I think a push mower lawn looks better than a riding mower lawn. Am I a bad father for making my 12-year-old push our lawnmower and do the lawn instead of using the riding mower?
That's not a lawnmower question. That's a parenting question.
Besides that, Jasper, nice flex thing that we've got a riding mower. You must live in Barry's neighborhood.
Yeah, that's a parenting question. Yes, you're a terrible dad.
Someone said the curb address painter I will tolerate. I don't like that either. I don't need someone painting 2 numbers on my curb for $45. Like, I've got a sign clearly out in front that says what the number on my house is. I don't think I need to also put it on the curb. You seen that where they do like the Texas flag and all that? And they put the number on it on the curb. I don't need all that.
I don't want anybody coming to my house, period. Like Girl Scouts, sure, I'm fat. You got to keep the chins up. Other than that, nobody come to my house unless I invite you. Don't just show up to my house, knock on my door, and try to sell me something. I don't want what you have. If I did, I'm going to get online and get it, or I'm going to come to your establishment and get it. Otherwise, just don't come to my house.
Yeah.
And if you do, expect to be talked rude to, and don't be shocked when I do.
You know what I don't like? The other lure is, hey, but your neighbors, 2 of your neighbors down the street,
that's already, what he said.
Yeah, they're
your neighbors
already
signed
in for
up
tomorrow. Why don't you join them? Why don't you get the hell off my porch?
So you know what I did? Because I am the mayor of Pettyville. I got on the Facebook group. I was like, hey,
I was just going to ask you if you did.
I did. I was like, hey, there's some jackass on a scooter rolling around, and he's going door to door selling pesticides, and so be careful. And this one dude was like, I'm just going to answer the door of my drawers and see what he does. I bet he leaves. And then somebody else was like, yeah, he came to my house. He wouldn't take no for an answer. I had to shut the door and he kept talking. I was like, I know. It wasn't just me.
Someone said, Barry, you live in my neighborhood. We have the most persistent pest control people. The lady said, I told the lady, I'm good. She said, me too, and kept trying to pitch me this stuff. Tyler and Conroe said that.
Bro.
Barry, someone said you should have called the police.
Oh,
Someone
wow.
else said
that goes over the top.
That's a little
that's
aggressive.
over the top.
This is why I have guns. I don't need to call the police.
Someone said, Barry, I think I live in your neighborhood. They came to the door, Segway and all. He ignored my solicitation sign, so I ignored him at the door and walked off. And he did stand there and talk for a while. And then the final one was, life is talking to Barry like Michael Beasley talks to Lance Stevenson. If you don't know, Google it. It is rather entertaining. Speaking of entertaining, the All-Star game last night, I'm going to be honest, 100% honest. Fell asleep I turned it off actually in the 9th inning because it was still a 2-run deficit. I commended and tipped my cap to the American League for making it better than 6-0, but I was done. And I go to the gym this morning, and one of my buddies goes, hey, did you see that unbelievable finish in the All-Star game? I go, what? He's like, the swing off. I go, swing off?
So you watched up until the 9th inning?
Watched is a loose term, Brian.
Okay.
I was in and out, peeping it, checking it, going back, doing other things.
I'm just trying to
I was out at 6-0. I was out at 2-0. I was like, I was really intrigued by the first inning. Like I told you guys yesterday, I was in on the fact that I wanted to see Skeens and Skubal against the top 3 or 4 on both sides. Those are great matchups. That's compelling to me. When I felt bad for Skubal because I thought that he was distracted by the fact that they had him and the big dumper and everybody talking to each other, that it kind of took away his concentration level. But then when they got 2 runs off of him, I was like, I'm going to be probably out real quick. And then when it got to 6, I'm like, I'm definitely done.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's more fair. But when I thought you were saying you watched up and you make the time commitment for 8 innings, and you get I was like, nah, like you might as well just watch the last inning. You're that far in.
I didn't watch it last night. I recorded it. I hung out with the wife and said, I'll just watch it in the morning. And then, I kind of had it on, was, doing stuff. And
in between fighting people coming to your door trying to sell you pesticides.
I watched it up to the 7th and I was like, this just sucks. There's just, look, I was thinking about this driving in, and I'm not trying to derail this conversation. I love the y'all know me. My favorite sport is baseball.
Yeah.
It always has been. I love baseball. I love Shohei Ohtani. I think should go down as one of, if not the greatest baseball players of all time because of what he can do, what he has already done, and what he will do. Aaron Judge is a beast. He's like this generation's Barry Bonds and will go down as maybe the greatest hitter of all time, blah, blah, blah. But there is something about today's stars in baseball that's just not doing it for me. I don't know what it is. It's just not. I don't know if it's just that they don't have like flair, and I don't mean like buttons on the apron at Bennigan's, but I just don't know what it is. But there's just no sexiness to it. It was cool. It was neat. I do like that they're mic'd up on the mound, and that's cool. But that novelty wears off quick. It was just okay.
See,
I just checked out in the 7th and was like, I'll do something else. I got better things to do.
I think because it's been such a topic over the last couple of years, and specifically that the fact that from the Pro Bowl, which sucks, to the fact, and they finally did the right thing and just completely pulled the plug on that, flag football or not is dumb. From the basketball standpoint of no defense being played and everybody just trying to do highlight reel stuff.
Oh,
and that's hard to watch. Baseball, at least for the first couple innings in particular, you get some competitive at bats. You get some matchups you want to see. But overall, I was thinking about this going, here's the thing. Baseball is the most gimmicky of all three sports because, they've already got the Manfred Man rule. They've already got the pitch clock. They're already doing things just to try to appease the fans more than just keeping the game the way it's always been played. But then what people are really engaged in now is how this game ended. And like now, the people that were upset about the Manfred Man rule about the guy on second base in extra innings, they're the ones saying, hey, here's an idea. Instead of that, let's do the swing off in the regular season, and let's do that to decide regular season games. To me, that's worse.
Yeah. It's like I don't mind innovation, right? I don't mind, because if you think about it, most of the things in sport is innovation from the original sport, right? The forward pass in football was innovation. And when it first came about, people were like, what is this? Look at this. This is witchery. They didn't know what it was. This is tomfoolery and craziness. This is not how football is supposed to be played. The 3-point line. In basketball, it was mocked. It was, we were told that this would make a mockery of the game. And now it is, could you imagine basketball without the 3-point line? So there are things that when it's first introduced, it feels gimmicky, but then there are things that are just gimmicky.
They're just gimmicky.
And I think a swing off is just gimmicky. You know what I mean? I think a runner on second is just gimmicky. Bigger bases, I'm good with, because that's also that can take safety into
for sure.
So there's I don't mind certain things like that. A pitch clock, I don't mind that. I don't mind it at all.
Look, it takes the fat guy out of baseball. Jeremy and I have had this debate, but I think the pitch clock.
But that's not the point. It speeds
it does.
it up.
It does, but it also puts a lot
more pressure on the
pressure on the
argument about
pitcher.
speeding up baseball, I thought was stupid to begin with. You know my point on that. I've been bitching about that since we started our show way back in the day. Baseball is 3.5 hours. Guess what? Spoiler alert, everybody. So is football. Anyways, there's always going to be gimmicky stuff, and there's always going to be things that move the sport forward. It's such a fine line between the two. And you're never going to make everybody
happy. And that's the
happy.
thing. If it was the 3-point line, to me is still it's a skill that's associated with the game, and you just reward guys that can shoot the basketball a little bit more. But you're rewarding a skill that's already in the game, like hitting a batting practice pitcher and hitting it over the fence.
I didn't even see the swing off. What were the rules for it? What was it?
And this is where a lot of people also.
By the way, real quick, I do like the automated balls and strikes and being able to challenge right away.
I can tell you one group that doesn't.
The ums, who cares? Yeah. But I love the fact that you can tap your helmet, they put it on the screen, and we move on. I got no problem with that.
Well, because again,
Because
it's the
the
same
point is get
reason
it
why,
right.
like in basketball, I want replay on any important call in the last 2 minutes. I don't care if I have a challenge or not, because at the end of the day, the goal is to get the
it
call right.
Yes.
Right? But those are calls. That makes sense. Balls and strikes, those are key elements. That makes sense. To me, getting into a swing off to decide regular season baseball. And then I had people that I saw on social media saying, and they should actually consider doing this in the playoffs too. You shut your mouth right now, because that's the one time where you at least get the true traditional baseball the way it's supposed to be played.
What are the rules of the swing off?
So the swing off is that you supply your batting practice pitcher, each team.
Okay.
And then you pick, let me give you the rules.
It's like a home run derby.
Well, I'm out already. I'm just saying, I'm out already. So you're not even facing the other team's ace or closer.
No, because your goal is to hit a home run.
You're facing their batting practice. I'm out. So now you got Aaron Judge facing Glass Joe. No, bro, I'm out. That's just the stupidest thing
Punch-out
ever.
reference. Nice.
Yeah, thank you. It's stupid.
Glass plays pitches for the Dodgers.
Yeah, that's dumb.
But okay, so the rules are, which also, because you're going to throw into the other factor, which is everybody expects, well, the National League, you're going to see Ohtani. You're going to see, you're going to see Judge on the American League with the big dumper. You're going to see all these big power hitters, and it's going to be exciting. No, the managers had to predetermine and set up and submit who their three guys were going to be. Each side provides three guys.
Mm-hmm.
Each guy gets three swings. You can take unlimited pitches, but once you swing three times, that is your end score result. However many home runs you hit after you took three swings, doesn't matter how many pitches you get, okay? And you alternate one league than the other until it is you can predetermine after the three who had the most home runs. The problem is that a lot of these guys skip out. Like, they know their start, like Judge. Judge is starting in the All-Star game. He gets taken out in the second inning or third inning. Well, he goes in, he showers, he gets in street clothes, and goes, hey, if I get out of here quick enough, I got, an extra couple of hours.
The party is the after party.
And before I have to go start getting ready to get back on the road to travel to play baseball on Friday. So all these guys that you expected to see in it aren't in it. You get guys that you probably don't want to see in a lot of cases in it. And then it comes down to who hits more home runs out of their three guys in the scenario I just laid out for you.
So it's not even like, because in the case of hockey and soccer, where you have shootouts, you're actually facing the other team's goalie. You're actually facing their starting
and
goalie.
It's your best players kicking, probably.
Exactly. It's not Judge versus, some rando, some old man with a tired shoulder throwing, pus balls and Bugs Bunny looping. It's eephus pitches. It's stupid. What they should have done, if they wanted to do it right, is taken one guy on the staff that maybe was just like, hey, if you need me in extra innings, I'll go. But like a Hunter Brown, for example, that made the team and maybe wasn't going to pitch, or maybe was good for 1AB or whatever. And I'm not saying that because he did start, but maybe there was a guy that was like Clayton Kershaw, right? He got in, but he wasn't going to go for very long. Now it's not a great example, because he needed to go in so he could walk out and wave his cap and that be his swan song. Mm-hmm. But there was a guy like that wasn't going to pitch for very long. So what you do is you say, this is our swing off pitcher. He's probably not going to pitch anyways, but if he does, it's not going to be for very long.
The objective isn't to get him out. The objective is to throw up a pus ball. No.
But let me finish. But let me finish, because the swing off would be like, okay, if you get, if you make contact, that's a point. If you get a single, double, triple, home run, they're all worth points. But if you get out, you get out. Like, make it more competitive. Make it skill on skill. Right? If I strike you out, that's a point for my team. If you get a hit, a single, that's a point. A double is worth 2, a triple is worth 3, or whatever. Like, contact is 1, home run is 2, strikeout is 2, whatever. Something like that to make it where it is competitive for and equal for both sides.
We'll see at 3 a.m.
It's stupid though.
Then you're creating another game within a game for how long
that was far too complicated for me.
No, I mean I overcomplicated it, but what I'm saying is at least you could have it to where
it's still the game.
It's the purity of actually true baseball.
Yes, because you've got a real pitcher facing a real hitter, and there's the ability for both sides to come out of it with a win, instead of now we're just watching the home run derby at the end of the All-Star game. Well, we already saw that. I've been out on the home run derby for years. I don't want to see that now decide the All-Star game or any game.
All right. Well, we'll continue this on the other side because there's a few other tidbits from the All-Star game, but let us know your thoughts. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. Usual Suspects version of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I can just let this roll for a little bit. After all, you know what today is, don't you? Just to really rattle some cages of the back in the day loyals. It's a way back Wednesday edition of the Suspects. Give us your top 5. No, please don't. Hey, want to remind you guys, tomorrow we are going to be out at McCormick and Schmick's at the Town and Country location. Unbelievable food, great atmosphere. It's a great restaurant. You made even better by the fact we're going to be there from 12 to 6. BMAC is probably going to be doing a little bit of interacting and hosting as well. Paul's going to be out tomorrow. Will Kunkel's going to probably fill in along with BMAC out there from 12 to 3. Barry and I are going to do 3 to 6. Stop by, say hi. It'd be great to see everybody. But McCormick and Schmick's is a phenomenal restaurant, and the Town and Country location is a really nice place to hang out. So stop by and see us there. And then Friday, we're going to be at East River 9 as well. So if you get a chance, swing by, say hi. We'd love to see you. That's part of the summer circuit, by the way. When you're there, register to win the grand prize for the summer, which is an unbelievable grand prize, by the way. A pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. That's a $4,000 value. I mean, you've been around
That's crazy.
this place long enough to know that's one of the best prizes we may have ever given out.
Yeah, for real. That's pretty
solid.
fantastic. Yeah, heck yeah.
All right. Lots of texts and responses on all of this. Lots of good humor on this as well. Back to the door-to-door salesman. 281 ending in 0612 says, tell the salesman we shoot every third one of you, so you might ought to make peace with God now.
That's a great answer.
Very well played.
I'm using that next time. Thank you.
Yes, that was well done. Someone said early part of Kareem's career, the commissioner banned the slam dunk. The swing off is garbage, Barry, like your dirty ass garbage can.
What the? Wow.
I mean, they just had it all
Super
covered there.
aggressive.
I don't mind it at all, by the way. Baseball needs a time limit. Only pro sport that doesn't have a clock because of how slow it is. And see, this is exactly who baseball is marketing to, and this is exactly why I'm against it, because that is a minority opinion, not by anything other than how casual you are as a baseball fan. Baseball's been played this way for a long period of time, and again, if families can't, then leave when you stay as long as you can, leave when you have to. But I don't think that you have to change and implement the game that's been being played the same way for that long a period of time.
No, you don't need a time. I've never understood that argument about baseball being a slow game compared to basketball. Yes, but football, it's not.
Football's a pretty fast paced.
No, it's not. Unless both teams are running a no huddle.
No,
think about a play. How long is the play clock in football? 40 seconds.
35, 40, yeah.
35, 40. And think about when they usually snap the ball with how much time left on the clock?
5.
Okay. So they stand around for 30, 35 seconds. Let's just do this. Let's just see if we all want to be quiet for 30 to 35 seconds. Anybody want to do that on air to see how long
I think
that
we'll have
feels?
alarms going off.
Yeah. You want to see how long that feels?
I just
30 to 35 seconds is a long time between plays. There's a 10-second pitch clock now, or what is it, 10, 12 seconds, whatever it is, in baseball, and it wasn't even taking that long without it. So it's like,
but Barry, here's the thing: you can say that both games end up being three and a half. But the reason why football is 3.5 is because of the length of the halftime show, the length to get all the commercials in, the other things. But once you get into a team with possession of the football, no matter what the play clock is from play to play, most times they're either going up tempo, they're playing faster. It's all the other things that are money making that slow down football that you can get through easier.
Yeah, they would kick the ball off and then go to commercial and then come back. And then, you know what I mean? Like they were supposed to have fixed that, but still, I mean, pace of play in football is not, if you think about it, it's because they do a good job of filling it appropriately and whatnot. But I mean, it's really not that fast though.
See, I would disagree, Brian. I don't know where you are on this, but I think that like I said, I think football, especially because of the fact that unless someone goes out of bounds, and even now they've even changed and tweaked those rules a little bit, the clock keeps running. You know, teams want momentum, they want tempo because they get into a rhythm that I don't feel like baseball. You're saying that about a pitch. Well, if there's no action on the pitch, well, here we go again. Until someone actually puts back to baseball and puts it in play, you're sitting there restarting that and doing that up to 6-7 times with foul balls.
Yeah, but that's part of the game, though. A pitch, a foul ball, all of that is part of the game. So if you don't like that, then you just don't like baseball. But standing around in a huddle is not football.
I just don't think there's as much standing around as you think, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Joel in that, like, inside the actual game, because obviously football has longer commercial breaks and it has the halftime, but inside the actual game while it's going, it does feel like football moves with a bigger pace, because pre-pitch clock, I mean, guys like Frommer, when he used to be able to take off his hat, rub his palm, do the whole thing. Jamie Moyer was always a super slow pitcher. Like, if you didn't have runners on base during an inning, it felt like you went 10 minutes at a time with nothing really happening. But at the same time, like, I've never understood, like, I'm fine with the pitch clock, but the whole idea of like hard clock for the entire game, like, okay, you shorten the game from 3.5 hours to 3:15. The guy who says baseball's too long, is he really going to be enticed to watch the game because it's now 15 minutes shorter? Like, I don't think I'm fine with the pitch clock because I do want it to move a little bit faster, but I don't think this is going to bring in a whole new audience of baseball viewers, because the guy that thinks 3:30 is too long is not going to be okay with 3:15.
See, I think the other thing that everybody's missing on this too, which is how hypocritical and contradictory it can be, is they're trying to shorten the time frame by changing the actual game itself. What they won't do is shorten the amount of commercials or the length of the halftime shows, because that's where they're rolling in the dough. So as much as they're trying to condense everything and make it more streamlined, the one thing that actually would do that would be what they're not touching, because that's their revenue stream, that's their cash cow, and that's how they're making all the bucks to do everything that they need to do.
I mean, if you think you're going to get any league to give up there,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so then that's what I'm saying. So then why be
But,
hypocritical and say I'm trying to shorten the game of baseball?
To credit football, I'm sure they made it up somewhere else, but that was one of the things that they did do, is because I don't remember how many years ago it was, but they went out of their way to point out that, hey, we understand we run too many commercials during football games. And so they got away from, after a touchdown or a score, they would go to a commercial, they would come back, they would kick the ball off, and then they would go to commercial and then come back. And they got away from that now, because after the change of possession, they would just kick the ball off and then just go straight into play. They got away from that because, again, that was why football was taking so long, man. It was just like, goodness gracious, that's just ridiculous. And I'm sure they made it up somewhere else, but just real quick, I just out of curiosity, I Googled it. Pace of play, no huddle offenses being run. 2011, it was ran about 5.7% of the time. 2015, about 13% of the time.
I'm not saying no huddle now.
Well, I mean, if you're going no huddle, that's
as fast as you can go.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're snapping the ball, but now it's run about 20. It says more recent data indicates that some teams use it more frequently, with some utilizing it about 25% of plays. So that's usually you're just getting up to the line, you're snapping the ball within 10 seconds of the getting to the line. You're reading the defense, you're snapping the ball. That's usually coming within 10 seconds or so of the play clock being reset and the ball being, being set down by the line judge or whatever, referee. And so that's within 10 seconds, which is about what the pitch clock is. So that's about 25% of the time. The rest of the time, they're going back to the huddle. They're getting the play call in. I mean, that's standing around.
Maybe
so
it's
75% of the time they're huddling up.
Viewers think football is a slow sport.
Oh, I agree with you in that. I do, but that's what I'm saying. It's also perception. It's the most popular sport.
doubt.
People love football, so they're going to give it a pass. They're going to be like, "Oh, this is a great sport. This is not a slow sport." It's because you love it. It's like people that love soccer don't think it's boring.
Someone said it would have been more entertaining to make the pitchers do the swing off. Stop that. That would be absolutely ridiculous. Unless, and if you
and make
you have an
the
unfair
hitters
advantage if you had a pitcher that could hit.
No,
one side has
Shohei.
Well, just put Ohtani out there.
No, but you should make the hitters pitch to him. Did you see Aaron Judge pitching to Ohtani? Now that would be fantastic.
Well, Ohtani would be the secret weapon then, worth all the
Yeah,
money,
it
because he could pitch and hit. Barry just made the All-Star game into trigonometry, and that is extremely unnecessary.
Okay,
Jasper.
fine.
That's
Fine.
very well
I got
played.
caught up in the moment. I made it a little more complicated than it needed to be. But you got my point, Jasper.
I wasn't sure if it was just me, and I looked at Brian, and Brian had the befuddled look, and then said
You
it.
know
And I was
what?
like, "Yeah, no,
You, Brian, and Jasper, y'all got my point. Suck it, nerds. Okay?
Fake Tony Stark.
Nerds, you're the one I put in points for strikeouts.
No, touche.
Yeah,
touche.
And then when you start moving the decimal
I
point,
stand
that's-
by the points and stuff. That could be done. It's just I may have gone
Well, you
a little.
see here,
I went a
strikeout is worth 2 points.
I went a little
Brian,
Ross
you know what that
Perot.
was? That was Barry being analytical
I got
about
a little
baseball.
Ross Perot. I got a chart. See, all right.
Fake Tony Stark says, doesn't NCAA baseball have some kind of time limit rule? Didn't someone finesse the system? That was different. That was like a curfew time limit rule, I believe.
Now we're going to give them orange slices.
No, they do.
7 innings. We got run ruled.
No, they did. They had like a curfew time limit where an inning couldn't
The
start.
Rockies
and they
would be
were
getting
slow
run
rolling.
ruled every game.
Well, but,
Can we make Rocky games 7 innings? I'd be for that.
I bet Rocky fans
They
would.
still wouldn't win a lot.
God.
All right, we'll continue to roll on. We can wrap some things up. If you guys have more on this, 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us up on social media. Got a lot of interaction on all of this so far. Lots more to get to on the show as well, too. We'll get into some Texans talk and talk about the fact that there's some things going on with the Texans. How about a week from now we'll be in training camp for the Houston
I
Texans.
think my pants just moved.
No, don't want to know about that,
Yes.
especially when we're both in studio. Also, some Rockets talk we can get into as well. And something that if it's on your mind, get it off your chest, bring it to us, and we'll get it to you. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hey, back on the Killer Bees. Jeremy's out on vacation, I believe, the rest of the week, but Barry Laminack is in with me. We're in studio today, tomorrow at McCormick and Schmick's in the Town and Country area, and then Friday at East River 9. Stop by and say hi, hang out with us, reminisce, if you will, and also have some fun as we talk about current sports. We're talking about this All-Star game last night. Look, there was a lot of things to unfold there. I tend to agree with you on the fact that I like the electronic strike zone. I know the umpires don't like it, but I've always been in any of the big three professional sports, and what we talk is gimmicky versus the game itself. I'm so get the call right guy that the main thing to me is how many times in a night, and sometimes my daughter and my daughters and my wife think that I'm convulsing because I'm like, because you look at a pitch and you're like, how can you not call that a strike?
Right.
And then you get
Seems
the
pretty cut and
guys
dry.
that, whether, the old school guys a lot more, but we see it every day on social media, how many calls were blown, how many were the umpire, whether he had a stick up his rear end or just, and an axe to grind or just missed calls. That's part of getting the calls right. It's part of the game. I don't mind that as much as the gimmicky starting an extra inning with a man on second base, ending a game with a home run derby, in essence. Those things to me, they're just it's not the right fit.
I'm with you. Now, I will say by the way, I'm with you. So let me preface that. I'm with you. I do think in the All-Star game, you can have some fun with it, but just make it appropriate. Does that make sense?
Say it again.
So you can have some fun with it, like how you finish it, or if it like, don't be gimmicky. Don't be over the top, have fun with it, but make it appropriate.
See, I don't think that figuring out the true result of a game should be fun, if that makes sense.
Well, I mean, like in soccer, right? In hockey, they do it. And it's appropriate.
It's a real shootout, though. Yeah, right.
Right.
And
That's what I'm saying. Make it appropriate.
So you're saying make it a contested at bat.
Something along those lines. Yeah. Make it some sort of appropriate thing, right?
So instead of playing a full inning, you have your closer go up against the other team's three best hitters.
Whatever. I'm sure there's smarter people than you and I, right?
Your analytical trigonometry.
Which was
scorekeeping.
But which again, that wasn't appropriate, but it would be more along, more appropriate than a practice squad guy or whatever you said it was throwing pitches to Aaron Judge, but make it more appropriate so that the actual players are deciding the game as opposed to home run derby stuff. I think it can be fun in that setting. I don't want to see it regular season. I don't want to see it postseason necessarily.
I don't think postseason, it would piss me off.
Oh my God. But make it appropriate. Even like, like the strike zone stuff and all of as long as these things that they come up with and we talked about earlier, these rule changes and these innovations, as long as it's appropriate stuff, I'm good with it. Innovation is good.
An All-Star game is not a real game. So I don't care how they end it. If that brought more attention to it and more ratings with it and people liked it, cool. Did it save pitchers' arms? Sure, maybe. But the pitchers weren't out there throwing multiple innings anyway. But when you start talking about the purity of the game with regular season games, that's what drives me nuts. I don't like the man on second base to start because it's an unfair disadvantage to the pitcher that's coming in the game, whether he gets the loss or not, or the earned run or not. I feel like it's an unfair disadvantage to the team itself, based on who did what and what they have left on the bench and whatever, and pitchers in the pen. But I understand they don't want to make the game as long. But I think that goes back to the original of this is what makes baseball baseball. So
let me ask you this. What if you did stuff like once you got to extra innings, you could bring back guys that maybe like in the 7th inning, you pinch hit for a guy.
Mm-hmm.
What if you got to the 10th inning, you could bring that guy that got pinch hit for, you could bring him back in the lineup if you wanted to. Right? You could use his bat again. Maybe
I don't mind
right?
it. I don't mind it, and I know that teams would probably abuse it. I don't mind it because of the fact that you eliminate the gimmicky runners on base. But some would say that you're still messing with the game because the science of managing a baseball game goes out the window when you have a guy that's been taken out of the game that you can put back in.
I'm just saying stuff like that, right? I mean, like, it's a little bit of a tweak. It allows you to bring back, because how many times have we seen that where, I mean, not I don't remember which game it was. It was coming down to the end, but Paredes hit a double, tied the game. He's on second. They put in Corona, the whatever. No, who they put in?
Yeah, Mike Corona.
Yeah. They put in no, who was it that they put in?
As a pinch runner. They took it. They actually took Paredes out of the game and put Corona in.
Oh, did they? It was Corona. Okay.
And I, at the time, Jeremy and I both talked about it. Like, I don't know if you want to do that.
Right? Because what happens if it so
Extra
but
innings
in
and he
that
might come
case,
up.
you could be like, hey, you know what? This is a high reward, low risk, because I know if it goes extras, I could bring him back. Now you're not really changing the game a ton, but you're saying I'm going to pinch run.
You're not going to do that with pitchers, are you?
No,
with
but
pitchers,
you're
you
not.
can't do it.
Yeah, no, but because they've already cooled down, now they got to warm up again. You're going to hurt them. But a guy like that, Paredes, you could say, all right, I'm going to pinch run for him because it's the 8th or 9th inning, right? Now you can't bring him back until it's extra innings. So you're going to have to deal with not having him out there defensively or whatever. Whether if you did that in the 8th inning, you got to deal with the 9th inning. But once you get to the 10th, you could bring him back again. And so you're basically saying, I'm going to pinch run for him in that scenario because I'm trying to get a run out of this to either tie it or win the game. And then once, it's a high reward, low risk play because I know I can bring him back in extras. Stuff like that. It's a tweak, but it's not, it's a little gimmicky, but it's not, crazy.
As we play Rob Manfred from the palatial ESPN studios, I would say you could only do that with one player.
I like that. That's
I would
great.
say that you could only do that with
Can't
one
do it a
player,
ton,
and you
but
could not do it with pitchers.
I dig it.
Because then at least you can get one of your best
B-Mac.
players.
Go, Rob. Make it happen.
I'll get right
what's
on it.
next? What are we solving next?
Solving problems.
Let's go. Yeah.
I mean, you're the judge and jury in there,
Let's
B-Mac.
go.
Where are you with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with the rule. I don't think it really changes anything as far as like the speed or like keeping games from going 15 innings or anything. But I like that wrinkle to the game
Because what it does is it does potentially speed up the game because you put a faster
If you
runner
put
on second.
Yeah, now
Or
you mentioned the
first.
case of the pinch runner, but you could also see guys like in games where Jordan's playing left, maybe you have a defensive switch in the 9th inning, you put in Chaz or whoever, and now, oh crap, they tied it up, we're going to extras, now you got Jordan back in.
Right. So it's you're actually, you're speeding up the game or you're eliminating potential extra inning games, but then you're also bringing him back to maybe in those extra inning games early if possible. So, and it's just a slight tweak. It's not anything crazy. So stuff like that, it has that gimmicky feel, but it's really not that crazy when you think about it. And I don't mind stuff like that, but I do agree with you, runner on second. Why not just have, let's just get crazy. Let's just have an all-time QB in the NFL like we used to do in street ball, let's P for K. Let's just have a all-time runner on a team. You just have somebody hit and then he just takes off from home plate. Like some of this stuff is wild.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
I think that's what turns me off is just how much it's become a gimmick instead of the true purity of what baseball's always been. I get what you're saying because it's kind of like what I said about what I like about this All-Star game. Just from a competitive standpoint, I want to see the best pitchers in baseball going up against the best hitters in baseball. If that means that the way you decide games is, but again, teams aren't going to burn their best pitchers in an extra inning game. You're not going to be able to, and like you said, you're not going to have a guy that's already pitched come back into a game. So there is so many different limitations. There's only so many different ways you can do this. But I do hate the fact that you're penalizing a team and putting a guy on second base when they have done nothing to deserve that.
What if they moved him to first?
I still don't like it because it's not part of the game. Like, how did he get there, right? He didn't hit. He didn't walk.
Yeah.
Even a dropped called third. It's just, I don't like it.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, 1 hour in, 2 hour to go. Plenty more to get to on the show. If you guys have other things you want to get off your chest to get out onto the platform, we're happy to talk about it. Jeremy out for the rest of the week. Barry in with me. Brian McDonald behind the glass. Hour 2 coming up right after these important words from your local stations and otherwise. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Jeremy out, Barry Laminack in for the rest of the week as we roll through a Wednesday edition of the Bees in a suspect matter. Brian McDonald behind the glass. Tomorrow we're going to be out at McCormick and Schmick's in Town and Country. Stop by and see us, as we will all be there in person, as well as Will Kunkel. I believe Paul is still under the weather and still probably not only strep throat, but red ass, I think, because he's still mad at us for the other day. But
you dogged him or what?
Different story for another day, or maybe a previous couple of days.
He better not show up if he's sick. I ain't trying to get sick.
He's not. Will Kunkel, I just said, if you were listening with your ears instead of
no,
your
you
ass.
just said you think he's so he may.
No, it's okay. We'll move on. All right. Did you see I would say that the Henry Aaron tribute was probably one of the highlights of the evening. Before we get out of the All-Star game and get into some Astros and some other things, I thought that was really well done. I thought that to honor Hammer and Hank in Atlanta and basically recreate home run 715, Milo's call was a part of it, but just all the iconic moments of one of the greatest to ever play the game. Thought it was just extremely well done.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. At first things first, I always get a little nostalgic when I hear Milo make the call of that home run, being a Astros fan and a native Houstonian. So obviously growing up listening to Milo call Astros games, it's kind of cool to hear his voice call one of the most iconic home runs in baseball history. But I thought it was really well done, really well put together. And you're right, for an all-star game that for the most part just didn't capture my attention.
It was flat.
Yeah, I thought it was me. I'm not gonna lie. I really did think maybe I'm just getting old. I mean, I am getting old, and
you talk about all the factors that go into it, and everything that people want to talk about on social media. One, I'm glad they went back to wearing their original uniforms. Yeah. I like that. The fact that the All-Star game in Arlington, which is already a crap show in a borderline George Foreman grill looking stadium. Oh, it's right. It's in Arlington. But then you had them wearing basically fast food restaurant uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
That was a joke.
That's funny.
But when you look at just some of the other things, the fact that every team has to have a representative.
Yep.
That means the manager has to try and get everybody in the game. So that means the best players aren't going to be on the field as much because you're trying to appease every pitcher, every player. Everybody's got to get in, but yet you want a competitive game.
Do you like that?
What do you want? I don't, but I understand it. Like the bigger picture, again, like we talk about commercials in football and baseball. The bigger picture is, well, you can't have an all-star game hat for the White Sox if they don't have a representative.
Right.
So they're just doing it to
There's
sell
no
stuff.
reason a Rocky should have been there, but hey.
Or a White Sox, and the only reason why the White Sox guy is known is he's the pitcher that hit Suarez in the hand, and now he might not be able to be traded to a better team. Like that stuff to me, I can do without. And if you want a competitive all-star game, it's just not going to happen. And the game itself was so flat that the only thing that basically was a saving grace was people saw the end and thought, well, that's kind of neat.
Yeah. I thought it was cool. I ain't gonna lie. It gets me every year. The stand up to cancer.
Oh, it always should.
Ugh, it really does. It gets me every year because I think most of us know somebody.
Oh, for sure.
Or have lost somebody to cancer, or know somebody that's had it, and every year I think I'm ready for it. Every year I think it's not gonna get me this year, and every year I see it, and man, it's just it's one of those things where there's that moment you just like, wow, it's powerful. It's powerful to see that many people hold up a sign. Although this year I noticed, I think more than I've noticed before. I noticed more people holding up signs that didn't have a name than in the past.
Okay.
And maybe it was just poor cameramanship.
Maybe. I mean,
because in the past, they always just showed people that had a name. This time it said everyone, or I'm with you, or it was like, what?
Yeah, I think and I think from a viewer's perspective, they want to see what the players and the coaches,
who they are,
broadcasters.
But there was a lot of players that just said, "I'm with everyone," or "This is for everyone,"
Sometimes
or
it's personal. Maybe I don't want to tell you about my aunt or.
True that, but it just seemed like there was a lot more of. And hey, maybe we're making strides in that department, and so they don't there's, that's a good thing, is that we're starting to see less people affected by
And
it.
and
I don't know.
the other thing when you got to be careful what you wish for, because I think some of the same people that are talking about the competitiveness of the game, they like the fact that this kid from Milwaukee, the Miz, after 5 starts gets in the All-Star game because he throws a hundo every pitch. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the fact that you have teams the following day after the All-Star snubs are trying to be goodwill citizens of the game by saying, hey, our pitcher should have and deserved to, so we're going to give him the bonus that he didn't get because he wasn't named, because we think he earned it. Good on the teams for doing that. Bad on Major League Baseball that the fact you had to come back after the fact and try and make good for the fact that we lied. We're lying to you. We're lying to everyone else. You're doing this as a marketing stunt because you got a guy that's super hot to talk about right now that hasn't done enough to deserve to be in the game. But hey, we want to get some run out of it. So instead of the guy from the Phillies that deserves it, we're going to put the Brewer guy that throws 100 in there. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah, they tried to capture that Skeens magic from last year, and it's not the same. They had it because, Skeens made it in 11 appearances or something like that. And so they were like, oh, well, how could we top that this year? Because it was a legitimate 11 appearances where, I don't know if it was 11 appearances, but whatever it was legitimate and he showed his dominance, right? It was obvious that, okay, this is, look, this kid could just fall apart after the break and just be an absolute dud the rest of the year. And you know what? This is going to sound terrible. I kind of hope he does. Not a career. Hey. Not
He's a
career.
Brewer.
Hey, not a career.
Small market team. Great city.
Not a career. Just the rest of the season. I hope he falls apart and flat on his face. And then that way baseball looks like complete morons and idiots for doing it. And that's what they get. Because they, like you said, it was a gimmicky thing that they tried to do.
I didn't like it at all.
Yeah, exactly. And you cost somebody deserving of it
I get you,
an
that
opportunity.
you wear it for the
shame
fact
on
that
you, and
wear
that's
it
what you
because
get. Yeah, wear it.
This is why you're cursed, though.
What?
You're wishing injury upon this dude.
I didn't
This is
wish- no.
This is why you're cursed.
You heard me. You weren't listening. You weren't listening. You weren't listening. I didn't wish injury. I just said I hope he falls. I hope he just has a bad season.
Okay.
I hope he has a bad second half. I hope he
This
gets
is still
lit
why you're
up.
cursed.
No, I hope he has a 7.5 ERA down the stretch. That's what I said. I never wished it. I would never wish injury on anybody, but you now. I hope you get hurt.
Seems to be in a
I hope you fall out of your chair right now.
That can happen
I hope
regardless.
you fall out of your
even,
chair.
even without you wishing for it.
I hope you get sciatica. That is, I don't even know if you can get whatever.
The team with people I work with today, no one.
I hope you catch sciatica. I don't know how sciatica works, obviously.
Before we get off topic, Corey wants to get in here on the fix for the All-Star game. Corey, what's up?
Yeah, hey, what's up, guys? Kind of got two things. One, for all the gimmicky changes, I feel like if it's a change big enough to where you have to reference it when talking about the history books of baseball, it's too much. And as far as the All-Star game, the only way to fix it is to go back to the game actually meaning something, as far as how we used to have home field advantage in the playoffs or the World Series for the winning league. I mean, if the players care enough that they think they're going to be in the World Series, they're going to have an advantage, you're going to get a better show. I mean, it's as simple as that. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call, Corey. Look, a lot of we've had several others that have thrown that out there about making that make sense to me because of the fact that they think that the All-Star game should determine home field. Well, then
I've never understood that.
I hate it, and that's another gimmicky thing I don't like because a lot of guys in the game aren't going to be playoff teams or have a chance to actually have that mean something to them because their team's not good enough to be in the World Series or the playoffs. And then you punish a team that went out and kicked ass for 162. And then you say, yeah, but you lost the All-Star game as a team, even if your guys weren't there or didn't have any part in it. That means you don't.
Not only did you lose the All-Star game, you lost it on a swing off.
Oh, come on, man.
Even worse.
Yeah. Now I'm genuinely ticked off.
Yeah.
If you do that,
See?
yeah, no, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't buy into that one because I hated it when they did it initially. I'm glad they did away with it. And I think it screws good teams.
I agree.
Teams.
Because
it is a team sport, by the way.
Yeah, because then you've got, like you've got Skeens opening the game as a Pittsburgh Pirate. Bruh, they ain't going to the show. No. You know what I mean? They ain't going to the series. So if he goes out and gets shelled and gives up.
And I'll be honest with you.
And not that he is because he's schemes, but I'm just saying, like, there's no motivation for that. I've never understood that.
If I'm Scooble last night.
Scooble makes sense because the Tigers
wait a
are
minute,
with
hear me out. I'll roll with it. I'll roll with the game going however it goes and miking me up and having the broadcasters talking to me while I'm pitching because it doesn't mean anything. If you tell me I got the best record in the American League and I'm trying to beat the National League, but you guys are in my ear during every pitch and every chance, and then I end up giving up 2 runs, now I'm genuinely upset because at the end of the day, I will call you out and I will tell you, well, if I didn't have an earpiece and a wire sticking a tickle in the back of my neck when I was trying to get the top 3 hitters in the National League out, maybe I wouldn't have given up any runs. Now you're really going to have a bleep show on your hands.
I thought it was funny when Kershaw goes, "What do you want me to throw, Smoltzy?" And he was like, "Cutter." He goes, "I don't throw a
I know,
cutter."
that was awesome. I love the interaction.
I was like, way to know your players.
And I do love the mic'd up. For the most part, I do love the mic'd up. You learn, the players tell you good stories, anecdotes. They got good stuff. I love all of that.
Agree.
But I just think that all the All-Star games are basically unfixable. But don't screw with regular season games because then it becomes more gimmicky than true baseball.
What's crazy is baseball's All-Star game has never been broke. That's what's crazy. It's never been broke. The basketball broke. Football broke. The hockey, you're never going to be able to truly fix it just because of the physicality, kind of like football broke.
How was football
broke? The football's broke because they don't get physical because nobody wants to get hurt. So you can't have the Pro Bowl. Guys are not.
Oh, you're talking about the All-Star game.
Yeah, guys are not going to play physical. Same thing with hockey. Now, the skills challenge in hockey is amazing, but the All-Star game in hockey is trash because it's the same reason for football. But baseball's never really been broke because the threat of injury from physicality doesn't exist. So you can have the best pitcher go out and face the best hitter, and they can do what they do. Best man wins.
Yeah, no, I love it's mano a mano with ego involved, where you get the best and the best going at it. That's why I love the first the first inning or two on both sides.
And you know what's crazy is if it goes extra innings, bro, have fun with it. I was watching SportsCenter one day, and it was like the lacrosse championships or whatever. I don't know what it was, but instead of a coin flip, they rock, paper, scissors. I don't even care. But I think it would be hilarious if you put Judge and Ohtani on the mound and did a best 2 out of 3 rock, paper, scissors for who won the All-Star game.
I think the best part of that would be the Stephen A. Smith freak out about why would you throw paper on the first one? You know this, man.
You know, right?
I mean, why? Why throw paper on the first one?
You know Ohtani is Japanese for paper. Why? But I mean, just have fun with it because, like you said earlier, it doesn't count because we're not doing winning team gets home field advantage. Have fun with it for the kids. Have fun with it for the fans. Do something creative and silly or creative and fun. The players would love that. I guarantee you. Bro, you don't think the players wouldn't have it? Like, have fun if it was like a PS5 on the big screen home run challenge between Ohtani and Judge or something like that to decide the game after 9 innings. Like, come on, man. Just have fun with it.
I've said this before.
It ain't broke.
And McAfee's show and a lot of the cable channels, even inside the NBA, getting to where they're dropping some cuss words and things like that.
Yeah.
You really want to get more viewers involved.
Yep.
It would be not just mic up guys doing interviews where they're minding their P's and Q's. Like I was hoping last night when they mic'd up someone at first base, what's his name from the Braves?
Matt Olson.
I was hoping that it would pick up the conversation.
We got a cuss word.
You get the runners, you get them kind of and sharing some anecdote because I think that's the stuff people they clamor for, like behind the scenes and
they got an S-bomb on Mike when there was I want to say it was first inning when the National League was at the plate on a foul ball that hit the umpire. What's his name behind the plate was like, he was like, "You okay, bro?" And they got it. I mean, clear as day. I was like, "Oh, you gotta love hot Mike."
I think that would be fun fantastic. Too. I think if you did because
that's just a reaction.
We do the Manning casts on Monday nights and things like that. I think that would be really cool if you did with the parabolic mics that picked up everything on the field.
Yeah,
people would pay money to take that feed just to hear the crap talking and everybody going at each other and the stuff that only the guys on the field hear.
Yep.
I think that would be pretty entertaining. All right, we're going to turn the page. Let's get to some Astros baseball. Second half is right around the corner. Starts Friday night in Seattle, where the Astros will take on the Mariners in what seems to be a pretty big series every year as we get ready to start the second half, quote unquote. But as a fan of the Houston Astros, I ask you this, Barry Laminack, Brian McDonald, and everybody listening. What is your wish list for the second half of the season? I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to give you hints. I've got my own perspective. What is your wish list for the Houston Astros of what you want in the second half of the season? You can put it whatever order you want. You guys can chime in as well. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Back on the Bees, it's Barry, B-Mac, and Blank as we take you till 6 o'clock this evening, talking a bunch about the All-Star game. And also now turning the page, as I asked you as a tease, what do you want to see in the second half of the season for your Houston Astros? That's just an open-ended question. You can make it as specific or as general. Some people are already chiming in and starting with the fact that some are getting like specific on players. 409 says McCullers with a sub-2 ERA and the team gets healthy. So I ain't mad at that. Others are saying 1, get and stay healthy. 2, acquire a left-handed bat at the deadline. 3, win the division and get one of the top 2 seeds. I mean, I think that's pretty darn good right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty good with all of that. I mean, I think the specifics is where you can kind of do the deeper dive, because to me, my biggest concern is the health.
Amen. That was mine.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think the division will work itself out. I think they'll be a playoff team no matter what. I would feel better if it was more than 5 games, but the fact that they have a 5-game lead in this division, I don't know. Someone predicted that.
You predicted that?
Yeah.
What?
Brian didn't pinpoint when. I think it was the end of May or start of June. We had to cash it or trash it. But I would even feel better.
Joelstradamus?
But I would feel better.
What? Nailed it.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Yeah. I would feel much better if he was even more than 5, but at the same time,
should have been.
Yeah, I think they're in a really good spot.
Thanks, Hunter
The biggest
Brown.
thing for this team is just get healthy. Like, you get Jordan, who we all know what he's been through the history of this franchise since he's been an Astro. You basically have not had him all year.
Mm-hmm.
You put that big bat in the middle of the lineup, or wherever you're going to put him at the top half of the lineup, and you instantly are a better team.
Listen,
you get any of these pitchers back, but multiples.
Forget middle of the lineup and all
rotation.
that. I just put Jordan behind Walker. I don't care. That's all I want to see. That is Jordan behind Christian Walker, and I think that solves multiple problems in one move. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's back. He's healthy. It's a run-producing bat. It's power. It's a left-handed stick that you desperately need. And it also means they've got to pitch to Walker. They've got to give him pitches to hit. He's going to see more pitches to hit. He's going to see more pitches in the zone. He's going to get more opportunities. So it solves a ton of problems. And I know that people, well, you don't want to go back to back lefties and all that. I don't care nothing about that. I just look, put your best stick behind Christian Walker, and I love this idea. And it solves, I think this solves, because I saw somebody say.
So it's obvious, and you and I haven't talked about any of this.
No.
It's obvious that you don't think Walker's washed.
No.
Because you know that it's out there simply because of you've got the hangover from Abreu. You know that happened. It's a very similar deal, same amount of years, same situation of a guy kind of in the latter stages of his career, to where everybody is already writing him off. Like, I don't care what his bat speed is. I don't care this and that. I think he's done, and they screwed up again.
Right.
That's the narrative that's out there.
No, I think that when you have, he came in with a ton of expectations and a ton of pressure, right? And he kind of probably put too much pressure on himself. And I think he's pressed too much for the first half of the season. And I don't think that there has been any protection or enough protection around him in the lineup like he thought there was going to be. And so I know that people love to say you go righty, lefty, and all that stuff. And so that's why it would make sense to have Jordan behind him and all that stuff. But I don't even think that none of that stuff matters as much as just having protection behind him so that he sees pitches.
I'm going to add something to what you said.
Because here's the thing. Like I've got, if you look at his numbers, right?
But just hold that thought, because I want to add something to what while you look that up. I was going to add something to what you said.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that people do look back, because I do not think he's washed.
No,
and I
don't
believe that he's still going to be a very good player on this team for the next couple of years. When you said what you said, which is accurate, he wanted to play here. When you get the big money, with that comes the expectation, comes the extra pressure. But then let's not forget about the oblique. Let's not forget about the fact that he was hurt. Right.
Yep.
And so we don't know how long he was dealing with that pain and that trying to go, well, I can't be hurt. I just got here. They're expecting a lot of stuff from me. They're relying on me. I got to be there, until it got to the point where, now, was it hindering what he was doing up until they finally sat him down? That's one question. Then was he fully recovered when he brought him back? Because again, the one thing you want to do when you're put out is to say, I got to get back. These guys need me. They're paying me to be here. They want, I got to get back. And then you press, you come back maybe too soon, and then you're never fully healthy. So I just want to throw that in there, because I think that does factor in.
No, I 100% would agree with you on that. I think that, and don't think for 1 second that he doesn't know what happened last year.
Oh, for sure.
And
He
don't
knows
think
he
that
knows the
that's not
Abreu story.
don't think that that's not in his mind that, oh my God, I have to go in here and I have to be better than that. I have to break that, chain of awfulness at first base and be the guy.
Right.
Right. And, I think there's just so much that goes into this, because of some of the time he missed in spring. His spring gets pushed into the regular season, and then there's prolonged slumps. You don't get to pick when your slumps occur. So I don't think he's washed. I think that, he's going to end the season with the same numbers that he's had in every other season? Not necessarily. But I think if you have somebody in the lineup like a Jordan behind him, which I know sounds crazy because that means you're going to have to bat Jordan fourth.
Yeah.
But I'm okay with that if that means you get him going.
But you also run the risk because the other guys that have been maybe overachieving or performing like they haven't previously.
Well,
that Jordan at fourth is one thing. Walker being in the 3 hole is another.
Right. But and what that also means is you've got 3 right-handed. You're going to go.
Yeah, I'm not going to buy the baseball feng shui like Dusty used to. I'm
right,
with you
but
on
I mean,
that.
But that's going to be. But that's part of what I think that we're seeing them struggle with a little bit right now is they're so right-handed dominant. You get a left-handed bat back, and now all of a sudden you don't break it up at all, which is the great thing about getting Jordan back is you would put him at 3, right? And so at least you break that up immediately. But you have a part of the key for the second half is you have got to get Christian Walker going. And I think the only way you do that is to protect him. You've got to get him. You've got to get more pitches in the zone for this guy to hit and get his confidence back and get his bat going. And that's why I say I get it. You don't want that whole righty thing. But if you could put Jordan behind him, they're going to pitch to him.
I just don't want to give more valuable at bats to Walker until he proves it. Like I don't want to take someone who's struggling as mightily as he is and give him more at bats.
But if you keep him in the third,
situations.
if you keep him in the bottom third of the order, or even 6th, he's never going to get that.
Yeah, maybe.
But isn't that also putting the onus on not just Jordan or anybody else, but so you're saying you're trying to get him going, but at the same time, you also got to get Yiner going.
At the cost of what? Yeah. Like I get the idea you got to get Walker going, but at the cost of what? Like putting a guy that's not an automatic out, but I mean, you look at his baseball savant page, and ain't a lot of great there. There's only one thing that he has in the great percentile, and that's bat speed.
To your point, Barry, assuming we get Pena back sooner rather than later, right? And he has been just on a heater. So I don't think you can touch Pena, Paredes, Altuve in front of Jordan because of the fact that they've been so good and Walker hasn't. I hear you. I think he needs more protection. I think that's more putting the onus on guys like Yiner and other guys that have been underperforming that have to step it up as well. Because I don't want to touch the top 4 in that lineup if I don't have to because of how productive Altuve, Paredes, and Pena have been.
Part of the problem with getting Yiner going is he's not going to be in the lineup all the time either, though.
Well, and Caratini's been a savior because of the fact that he's been way better than advertised.
And that's what I mean. So he's probably going to be platooning with Caratini. So I'd much rather get Christian Walker going, who's going to be your everyday first baseman. He's going to be out there every single day, no matter what. Caratini's going to get some time behind the plate because he's always going to start when there are certain guys on the mound. So you know that Yiner's either going to get some days off or some DH time. But when Jordan comes back, when you've got Altuve and you've got Jordan on the lineup and Pena comes back, that DH role is going to be assigned to one of 2 guys pretty much. It's going to be Jordan or it's going to be Altuve, right, for the most part. So that means Yiner's going to get some time to be able to sit down. And so to me, you've got to get Walker going. He's going to play every day.
So I mean, maybe I missed this part of your idea here, but who are you moving out of that top 4? So Jordan's 4, and we think it's been basically Pena, Paredes, Altuve when healthy is your 1, 2, 3. Who are you moving out to hit Walker third?
Paredes.
Ooh, man, I can't do that. I can't go with that. Paredes has been just a massive hero to this team and so productive at the top part of the lineup that I'm not going to move him behind Jordan, move him all the way down to 5th. And like to Brian's point, I'm going to cost him at bat or 2 per game. I'm not in for all that.
I mean, early enough in the season or in the second half to get Walker going. I'm not suggesting that you have to leave him there the entire second half. My point is you've got to get him going. And we've seen Joe Espada moves this lineup around enough that it's not like you've got, once you set the lineup, that's it. It's done for the year. All I'm saying is get the dude going. You can move him back to fifth later. I'm just saying you've got to get his mojo back. He's lost it.
Is it also
I'm
not
saying he's got the
But is it not fair to bring up the fact that Jordan hasn't been doing anything all year either?
Which
And
is also
gotta-
why you
gotta
probably
get
want to hit him
going.
fourth. Right. But that's also why you might want to hit him fourth until he gets back into the swing of things. You want him just throw him at 3 and he hadn't had a spring or anything really. I mean, he's not really done much either. So you're going to give him all the at-bats.
But you're going to try and get two guys going
ease him back
at the price of guys that have been going?
Well, I mean,
I'm just asking.
No. I mean, it's not ideal. But I'll say this. The Astros were fighting with one hand tied behind their back all season last season because they had a deficiency at the power corner at first base, right? You know that no matter where you put Paredes in the lineup, he's going to hit. 5, I get it. You get less at bats, but that is a run production. That is a run producing slot in the lineup. And so, if you maybe want to put Altuve at 1 and Paredes at 2 and put Pena, I wouldn't do it. But look, that's a good problem to have.
Pena's one of those finicky guys, too, where he hits matters.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to mess with him.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with him at all.
Altuve is the guy who'd be like, I'll hit 5, but he's producing and driving in runs and hitting for power. So I get it. But I'm just saying, if you don't get Christian Walker going by the playoffs and those roll around, that is a power spot in this lineup that you have to have going if you have any chance of making a deep run in the playoffs.
Let's go to the.
Go ahead.
Let's go to the HRP listener line before we get to break. Anthony wants to get in here on the Christian Walker situation. Anthony, go ahead.
I was listening to you guys talk about Christian Walker, and where I kind of agree with you guys on the typical approach, put a better hitter behind them to see if he'll get some better pitches. The problem with it is that I was actually listening to the opposing broadcast, one of the games.
Shame
last
on
week,
you. Hang up on his ass.
They were talking about where they're saying that he's facing almost 60% fastballs, and those are in the zone. It's not like Yiner who's chasing sliders out of the zone. He can't catch up to a fastball that's, up in the zone. So I don't think that's necessarily going to help. But those were just my thoughts.
No, appreciate it, Anthony. Look, to Anthony's point, one thing that I've noticed, and I know Jeremy and Brian are more baseball savant guys than me, but they bring up the fact that his bat speed's still good. But you can't. It is indisputable that pitchers, in the way that they are approaching attacking Christian Walker, is fastballs up, fastballs in the zone and up. He is not making contact, no matter how quick his bat is, and that is something that he is getting crushed by this year that I've seen.
So I looked it up while Anthony was talking. Christian Walker's batting average this year on fastballs is 237. I mean, not that this other batting average is that great, but that's down from 253 last year. So it's 16 points in a year. And guys that are hitting well should be obviously much closer to 300 on just fastballs.
Straight fastballs, right? All right, we're going to get to a break. We're going to get to much more of this. We got a lot of people that are chiming in. It's a hot topic. People are chiming in, and they're giving us their list, their wish lists. But let us know what you think. What do you wish for? What do you want out of the second half coming out of the All-Star break for your Houston Astros? One that nobody's brought up so far that needs to be put on the list, and we'll bring that back up to you when we get back after this break. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Okay, back on the Bees. We were talking about Christian Walker, but the bigger picture, which is what is your wish list? What do you want to see in the second half from your Houston Astros? And what I teased going into the break was a really good point that has not yet been brought up today, which was a huge point to be brought up recently with the Astros. And that is fix your medical staff. No matter what, fix your medical staff. I mean, I think that it's pertinent because the first thing that, is on my list is to get healthy. And if I'm going to get healthy, I have zero trust in my medical staff right now. And I don't think that the players should have any trust either. So one thing that I said, especially when the Jake Myers injury happened and the way that it all went down, is enough is enough. Heads got to roll. Changes have to be made. You got to do something, whether it's just aesthetically, just to please everybody that knows this has gone on too long, but more so from the standpoint, both internally and externally. No one believes that the prognosis, the treatment, the rehab, and everything these guys are going through is exactly what these guys need.
You think that this was a lot of these injuries and the problems that they're having is the medical staff's fault, or
the injuries? No. The process of fixing the injuries and getting them back on the field, I don't know how you can say otherwise.
Interesting.
I mean, you think that every time and everything we hear from Dana Brown and everything we hear from Joe Espada and everything we've heard along the way is they'll be back at this time. And then they're not. And then they're not for a significant period of time. And then on top of that, we heard specifically in the Jordan situation where they learned from their mistakes because they weren't imaging frequently enough to realize where the bone was, how healed it was, and where they were in progressing towards getting back on the field, which is inexcusable for professional athletes.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Do you think, though, that some of this is like do you think that this is not the Patriots way, but the Astros trying to do the Patriots way type thing?
How?
Where they try to be mysterious with their forthcoming of information on injuries.
That's two different things, Bear.
Where they're just trying to throw you and their opponents off their
if it's
scent of the injuries. Yeah,
that's one thing. But it's not because of the fact that you can go all the way back to all the McCullers situations. Why isn't he having surgery immediately? Well, we don't think he needs it. Well, then,
do you think that the players, though, have something to do with that too?
No, because I think the players are frustrated too. I've heard from sources around the team that the players were flat out embarrassed in the way that it was being put on them as to how things were handled. And when it wasn't handled correctly, take the Tucker incident for the whole Tucker thing last year. Tucker, it was a bone bruise. He was supposed to be, they were at home on a Wednesday. They opened up a series in Anaheim on a Friday. The reports we were getting was, we think he'll be good to go by the weekend. He'll be on the trip to California. Next thing we see, he's in a walking boot and trying to go out and celebrate with his teammates. And 3 months later, he's still not on the field.
Yeah.
Again, how many pitchers?
But again, that could just be them not giving us the correct information. Maybe they knew that he wasn't going to be out there.
I think that argument though falls apart, Barry, when they send guys like Jake and Jordan back out to the field. Like if it was just
that I agree with.
Yeah,
the whole Jake thing was a
in
fiasco.
Jordan. I mean, in Jordan, and it really in Pena. I mean, they had Pena hitting off the tee and lifting weights the next day. Like, so I get what you're saying. There probably is an element of we don't want to give the media the actual truth because it's gamesmanship, whatever. But when you're sending guys out before they're ready and they're re-injuring or the bone's only 60% healed, then the argument kind of falls apart.
And then as to double down on that,
both can be true.
Yeah,
right?
but here's the thing. Okay, but then by doing what you're doing in the cases that Brian just brought up, when you said that they should be back on the field by this date, now you've experienced a setback because you rushed them through trying to get them back sooner. They re-injured or delayed the progress that was being made in Jordan's broken bone or in Jake's calf or whatever, and everything with Pena's rib. And now suddenly, instead of the initial diagnosis of he'll be back by the All-Star break, now you're looking at the end of July. You're looking at August. You're looking at extended time tacked on because of the way they handled it.
I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a good excuse for him.
So
I'm
that's
not gonna
why.
make one.
So that's
but
why I think it's a valid point to put on
Wish
anybody's
list.
list. Is as much
They're
as
not gonna-
I want the team to get healthy, I think that you've got to get capable medical people to do the job. And it's embarrassing if you're Joe Espada and you're out there saying, we think he's going to be ready by Friday. And then Friday comes and he's like, can't even swing a bat. And you're like, maybe I didn't say which Friday. Maybe it was the Friday in August. You know,
The Friday after next.
Yeah. And then Dana Brown say, well, we really feel good that we can push him through the process and we can get him out there sooner rather than. And then by doing that, he actually re-aggravates his hand. He's still in pain. He needs more imaging. He needs a second opinion. And now instead of having Jordan back right after the break or sooner when we thought he'd be back by the end of June, we're looking at probably August if we're lucky.
See, though, that's the thing, though. What you hit on there with Joe and more specifically with Dana, I'm not trying to take blame away from the medical staff. They certainly deserve their fair share of it. But I think there is an element. Thank you there, Barry. Karma. That's why you're cursed. But I think there is. I think there is a portion of this where we've heard like the messaging coming from Dana specifically, where he says, "Well, it's just pain tolerance. That's the issue here. He's not actually really that hurt." Like there seems to be a kind of at least a little bit of a culture of rushing players back within the Astros front office, and that I don't put that on the medical staff. Certainly the medical staff should be doing more imaging, but you still have to question, well, who's telling them to, hey, go image that player? Like I don't know if the medical staff is doing that on their own independently of anyone in the front office. So I'm not willing to excuse the front office in this.
But Brian, I'm not excusing anybody.
It's got to be Bagwell.
It's
got to be Bagwell doing it.
No, it's Reggie. It's Reggie.
And Reggie's not there anymore. Otherwise, you could blame Reggie. Reggie's gone now.
These guys are kitty cats. Get out there.
But this is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to pinpoint it on just the medical staff. I'm saying everyone involved has egg on their face. Dana, I've said this multiple times. Dana, this is on your watch because everything that happens with the players, with injuries, with treatment, with the medical staff, it falls under the umbrella of the general manager on the baseball side. If I'm Jim Crane, I am embarrassed beyond belief that my team now, which is my pride and joy, that I want to be run business-wise, baseball-wise, and otherwise, as a huge success story within sports. And no one looks at the Astros and goes, boy, your medical staff is top-notch. Boy, you guys aren't costing yourself any games, wink, wink, with the fact that you've lost Jordan for most of the season. You've lost all these pitchers. Every time that the Tommy John surgery is supposed to be a success, they are setbacks. It takes longer. Some need second surgeries. Like, it's all part of the bigger picture, which is from an Astros perspective, from Crane on down, everybody's got to wear some of it, but no one's doing anything about it.
That's the concerning part. If you have a team who is riddled with injuries like this team is and has been now for 1+ years.
Well, but you're selling yourself short. With all the pitchers, with McCullers multiple times.
Yeah, well, some guys are just
Verlander. Remember when they didn't want to admit that he needed Tommy John?
Yeah, but some guys. I mean, look, in the case of McCullers, I feel bad for the guy because I don't think he relishes this thing, this journey that his career's on. He's got that dog in him, and he wants to be out there. But some guys are just brittle. And it sucks, but that's just how their body is. And I think he's just has an unfortunate body. But the last year and a half or so, this has been an injured team. And they have missed a lot of key and important players, especially on that pitching staff. How many times? I think I did an exercise on my show where I went and looked up the number of Tommy John surgeries in baseball. Since like 1970, what was it 74, 79 when the first one, when Tommy John got it. And then in the last year or year and a half or 2 years, the Astros by far lead baseball in Tommy John surgeries.
But
that's a problem because here's the thing. We always talk about, wow, look what the Astros can do with pitchers. Look how the Astros take these guys from these other teams or off the scrap heaps and then put them out there and they take lemons and make lemonade. That's great, but maybe that's also the problem.
No, it's
right?
a bigger picture problem because there's the numbers last year of all pitchers in baseball, 33+% needed Tommy John last year.
But I'm just
pitchers
saying,
that were in the game.
Right.
on
But
every
I'm
team.
just saying maybe there's this correlation and the fact that maybe they are not taking care of their players properly, both how they're teaching them how to pitch and medically.
Yeah, but you can go, Barry.
I'm just, is this a coincidence? Maybe so.
Tyler Glasnow, other pitchers have said, you don't allow us to use any kind of tactified substance that allows us to control the baseball. We got to grip it harder and still are expected to spin it faster. And all of that is taxing on our arms. And that's why you see the uptick. And then you throw in the pitch clock and everything else. And you see a huge uptick over the last 2 years in particular in how many guys need Tommy John and have their
There's
arms
actually a
break
guy
down.
that tracks Tommy John surgeries. He's
I've
got
se-
a
I've
Google
seen it.
Doc.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised. And I'm just I'm not suggesting that they're doing it on purpose. I'm just suggesting that
Okay, but Barry,
because we even talk about like with kids throwing curveballs at a young age, how it can hurt their elbow as they get older, and we also talk about how kids are throwing. They're not just throwing fastballs. It has a lot to do with it. I get it, but maybe that's part of this Astros magic is it has an indirect effect on there because
I am a bit surprised that I found someone to defend the medical staff. But here's my
I'm not
thing.
defending the
Okay,
staff.
but let's
I'm not defending the staff. I think the last year and a half proves that this Astros team has had a lot of medical issues. I'm not defending the staff.
And they lead all of baseball and guys on the IL right now. But let's
probably did last year too,
Let's take Tommy
right?
John out of it. Let's take the position players out of it. Let's look at Spencer Arrighetti. Spencer Arrighetti broke his thumb. There is nothing structurally wrong with his arm. Spencer Arrighetti, when he broke his thumb, was already supposed to be pitching again for the Houston Astros. The timetable we were given, the fact that it was simply a broken thumb, we were told that he was going to be back probably, I think, in June. But now here we are after the All-Star break in July. He's still not pitching. And no one's giving us anything as to the reasons why. We were wondering, like, why are they slow rolling it? What's the delay? Why isn't he throwing in games yet? Wasn't he not doing? JP France is a different story because it still was to some degree, it was arm surgery. But you look at all these different cases. Garcia has been shut down multiple times. Suddenly, Garcia, who had his surgery well before Javier is in front now of Garcia and when he's expected to be back. Garcia, you just don't know what you don't know.
But he started throwing, and then he felt soreness, and they had to shut him down. Do you blame the medical staff for that?
You might. Who did the surgery? Here's the thing. The Yankees surgeon is doing most of the surgeries across baseball. I don't care if he represents the Yankees too and gets paid by them. There's a reason why he's doing all these surgeries.
And all. But, okay, and now I hear you. I do. And I hear you. But you were on the inside. You know this too. Is this wholly a medical staff issue, or is this also a PR and information dissemination issue?
It's all the above because you know how many times
keep saying it, and when you say it, all I hear is they're not giving us all the information.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that we've been told what the process is, but we've been told by multiple people. We've been told when you look it up on the internet and say someone that's done this, expected recovery time was within this window. And the Astros always missed that window on the out longer side by a great deal.
Because maybe they're not telling us the right thing is my point.
So, see, okay, and I know you're a big fan of the D word. And the fact that that from the standpoint of all we've heard from the PR staff is discomfort. What the hell is that?
Again.
Okay, but I'm taking your point, but I'm taking it to mine, which is the PR staff has to do better.
Yeah.
But the medical staff and the rehab staff have to do better. And the fact that maybe it's just the first diagnosis and when you do imaging and how much imaging you do, that's why I said a couple weeks ago on this show, I said they have to do a deep dive and they have got to uncover every stone and they have to completely look within on every bit of this and redo everything because what they're doing and the way they're doing it right now, it just ain't working.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with you on that. I do not disagree with you on that.
Okay. Because, and like you said, I know that, sure, every team in professional sports for the most part has a hospital sponsor. That doesn't mean you have to use those doctors, right? Like when I was with the Rockets, we got a massive deal out of a hospital sponsor. But the first thing that was worked out before the deal was even signed was we're not leaving the doctors that we use when it comes to like significant like the knee injuries and certain injuries that are key in basketball because you got the best in the world. Mm-hmm. And so we're not giving up being able to have access to the best doctors in the world and giving our players the best attention in the world just because we signed a deal with a hospital. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I'm just saying the fact that I'm like losing my mind when you hear that they didn't do enough imaging on Jordan. He's your best flipping player.
That's crazy.
And then oh, by the way, we found
That's
the bone
just
that's broken, but it's 60% healed. There's a thumbs up.
Broken
We didn't do
thumbs
enough
up.
No
imaging.
thumbs up.
There's a
not
broken
not
thumbs
since
up.
Arrigetti's back.
There's a broken
Yeah.
thumbs up.
By the way,
I say that? No, but
I looked up the injury date on Arrigetti. He injured that on April 7th.
Yeah.
I mean, broken bone should be what, 6 to 8 weeks?
That's what I said.
That's first week of June. We're more than a month past that.
Exactly what I was harping on. Like, that is
Something
inexcusable.
doesn't add up.
Like, that's one thing if that's your kid and you go, well, Junior, a couple more weeks in the cast. What are you going to do? Well, we'll make sure it's good. That's your number 3 starter.
Sorry, Astros. I tried. You're. I mean,
so we've got a lot of people that are getting their list, but I think to me, it starts with just getting healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even being like grandiose and saying I want all the pitchers back. I've said if I just get 2 of them, if you just give me 2 of those key guys for your rotation, now your bullpen's better, your rotation's
do you have
better.
a preference?
I mean, look, I think I don't know what I don't know about Garcia, which worries me. Otherwise, it would be Javier and Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
But I would take Arrigetti and Javier right now.
Okay.
If I got a Javier and I got Garcia, with what I've already seen out of guys like you can move Gusto to the pen, like the fact that Gordon's been serviceable, the fact that Walter's been way better than anyone could have thought.
Is that guy?
Yeah, that's where we started. And now we're looking at a guy like Walter where you're like, hey, this dude can pitch.
Man, I thought you were about to play it uncensored. I was like, what? Yeah.
So you look at all that, your rotation's better. And then you just look from a lineup perspective. If Jake and Pena and Jordan come back.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Yeah, that freaking lineup right there, that can hunt with anybody.
Here's my concern. And this is just a random thought on my part, but man, I'm so nervous that Jake's going to come back and just not be Jake again, or not be the Jake that we've seen this year. He's going to be Jake.
See, Jeremy and I and Brian, I've never been a Jake fan. At
you
the
know,
plate.
I'm a big regress to the mean guy. I always use that term when we did our show.
Yes.
And I said it about the other Jake Marisnick, when he would go on a hot streak for a month and people would be like, that's the guy. And I'd be like, just give him a month. He's going to come back down to earth. And I thought that about this Jake and had been pleasantly surprised. But something like this and an extensive amount of time off can cause.
Now Jeremy and BMAC, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Jeremy and BMAC have said, isn't this a big enough sample size to think that he? To me, I'm with you. I've said all along that I've never been a fan of Jake at the plate. What I'm seeing right now, I'm loving, but do I believe that it's going to last for the rest of his career or even the rest of this year? I'm with you.
Look,
I don't know.
I heard on a broadcast that that's what they said. I think they said that the Astros feel like this is a big enough sample size to believe that this is who he is. That was what a broadcaster said on one of the broadcasts for the Astros. So maybe that's what they believe.
Here's the thing, too.
Right?
Here's
Does
the
that
thing,
mean
too.
that's
Can't you
what
say
it
the
is?
same thing about Pena? I felt the same way about Pena. Ever since he got MVP of the American League Championship Series and the World Series, I said, if you set your expectations that that's who Jeremy Pena is going to be, you are so far off. But then what we saw was, to your point, to my point, which is Jeremy Pena showed us for the majority of his career who he really is. He's about a 248, 250-some hitter. He's going to be okay, right? He's not going to be great. All of a sudden this year, he's great. Now you're going to convince me that we've seen enough sample size that for the rest of his career, he's going to be great? Because I don't feel that way. I hope that way. I don't feel that way because of what I've seen over the last several years.
Here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. Sorry. Did you?
No, let's finish. Let's get it to the other side. We'll continue to do.
Okay, I was going to say, there's a difference between the two, and it's a big difference.
Okay, so we can continue to do that. We can talk about the fact that what are your expectations just on those 2 guys coming back too? And do you expect them to stay as hot as they were, or do you think that they'll fall off? And then again, get us your expectations for what you want to see for this team in the second half coming out of the All-Star break from now to the end of the regular season. It is 2 hours in the books, 1 hour still to go. We've got 60 minutes to go in the show. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, the new ESPN Houston app is live. You can download the new version. The new app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaways. Hit the go button, and you will see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. Also, a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and the shows. The app is now available for Android as well on Google Play and for Google users as well. So have at it, have fun, and suck it, Twitchers.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
Those guys must be miserable today with no one paying any attention to them. Okay, so coming off of the last discussion, and continuing it,
okay, so I said there's a difference between expecting, Jeremy Pena, who you the way you phrased it was, what you said, ALCS MVP, World Series MVP.
Right. That's one thing.
And then he has kind of a not a subpar, but he doesn't.
But multiple years where he's kind of who he is.
240, 250-ish. Yeah. And then now all of a sudden he's, all-star, 300 and whatnot. And then we see Jake Myers, who's just kind of toiling, I guess would be a good word. And now all of a sudden he's hitting 300, right? And you said that you expect both of them your expectation is that both of them would kind of at some point fall back to earth.
I've always felt that way. I just don't believe that this is who they're going to be for the rest of their career.
Here's why I think there's a difference.
Okay.
It is because we saw Pena reach a certain level previously, right? And there's always that sophomore slump kind of thing that we talk about with quarterbacks where they come out, they have a fantastic rookie season, they go through a sophomore slump, and then they find their footing in their third year, and off they go and have a fantastic career. And that might be what we're seeing with Pena is that, and it's not necessarily like year over year comparison to quarterbacks, but he came out, he had a great rookie season. He kind of needed to find his footing after that, and now he's found it. He's found a home at the top of the lineup. He's protected by great hitters behind him. He's thriving, and off he goes and has a great rest of his career. But he did it before, which means he can do it again. Jake has never done it.
Mm-hmm.
Jake has never done it, and that's why I don't feel like this is something he can sustain or that is sustainable or that he'll ever do again. Or I shouldn't say won't or can't, but I just don't have expectations or hope that he will. Pena, on the other hand, since he's done it before, since he's an MVP of the World Series, which is not something you should take lightly, I do feel like this is something he can sustain because he has achieved something like that in the past. And that's why I think the two go in different directions for me. And Pena will go on to do great things. And Jake hopefully will, but I just don't have the confidence in it.
See,
does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It's just like, to me, I've always looked at Jake as a guy that I thought was almost to the point of misevaluated along the way. Because I understand he's a really good defensive outfielder. I've never taken that away from him. I also think that he had a massive step back when he hit the wall, when he hit the warning track, all the things he did to his shoulder diving in, and then he was a deer in the headlights. And from a batting perspective, for the majority of his time with the Astros, he's looked like a deer in the headlights. He's looked like a less than hitter, as good as he is as a defender. All of a sudden now, suddenly he's hitting the baseball. Does that mean that I'm supposed to forget everything that I've ever seen and believe that from this point going forward, he's going to be great? I don't. I do hear what you're saying about Pena. I do know that because of the way he started his career in the playoffs and then what we're seeing right now, of the two, I would say that there's a better chance that you can get me to believe Pena can be more consistently like what he is now than what he's been for the majority of his career. Although I still have my doubts, and I think it's fair to be able to have doubts because of the fact those other couple of years hasn't been great.
Okay. I mean, sure. I don't blame you for the skepticism or the cynicism, but I mean, there's nothing to sneeze at to be a World Series MVP on a team like the Astros had. With when you consider one, he was who he had to replace. You know what I mean? It was the World Series. He was a rookie. We're not talking about a second-year guy. We're not talking about a guy with, like when you consider everything that surrounded what he did and accomplished, it is a pretty special thing that he did. And I think that speaks to how special of a player he could be for the life of his career. I think he just had to kind of, have that sophomore slump, find his footing, and he's found a home in his lineup, kind of like what we saw with Springer and what we saw with Bregman. Once those guys figured things out and Springer found a home at the top of the lineup, and then Springer became George Springer. But before that, he was just kind of a guy.
So you're expecting Pena to have that Springer kind of breakout?
Yep.
Whoa, that's a bold take.
That's pretty bold.
Yep.
I
look what happened when, and you remember, Joel, on this show, I said they should move Springer to the top of the lineup, and
You did say that.
people said I was an idiot. I didn't know sports, they should fire me.
See, there's a difference.
Well,
I said
but
that. It had nothing to do with
it.
it.
to be fair, they were right about all those things, but you were still good on Springer.
But when I said they should move Springer to leadoff, I got flamed. People were sending messages. I literally still will go visit the ESPN post where a guy was like, "You're a moron. They should fire you. You have no business being on air."
I thought I took that down.
No. I still will go in, hey, just checking in. How's this going? But like, once that happened, everything changed for him, for that lineup. And it is very similar to what is happening right now with Pena. Pena was good before, and Springer was good before, but they are approaching that level of, I won't say greatness, but really good to superstar caliber type stuff.
I hope you're right.
I do too.
I'm
not predicting it will, but I'm saying it could.
I mean,
look,
as they say, if my aunt had outdoor plumbing, it could be my uncle. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everything could. I just don't know if I feel good enough that Pena, he could, but he also could go right back to what he was. Of the two, do I believe more in Jeremy Pena? I do, but I still see the swing and miss. I still see the chasing of a lot of the.
But Springer did that. Springer was a free swinging guy.
Hit for power with hit bombs.
Oh, listen, you don't think Pena can hit for power?
Not like Springer.
He hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, not like Springer.
His high in home runs is what, 21?
Yeah.
And that was his rookie year?
Yeah. I have a feeling that'll come. I think the power numbers come. I think the plate discipline has to improve a little bit before the power numbers can come. That dude, he's strong like bull. I think the power numbers are in there. He just has to find the plate discipline first to be able to
That's the thing. That's what I'm
those.
talking about. I still see the old Jeremy Pena with the lack of plate discipline that can rear its head.
Well, but it's way better. I mean, I don't know what his numbers are, but I bet if we go and look at like his, his weighted on base average and all those numbers, I bet are just drastically better. And at a position in the lineup
doesn't make a career,
but at a position in the lineup where they have to be better.
But one half of a season, one half of a year doesn't make a career in terms of what he's done so far. Has it been great? Yes. Do I believe it's going to continue? To some degree. Do I think this is who he's going to be the rest of his career?
But you know what?
I hope so, but I don't think so.
But you know what? You know who I think also kind of feels like I do? I think Jose Altuve probably believes that.
He'd pump anybody up on his own team.
But I think that there's something to that. I don't think it was just a matter of
teammates.
No, I don't think it was just a matter of I need 10 extra seconds between ABs and the outfield type thing. I think it was a matter of I believe in him. I think he could be a good leadoff hitter for this team, and I think he's the right guy for the position.
I disagree with you.
I do. I that's fine if you disagree, but I think he truly believed that.
I pulled up the Baseball Savant page for
well, you really do love that site, don't you? My
told
goodness.
you that.
Is this your porn? Is this? Do you have your pants on right now, bro?
No,
I swear to God, if I stand up
the
and see your
camera
pants
shoots from
down,
the waist up.
oh,
So
this is
it's
disgusting.
I mean, yeah, you should see what happens when I'm looking at him in free time. No, but like Jeremy Pena's, like you look at, he's got a lot of red on the pro.
Me too.
I cannot erase that from my head.
If you hear me throw it up in the background, Brian, you'll know why.
It's because, sciatica. But like there's a lot of red on his profile right now. But chase percentage and whiff percentage still, chase percentage looks like 13 percentile. Whiff percentage 46 percentile. So still not great on those areas. Maybe he's not chasing the slider low away as much as he did, but it's still not to a point where you think, okay, he's made a major change or a major difference there.
All right, someone said,
okay, his career on base percent is 319. It's currently for the year 378, and he didn't make the move to the leadoff until I don't know when, and that's when his numbers really took off too. So a career 319 on base average, which is currently at 378, is a pretty significant jump. So I get all the chase percentages and all that, but if you just look at on base percentage, pretty significant jump.
But he also did that when he was in the 2-hole at one point. Remember, he got hot when they put him in the when Dusty put him in the 2-hole, and then when he took him out of the 2-hole, he fell right off.
You laughing at 2-hole?
This is such a different show when it's Barry. It's just
I'm not
phrasing.
No, I'm not laughing at anything.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? We go from Brian and his
You know what I'm talking
idiot
about.
savant porn to your 2-hole. What?
You know what I'm saying,
Yes.
though? He's one of those guys that I truly believe where he hits in the lineup matters, and it really does have an impact on the production that you get from him. And I don't buy into it for a single. I think that Altuve was telling the absolute damn truth about the fact that he felt rushed in trying to get ready for at-bats hitting in
You're going to
leadoff.
tell me one of the greatest hitters, not just in this team's history, but one of the greatest hitters that we've seen in the last 15 years in baseball is rushed over 10 seconds?
Because
Come
he's
on, fam.
Yes.
10 seconds.
Barry, would
10
you not,
seconds.
But would you not respect it since he is one of the greatest hitters in Astros history? If he says running in from the outfield, it's kind of altered, and he was slumping at the time. He's not slumping now. It's made a difference. So don't you think
it's
that
made a difference? Because Jeremy Pena,
I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it either. I don't think 10 seconds makes a difference.
Where are you at, Brian? You believe that it was taken that he?
You think Altuve 10 seconds makes a difference to Jose Altuve?
You know, I always thought that was kind of a sham.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
Not 30.
Brian, by the way,
not
said
25.
that he could
We're
run in
talking
from
10.
Brian said he could get in from left field and be
Damn
ready
right.
to hit.
You said you could
Right,
get left.
Left
left
field to
field.
home plate in 2 minutes. Yeah. That's all
And
we're
be
talking
ready to
about.
hit.
Oh,
from left field to home
I
plate
don't know
in
where
2
we got
minutes.
2 minutes from.
Because that's what the commercial break is. That's when you got to be ready to hit.
Yeah.
It's 2 minutes.
You would pass out.
I'm not saying
You would smooth pass out.
I'm
They
not
would-
saying I would be doing well,
You
but I
would-
say I could get there and take a swing.
Yeah, but you would have to run the bases on a rascal electric scooter.
You think I'm getting a hit?
You would look like
You think I'm getting a hit where I have to
you
run
would
the
look like
bases?
them heavy old women at Walmart on them electric scooters with the oxygen tank in your nose. Man, will you hand me that off the top
Oh,
shelf?
a lot of them
baby?
don't have
Sounds
the
like I'm living
oxygen
well.
tank. They don't even have a medical. They're just
No.
using it because
Yeah,
they can.
facts.
No.
They're just using it because they're 100%.
Now, can I?
Keep
Can
your
I?
mic off, man. Come on.
Yeah,
Can I
man.
get some pills for
I
this
thought
mic
you had like
stand?
Taco Bell for lunch because you
Man,
just
no, this mic stand is still trash.
crazy stat of the day.
Uh-huh.
Brought to you by Ryan Spader of all people, but he is a stat guy. Do you know who leads all of baseball with the best batting average
B-Mac.
in plate appearances with the ability to tie the game or take
Oh,
the
I actually
lead
do know this.
this season?
I actually know this.
Mauricio Dubon.
No.
Who?
Jake Myers.
Really?
Jake Myers is hitting 368 in plate appearances with the ability to tie or take the lead in a game this season, which is the
Wow.
best in all of baseball.
In all of the baseball?
In all of baseball.
Jake the Rake,
of the
baby.
world, Craig?
Like,
Of the world, Craig. That's crazy.
that is mind-boggling.
Yeah,
to
that
me.
really is my bug.
And if you want to ask me if I think that kind of stuff's going to continue,
Hell no.
the answer is no, absolutely,
no.
unequivocally not.
Ain't no way.
All right, we're going to get to a break. We're going to continue to roll on. More of this and more discussions that go with it. Again, if you want to give us your input as to what you want to see from the second half of the season, a lot of good input so far. 713-780-3776. Call, text, hit us on social media. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, time flies by. Got about the final half hour plus in the show for today.
Already?
Yeah, how about that?
That's crazy.
Thought we would get in some of the commentary off of Twitch. No, I'm not. That's a mistake.
What?
Who's
Text.
a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
You leave King of Twitch alone. So 936 says, I don't know. Jake was pretty solid before that wall knocked him out. Yeah, but that's kind of where I was in the past about every plate appearance, every ball in the outfield. One, he looked like he was gun shy. He looked like he was very passive, deer in the headlights there. But from a hitting perspective, you never saw him look like he had an approach. You never saw him look like he was dialed in. This year, I can't take away from the fact that he has been extremely dialed in. You look at that stat that I said before the break. If he's the best hitter with a chance to tie the game or take a lead in a game in all of baseball, hitting 368, those are two things I never thought that I would put together. Jake Myers and that stat.
Yeah, that boggles the mind.
It really does. Someone
Especially
said they
when you
thought that
consider
Jake changed his approach fundamentally at the plate. And if he keeps that up, he can be what he is. I still don't see it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to take it away from Jake, and I don't want it to change. I just think that what I've seen and who he's been up until this point, up until this season, I just have not been. You're going to tell me that Jake's an elite hitter? I don't think so.
Dude, who's saying that?
No, but I'm saying that you're essentially
because of that one stat.
if you're saying if he's going to continue to be.
Look, that's one of those things where, you know how people always say you can make numbers and stats, say anything you
go whatever
want.
your narrative
That's
is.
one of them because it's one of those one-off circumstantial stats, right? It doesn't translate to that Jake is an elite hitter or even a great hitter. It just means that he happens to find himself in those situations at times and comes through. So maybe Jake has just been clutch in clutch moments this season, but it doesn't mean he's elite or great or any of those other things.
Tells me every dog has his day.
Hey, that's a good way to put it too.
Yeah. And so I think that he's having his day. Do I think it's going to be a week and a month and a year? No. I don't. But you know what? Maybe, Brian, the answer to all of this is Jake was very kind to the door-to-door salesman that came to his house.
Oh, we don't need
and then was
he's not cursed,
and was
like
appeasing, so he's not cursed.
That could be it.
I am cursed. I'm not gonna lie.
409 says Pena is coming into his prime just as Dana Brown expected, and he's elite. Jake has had a tough career with injuries, and what we're getting is house money.
I don't really disagree with that necessarily.
I don't think you can call Jake house money because from a defensive perspective, Jeremy and I have had this discussion, and Jeremy he's right. He has been very staunch on the fact that Jake's an above average elite defender.
Used to be.
I have a hard time seeing it, but I know that the numbers say that
I think Jake used to be an above average or an elite defender. To me, I think it's gone down a little.
Brutal.
Yeah, I think his defense has regressed a little, but he's still good, but he's not as good as he used to be.
Sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think he used to be elite. I just think he's taken a step back. But I will say this statistic seems to be undefeated. And it goes back to, man, when I used to play fantasy baseball through the mail back in my day. But there used to be this thing about when I was torn between who I wanted to draft. You know what my deciding factor was? Their age. The closer they were to 28, that is the magic number in baseball. That is when you find guys who hit their physical prime and begin to peak and start to, they're going to take off or they start to, hit this moment in their career where guess how old Jeremy Pena is? 27 years old and 297 days. He is right at that age where physically you become mature. You're about what you're going to be for the rest of your career. You put it all together. Your hand-eye coordination is maxed out. That's kind of what's happening right now. And I mean, that's why it's, again, kind of not surprising that, you had that rookie kind of sensation thing, and then he's figuring things out. And now all of a sudden, put him at the top of the lineup, 28, developed, and there you go.
I mean,
it's weird. It's weird how that happens.
Yeah. I just look, and someone texted in and said that I'm essentially being negative Nanny, and said Joel's trying to take the top spot from Buck Nasty and Silky Johnson with all this hate. I don't want it to stop, but I have to give you my honest opinion and my eye test of what I've seen, and I've seen basically almost every game that both guys have played since they become Astros. I don't even see George Springer. I don't see guys that have the kind of plate discipline, control, power, all the different things. When you're looking at them, am I pleased as hell? Am I hoping that everybody's right and I'm wrong, and that whatever everybody keeps talking about, well, they made these changes in their stance, their approach at the plate. Am I hoping that all that continues? Absolutely. But am I realistic enough to say that I don't think it's going to? And I don't think even, I think a lot of baseball guys would say, look, it's not fair to expect the same way. It's not fair to expect that Jeremy Pena is going to come off the ALCS MVP and the World Series MVP and be that player the rest of his career. I don't think it's fair to Jeremy Pena to say this is who he's going to be the rest of his career.
Why not? Why don't you think it's fair?
Because I think it's a lot to put on a guy that hasn't shown those numbers to this point in his career. Now, and even still, he's been so hot. Do I think that this is the kind of numbers he's hot? I think he's going to be extreme. No. I think he's going to have.
Come on, you think he's hot?
I think he's going to have.
You think he's
is
hot
it
right
possible
now?
he could have above average offensive numbers going forward? Yes. Do I think he's going to have these kind of numbers every year? No.
Yeah, but is he hot?
It depends on it.
Do you think he's hot right now? Do you think he's hot right now?
Is he lifting?
Do you think he's?
Is he shirtless while he's lifting?
I mean, because
I don't know.
Look, I think that I don't see nothing says that he can't. Right? Why would you think he's not? If you let Correa go because you believed in the kid, why can't he be? That's the thing. Why can't he be? He was the heir apparent to.
I told you why. Because when I watch him, I see a guy that still chases bad pitches out of the zone. When I watch him, do I think that those kind of things are corrected? No. So, and the other thing is, and it depends on how far you want to take it.
Oh, I can't wait to read you this stat.
Do I ever think that he's going to have the kind of power that you're talking about? If you think he's going to be like Springer, I don't.
Oh, this is beautiful. George Springer's first year in the league, 126 OPS plus. Fourth year in the league, 141. Jeremy Pena's current OPS plus.
You know what they said, Brian, about everybody can find a stat that tries to back up their argument?
Jeremy Pena's current OPS plus is fourth year in the league, 141. First year in the league, 102. Oh, man. Look at that. I'm just saying, like, you got to give him time to. And remember now, they made Springer wait forever to get here, too. So he had much more seasoning in the minors than, Pena ever got. And Springer didn't have to come in and replace an all-star and go do it on the biggest stage in the World Series. He came in when the Astros sucked in 2014. So Springer was 8th in Rookie of the Year voting.
You're going to have palatial.
Pena was 5th.
If you're right, you're going to look like
Pena was
really
5th.
good. If you're wrong, Palatial Laminack Manor is going to be planted firmly on Bad Take Boulevard.
Springer made the All-Star team for the first time in his 4th year.
Didn't see that one coming.
What? Come on. It's very eerie how this
says
is.
It's easy to forget. Not that easy. Jake
I won't let
said
you.
Jake was very good at the plate before he had the injury running into the wall. He looked awful last year. He seems to have found it again. It's been more than a year. You're also going to tell me that before he ran into the wall that he had a laser for an arm? Because, I mean, look, did he look a little different? Yeah. But I never looked at him at the plate ever until this year and thought that he was a good hitter. Is that me? Am I wrong?
No, not at all on that. No.
Brian, I mean, have you seen something that I haven't seen in Jake Myers that thought previously he was a good hitter?
I mean, he was good that rookie year, but like with both guys, but more so with Jake, like they both have more, film being mediocre to just that average than they do having being above average and good. So I definitely think Pena could be this guy. Maybe it is as simple as 4th year, hitting leadoff fits him better, whatever. But I can't hold out, or I can't dismiss the possibility that this is a
Do you
fluke.
think he's going to be this player going forward for the rest of his career?
Not at this current level. I think he could be better than
Pena?
Jay.
Yeah, like
Jay.
Pena, but really, I think he'd been hovering like 102, 103 OPS plus for the first 3 years of his career. I think he's better than that. Do I think he's 141? No. I think he's somewhere in between.
409 says, Joel, why do you hate Pena so much? Guys,
Are we adding it to the list?
Yeah, guys chase bad pitches sometimes. Even guys, even guys banged Altuve. Well,
wait
I'm reading it as it's written. I'm reading it as it's written.
Phrasing.
He might regress some, but try to enjoy Pena prime, man.
I'm saying.
I hope you're right. I'm not hating on him at all. I want him to be this player. But realistically, do I think he can maintain this type of player? No. I'm the one. And by the way, 409, I'm the guy along with, and Jeremy and I were on the same page on this, that we both said he was an above average defender and people were giving us hell.
But you're acting like I don't know.
I'm acting like a realist, Barry. Not someone on the flagship that has to tell you what you want to hear.
Well, you're acting like he's...
Your dumbass said he's George Springer. Okay, fine.
But you're only realist if you're right. You're only realist if you're right. If you're wrong, then you are a hater.
No, but I also didn't say he was, Ronald Acuna Jr. I just said he was George Springer. I didn't say he was, Bryce Harper. I didn't say he was Aaron Judge. George Springer's not at that level.
But if that is a leap, though, you recognize that. Like, Pena's greatest home run year was 21. Springer had like a 38 year. I mean, that's a big jump.
That's double, Barry. I mean, you're
not quite,
almost. Look, I'm using Barrylytics. I'm listening at Lamalytics. I'm using that right now.
Let me take my shoe off. I can finish this math. Just give me a minute.
Can we just get done?
I know analytics has those things out
back
there.
To the All-Star breakdown.
Okay. Yeah.
Someone says Joel thinks Dubon is hotter, more of a mousy-faced Latino.
Dubon.
Oh, you like the mousy-faced one?
No.
Huh? Okay.
Is that your thing?
Yeah.
Now the Latino thing I can't argue with since I am married.
Track record.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Exactly.
Man, don't disagree on that front.
No, it's just the same guy that thinks that I don't like Pena. Jake had a 260 average before the wall killed him. Is that true?
The wall killed him.
I mean, this wall should be arrested right now. There's an APB out for the wall right now.
Now we're just blaming the wall.
The wall was just standing his ground.
I could just see.
Can we also remember that he dove in for a baseball that separated his shoulder and messed him up too? It wasn't just the wall, people. Be fair.
I can just see Jake talking to his grandkids. I could have been great, but that damn wall, I tell you, it was the wall, kids.
Damn you, Brian.
Tear down the wall.
Damn
Tear
Brian.
down this wall.
Damn Brian to hell.
What happened?
What did I say?
Because he brought it up, and now the text has arrived. If you missed this, Barry,
I'm sure I have.
Someone is keeping a notebook tab on
There it
everything that I supposedly, I want to emphasize,
hate all of them.
supposedly hate.
Somebody did that for me too. Yeah,
In order.
I have.
Blank hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, coaches that run up the score in girls softball, when Branham checks out, Jordan Love, and Jeremy Pena. Sincerely, Peter.
Not a bad list.
I think there's more to that list.
I was gonna say I think mine's way longer.
But there's also ones that we've already specified several times need to be removed, like the Rockets.
Mine might include sponsors.
Right. See, damn you all to hell, like I said. We got to go to break. We only got so many opportunities.
There's so many more things you hate.
Okay, well, give me some time to think about them. We'll see if we can add
Brian.
to the list. Brian
right
Pete,
now. Yeah.
Pete, put BMAC on that.
Yeah, we forgot Taylor Scott. We forgot food without ketchup.
Oh yes.
The
You
aquarium.
shut up, Barry.
Lawn talk.
Lawn talk needs to be on there too.
Watch a good TV show.
Now we're getting too long of a list. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back with more. If you guys want to join in, I'll be the judge of that. 713-780-3776. Barry's microphone is showing him that he's not looking at Jeremy Pena. Killer Bees.
So hot right now.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, he can't keep his microphone up.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Back wrapping up the show in the final 19 minutes or so. It's Barry and myself, BMAC. We will take you through the rest of the week as Jeremy enjoys some time off. Tomorrow we are going to be at McCormick and Schmick's in the Town and Country area. Swing on through off I-10 and see us there. And then Friday we're going to be at East River 9, where we normally are on any weekend of a major in golf. A great spot in Edo, so stop by and see us there as well. Register at both places to try and win our grand prize for the summer with all of our remotes on the summer circuit, which is the 2 e-bikes, which are just unbelievable prizes valued at like over $4,000. And the only way you can get them is you can enter to win them, and you need to do that by showing up at some of our remotes and say hi.
Come out.
We don't bite, at least I don't, but Barry.
I don't bite. I'm way nicer than you.
I mean, it just depends. The electric bicycle company, Power On Electric Bicycle Company, is providing those 2 bikes, and the registrations are at the promo table at the broadcast locations. McCormick and Schmick's tomorrow, and East River 9 on Friday, both 12 to 6. BMAC will be there because he'll be signing autographs. Some of them
line up now.
Pete responded back on the Joel's list of things that he hates and says, I tend to edit some things off the end at times.
Oh, smart man. Because the list is so long. Yep. Smart man.
Pete's wife says that too.
Wow.
Just
unnecessary shot.
It's on the grocery list.
Aggressive.
Okay. All right. So as we kind of put a bow on this, look, I think just getting back to the overall big picture on this, to me, it's just the priorities stay the same. The fact is that from what I want to see from the Rockets for the second half, I mean, the Astros from the second half is essentially what we've seen from the first half that I wasn't expecting with all these injuries. If you just get healthy, and I'll leave the medical staff out of it, if they just get healthy, regardless if they make a move at the deadline or not, that's a team capable of winning the American League and competing in the World Series. From a pitching perspective, you get a couple of those arms back. I mean, God forbid if you get all of them back, because now we've said multiple times, you got a rotation that's capable of being one of the better rotations in baseball, all on the IL. You get some of those guys back, and now some of the guys that have been, like, maybe you want to say they're overachieving or they've been doing great things for you, and you can move those guys to the pen, or you can strengthen your bullpen in the process. You're a better team. Jordan in the middle of your lineup, as you were talking about, I don't care where you put him, you're a better team. You know, Chas McCormick hit a home run today down in Florida. Chas McCormick continues to make some strides to where you don't have to put Cooper Hummel out there every day or close to every day. You're a better team. You know, do I want them to still go out and make a move at the deadline? I do. And we can talk about that tomorrow as well. But I really hope they make a move and try to strengthen this. I don't think they need help in pitching. I think they need an extra bat.
That's what's wild is I saw like they were making a list of potential moves. I was like top 40 free agent or
That's
top
a Seth Lugo move.
No,
or a starting pitcher.
It was like top 40 players that could get moved and who they might go to. And every starting pitcher or every time the Astros were listed, it was a starting pitcher. I was like, do you guys even watch the Astros or pay attention to baseball? Because that's not at the top of the list, because obviously if these, arms get healthy, which is the expectation in the second half of the season, that's not the need for this team. It is a left-handed stick. That is what this team needs. Anybody that's watched this team knows that. Yeah, you're getting one back if Jordan gets healthy, but that's still what this team needs more than anything. Not a starter. Would it be nice? You can never have enough arms. I get all that, but come on, man. Like, that's what this team has to have going into the playoffs.
I don't want to
It's
do
just
this
crazy.
because we don't have enough time to really
do it.
fully absorb feedback. This is so
Don't be
impactful.
scared.
But you know what? I'm going to do it anyway.
Do it.
Barry, you know who that bat's going to be? That left-handed stick?
Oh,
John Singleton.
Ah.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna pull the old classic.
You want to
line.
talk about someone that is not the
Bro,
president of the
swear to
John
God.
Singleton fan club.
I
It is that guy right
swear-
there.
I swear, I might have to
Big
boycott.
John.
I am
Big
not
John.
even. Are you
Big bad
serious?
John. He's coming back, baby. You want to bet me? He will be on the Astros again.
Better not.
Between now
No.
and September.
No.
Yes,
Why?
he is.
Why?
Because you might have a double dong game.
First of all.
Just saying.
First of all.
Oh, he's going to get you. He's going to be there.
You're going to make B-Mac go to Idiot Savant again if you talk like that. Second of all, there's no why we've seen this movie. You don't need to bring him back. Do you need what you just need? You need to give the other team outs. You need it's like, oh, you know what? We need a designated misser. That's what we need. Forget a designated hitter. We need a designated misser. What are you doing?
Barry.
I don't understand this team's fascination with this cat. Look, personally, I don't have nothing against this guy. I wish him well. I hope he has a fantastic career somewhere else. But I don't need to see John Singleton in an Astros uniform ever again. There's no reason to do this.
Is he better than Taylor Trammell?
Listen, all the blogger nerds can suck it because they came after me last year when I said that man does not belong on a major league roster.
I told you,
and they were like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. How'd that work out, nerds? How did that work out? That dude cannot hit. I don't care what you say.
Can he hit better than Cooper Hummel?
It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. You've seen that experiment. I would rather see somebody that we don't know long-term what they might be able to do. We know what he might be able to do, and that's nothing, period. End of story. That man has been in this organization for how long now? Damn near a decade, and he's done jack squat.
Double dong game.
Doesn't matter.
2 home runs in
Joe,
one game.
you could go out and get a double dong game, bro. Stop this nonsense, Astros. Move on. You're wasting a spot. I'm so sick of this.
They call him
I
up,
swear
I'm
to
just gonna
God.
call Barry and go, he's back.
Bro, the day they call him up, y'all put me on suicide watch. I'm so sick of this man being on this team and having to, oh my God.
Joel basically just lit a match, threw it into the room,
I told
and
you,
walked
I wish
away.
we had more time in this show.
Why?
I knew what I was about to
Joel
do.
knew exactly what he was
That's
doing.
right.
This is insane to me that they would even consider
But Barry,
this.
he's better than just about anybody at the bottom of your lineup right now.
Go find
Offensively?
somebody that clears waivers for the Rockies. I don't care what you do. This is insane. You know what the definition of insanity is? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. That is what this is, man.
Today
He's
on
better than
Dr.
Cooper
Phil,
Hummel.
Barry philosophized
He's better than Cooper
He's
Hummel.
the fat black Cooper Hummel, bro. That's all this is. It's the same thing. It's the same result. An out. That's what it is. At the end of the day, it's the 3 true outcomes. Home run, walker, out. His is out. That's it.
I knew what I was
That's
doing.
it. Hummel's an out. Singleton's an out. What's the difference?
Yeah, but
What does it matter? What does it
One
matter?
of these guys bat flips, okay?
Oh,
Taylor
wow.
Trammell.
Oh, hey.
Zach Short, Taylor Trammell,
God, this is insane to me.
Mike Corona.
Who is making
this should be your punishment for mistreating the door-to-door salesman.
Who
You
is
have to watch
making
John
these
Singleton take
decisions?
it back.
Coming back.
I want to know what person in this organization John Singleton has nudes of. How is this happening over and over? I just do not get this.
He's just good.
In what universe? I mean, am I in Stranger Things right now? Am I in the Upside Down?
Does Cooper Hummel have a double dong
He's
game?
really good.
It doesn't matter, bro.
Have you seen him in a Space Cowboy uniform? He is devastating, man.
I am fighting
what
both
did we
of y'all in
say?
the parking
Does
lot.
Zach Short
Same
have a
time.
double dong
What
game?
did we say in the last 3 games? He's had 2 bombs and like 10 RBIs.
He's back-to-back 5 RBI games with 3 home runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
John Singleton.
Where?
Sugarland.
Oh, wow. Against
Greater
AAA
Houston
pitching?
area.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Against AAA pitching.
Against
Woo,
prospects.
wow. Which he's always done. Man, he can really rake against AAA pitching. But then when you put him up here against pros who actually know how to pitch, let me know the results.
Okay, we're going to go to break. Barry's going to calm down.
My heart hurts.
Car wreck of the day.
So
Coming
bad. I
up
was
next.
supposed
What do
to
you guys
go
got
to-
for car wreck of the day? Let us know. 713-784-3776.
You don't even need to guess. That.
It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.
No, I don't want it in the butt. I want it in the rib cage. I want to fill it.
What? If you could have heard what Barry was saying in the break, it would have equaled a lot of that Jeremy drop.
Oh my God.
Peter K who keeps my Joel hate list, has now texted the show and said, new list, Barry hates John Singleton. Don't forget, Peter, to add door-to-door salesman.
Oh, and whoever keeps bringing John Singleton back to the Astros, add them to that list too.
We got 3 on the first day, Peter. Keep them rolling.
Ugh.
There's that. God. All right, car wreck of the day. What do you got, B-Mac?
So if you missed Chef Kate in the morning, she asked Dale, but I guess Dale, she heard a different pronunciation with Dale's last name, Olaleye. She asked, hey, are you Hawaiian? No. Answer, no. His last name is Nigerian. It is not Hawaiian. Thank you.
That's hilarious.
Chef Kate makes great food. Picking up who's from Hawaii? Not so much.
That's hilarious.
Wish they'd make it for us. Mine is the gimmicky stuff going on in baseball.
Yeah.
What do you got? That?
Yes.
Okay. And then
take a while.
You're not nominating John Singleton?
Yeah, it's John Singleton coming back to the Astros.
Josh from Seabrook nominated Cheap Baseball Things. Jasper, to come finish up the show, said All-Star Gimmicks, Funny Car Wreck of the Day, Barry's blood pressure, honorable mention, Barry's math in baseball.
Kiss my ass.
Oh, we got to nominate Barry's All-Star
Too late. You already
game
did it. You don't get to add
come
extras.
on.
Too late.
Lamalytics wins. I called it. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. You guys enjoy yourselves. Come on out and see us at McCormick and Schmick's tomorrow. B-Mac, what's next? Hall of Fame with Booker T at 7.
Yeah, Hall of Fame at 7 and Comic Cast with Michael Carroll at 8.
There you go. Have a great night, everybody.